Hello, wonderful, magnificent women, and happy International Women's Day. We are so delighted that you've joined us. The motto is Women Rising, and I just love that.
We have such a spectacular program for everybody. We've got many speakers who are here to inspire and lift us up. We also have workshops for you to take what you've learned, a piece of information that really grabbed you, and to bring it into your daily life to make it real for you.
And right now, right at the beginning, we want to thank our partners, womensinformationnetwork.com, and we love to have you check this out. This is a global community of women helping women live our best lives through celebration, self-improvement, and service. And then we have a wonderful partner,
CodexBeauty.com. Codex Beauty not only has products that help you feel more beautiful and look more beautiful, they're actually, and this is what's spectacular about them, they actually make you healthier, help you to be healthier.
It's true. They're science-based. We love Codex Beauty. So CodexBeauty.com. And then our Women of Excellence, Women of Faith. And this is a beautiful community, nonprofit, reaching over 1 million women a year, and their mission is to lift the level of love, prosperity, and peace on earth. So it's my honor to be the first presenter, and Jen will introduce me, and then we're going to jump right into the day.
Yes, I am so grateful just to be able to be on the stage with Dr. Paula Fellingham. She holds a Doctorate of Education degree in Human Relations and is the author of 8 books. Dr. Fellingham received an Outstanding Leadership and Service Award from Presidents Barack Obama and Donald Trump, and the prestigious Points of Light Award from U.S. President George W. Bush. Amazing, right? Paula is a leader in the global women's movement today as the founder of the Women's Information Network, the Women of Middle East Network, the Global Prosperity and Peace Initiative, the International Youth Parliament, and the Women of Excellence, Women of Faith. Paula has spoken for delegates at the United Nations and around the world for over 30 years. She has co-presented over 400 live events in over 150 nations. Paula is the mother of 8 children and Grammy to 24 grandchildren. Paula's mission is to lift the level of love, prosperity, and peace on earth.
Thank you so much for joining us to celebrate this marvelous historic event, the 110th anniversary of International Women's Day. My presentation is focused on our 2021 theme, Women Rising. So let's talk about that. Are you seeing, like I am, women rising around the world, manifesting their rise in many different ways? My friends, in this, the 21st century, we are witnessing an exciting global awakening and rising of women worldwide that's more fast-paced, it's more far-reaching than anything the world has ever known. More and more women today, they're experiencing a transformation of consciousness, and they're finding new ways to use their inherent nurturing and creative gifts to provide solutions for the challenges that we're all experiencing in this world today. Yes, more and more women across the globe, they are being educated and enlightened, which is a key to their income growth. And with sufficient income, women are then free to move out of survival mode, move into self-mastery, and to move up to selfless service. And that will always lift the level of love, prosperity, and peace on earth, which is my personal mission. So 10 years ago, on the 100th anniversary of International Women's Day, an exciting thing happened. The Women's Information Network, the WIN, co-hosted 377 live events in 152 nations over a 3-day period. Oh, it's so joyful to think of those happy memories and to remember the WIN executive team. We were in Los Angeles live streaming out to live audiences of women in New York, Baltimore, Atlanta, Miami, Dallas, Denver, San Francisco, and 369 other events in 152 nations. For that wonderful global celebration, my dear friend Annette Stanwyck and I wrote an International Women's Day credo titled Women, This is Our Time. And today I declare that this is our time to rise as we do 10 things. As we, 1, believe in our gifts and talents and use them to create a better world. 2, relinquish, I love that word, negativity and build personal power. 3, radiate joy and confidence and choose to be powerful forces for good. 4, be receivers, keepers, and givers of love and compassion. 5, hold fast to truth and moral values and teach the next generation to be strong. And 6, seize opportunities for growth and leadership and live with passion and purpose. 7, connect with others to advance worthy causes. 8, give meaningful service, touch hearts, change lives. 9, reach out to enlighten the minds and empower the hearts of women everywhere. And 10, maybe my favorite, dream big dreams and make those dreams come true. Women, this is our time to rise. For over 30 years, I've had the blessed opportunity to speak to many thousands of women in nations worldwide. I know the hearts of women, the women of the world. And one of the things that I've discovered is that we can teach one another and learn from one another. We can succor, we can love, we can nurture one another. I'd like to briefly share my thoughts now about each of the 10 This is Our Time to Rise offerings that I just shared. So let's go back to that first one. This is our time to believe in our gifts and talents and use them to create a better world. Your special gifts, my sweet friends, your unique skills can change lives. There are women today who need and yearn for your help. Your special skills, shared selflessly, can help others in ways you can't begin to imagine. Believe that you can do great things with your gifts and talents. 2, relinquish negativity and build personal power. Decide today, and oh my friends, it is a choice, to let go of negative thoughts and behaviors. Of course, we're always working on this. I sure am. But I promise you that the very moment you embrace positivity and personal power and stop allowing others to offend you, you'll be able to live so that no matter what is happening around you, you can live beyond the reach of anything or anyone who is trying to hurt you or keep you from being the incredibly wonderful woman that you are. Eleanor Roosevelt, and I know you've heard this quote, "No one can offend me without my permission." That's right. It's a choice. Mother Teresa had 2 things on her wall. A picture of Christ and this saying that I'd like to share with you is written by Kent Keith. Mother Teresa said she read it every day, and it goes like this. People are often unreasonable and self-centered. Forgive them anyway. If you're kind, people may accuse you of ulterior motives. Be kind anyway. If you're honest, people may cheat you. Be honest anyway. If you find happiness, people may be jealous. Be happy anyway. The good you do today may be forgotten tomorrow. Do good anyway. Give the world the best you have, and it may never be enough. Give your best anyway, for you see, in the end, it's between you and God. It never was between you and them anyway. 3, radiate joy and confidence and choose to be powerful forces for good. The way you choose to see the world creates the world you see. When I was young, there was an American songwriter, my era, Carole King. I'll never forget these lyrics. She said, "You got to get up every morning with a smile on your face. You got to show the world all the love in your heart. Then People are going to treat you better. You're going to find, yes, you will, that you are as beautiful as you feel. At this point in our lives, my dear friends, this point in our life journeys, we all understand that being joyful is a choice. Being confident is a choice. I lovingly remind you that when you choose to be joyful and confident, stepping up to lead and reaching out to others in selfless service, you can be a powerful force for good in this world. Number 4 was be receivers, keepers, and givers of love and compassion. Mother Teresa, she said, spread love wherever you go. First of all, in your own home. Give love to your husband, your wife, your children, your next door neighbor. And I love this next line. Let no one ever come to you without leaving better and happier. Be the living expression of God's kindness. Kindness in your face, kindness in your smile, kindness in your warm greeting. Close quote. So number 5 is to hold fast to truth and moral values and teach the next generation to be strong. What a marvelous world it would be if we all had the courage to choose the right every time we're faced with a choice. Albert Schweitzer said there are only 3 ways to teach a child. You may have heard this. The first is by example, the second is by example, and yep, the third is by example. So my friends, let's teach our marvelous children and young people to be strong by watching us be strong. Number 6, seize opportunities for growth and leadership and live with passion and purpose. One of my favorite quotes is by George Bernard Shaw, the playwright. He said, "This is the true joy in life, being used for a purpose recognized by yourself as a mighty one, being a true force of nature instead of a feverish little clod of ailments and grievances, complaining that the world will not devote itself to making you happy." He said, "I want to be thoroughly used up when I die, for the harder I work, the more I live. I rejoice in life for its own sake. Life is no brief candle to me. It's a sort of splendid torch, which I've got to hold up for the moment before handing it on to future generations." Close quote. Number 7, connect with others to advance worthy causes. And oh, there are so many good causes and marvelous organizations doing wonderful things worldwide. There's no reason to ever feel unfulfilled, because as you join hands and link arms with your sisters around the world with caring global communities like the Women's Information Network, you will fill your cup to overflowing. And number 8, give meaningful service, touch hearts, change lives. We all know that giving selfless service is a key to happiness. And you know this. You love most deeply those for whom you sacrifice the most, right? It's true. And when you serve others, you can't help but touch their hearts and, in many cases, help change their lives. Even the most simple act of service, a random act of kindness, it touches hearts and can be profoundly significant in the life of another. Sometimes just a listening ear or a kind comment can take a person from feeling discouraged and sad to feeling hopeful and more cheerful. So once when I was having a down day, we all do, someone shared this quote by Gordon B. Hinckley with me. And it turned me right around. And it goes like this. And I love this. He said, quote, "Anyone who imagines that bliss is normal is going to waste a lot of time running around shouting that he's been robbed. The fact is, most putts don't drop. Most beef is tough. Most children grow up to be just people. Most successful marriages require a degree of mutual toleration. Most jobs are often more dull than otherwise. Life is like an old-time rail journey with delays and sidetracks and Smoke and dust and cinders and jolts interspersed only occasionally by beautiful vistas and thrilling bursts of speed. The trick is to thank God for letting you have the ride. Close quote. Number 9, reach out to enlighten the minds and empower the hearts of women everywhere. Right now is the time to reach out. There's never been a better time. The women of the world are so ready, and this is our time to rise and to help them. And number 10, dream big dreams. Make those dreams come true. Yes, dream. Follow your passion. Do what sings to your heart. Live life big. Have courage and know that you can make your dreams come true. The women of the WIN will help you. So what's beyond International Women's Day? What's the next step? How can we stay connected? I invite you to come join us at womensinformationnetwork.com and Women of Excellence, womenoffaith.org. We are a global community of women helping women live our best lives. We are there for you in every season of your life, young, middle-aged, older. We're for women of all ages, all cultures, all beliefs. We love you, and we can help you. No matter what you need, we have solutions. Our thought leaders are waiting to help you. Our thought leaders are experts in their fields. They're kind women who are ready to love and to lift you. And if you'd like to become a WIN thought leader, let us know. Yes, every country has bright women who are ready to contribute solutions. Every country has women experts who are qualified to teach and who want to share their messages. And in every country has women who want their voices heard and women who yearn to create a better life for themselves, their families, and their fellow men. Oh, we women, in every nation, we're so much more alike than we are different, aren't we? My friends, during this beautiful global women's holiday, let's choose to joyously celebrate women's progress as we rise and help lift the level of love, prosperity, and peace on earth together. I leave you my love and my invitation to participate in our global community of women helping women live our best lives as we connect heart to heart across the world during this exciting global awakening and rising of the women of the world. My dear sisters, we can do this because we are women rising. Thank you, and God bless you.
Wow, thank you, Paula. It never ceases to amaze me that every time I hear you speak, I am so moved. We are so lucky to have you as a representative and a force for women on this planet. Thank you so much.
You are very welcome, and it is my joy. As you know, I love the women of the world. Yes. And speaking of the women of the world, our next one is such a magnificent presenter. This is Annika Day, a dear friend of mine. She's on a mission to make the corporate world a happier place. Scandinavian-born entrepreneur, founder, and CEO, best-selling author, and she's an expert within the field of corporate culture and leadership. She advises startup founders and Fortune 500 company executives how to build thriving workplaces and secure business success in the new world of work. As the founder and CEO of the Corporate Spring, she's done such a magnificent job. She has thousands of leaders around the world with whom she's worked. She helps them create a corporate strategy for growth. Her inspiring novel, Fly Butterfly, is one of my favorites. I bought it, I love it, and she talks about the butterfly effect. It's magnificent. And here is Annika Day.
Hello, all you wonderful women around the world, and happy International Women's Day. My name is Annika Day, and I am on a mission to make the corporate world, or the work world, a happier place. because it's good for people, it's good for profit, and it's good for our planet. For the last 20 years, I have been working with helping teams and leaders create engaged, joyful team cultures. And that has led to world-class innovation, best places to work awards, and some extraordinary business outcomes. So what I want to share with you today is what is it that is happening and has happened in the work world the last 10 to 20 years, and why I know one thing for sure, and that is that the future of the work world is feminine. Now, what do I mean by that? When I say feminine, I talk about values that are quite human values, actually. Values that we all have in us, but is more what some people will refer to, especially in the corporate world, as soft values, like human, to care about other people, to have compassion and empathy, dare to be vulnerable, be authentic, be caring, collaborative, supportive, all those things that we know are really good qualities, but not necessarily is to be found at all workplaces. Traditional corporate or work values has been much more what we call masculine values. And it actually comes from back in the industrial age, when the idea, the management theory was that if you treat people like machines, they will perform accordingly. Of course, and thankfully, the world has become much wiser since then, and know that to truly make people perform and truly make people do great work, they need to be seen and recognized and respected and engaged. And if you are treated like a resource, like human resource, and not as a human being, that does not necessarily create those kind of emotions that makes you want to come to work, makes you feel proud to come to work, makes you feel inspired and engaged to your best. And the fact that the yearly Gallup research shows us that year after year, 9 out of 10 workers say they are not very happy at work. And this costs the global economy $7 trillion US, not to speak about all the unhappiness it creates, because after all, we do spend the majority of our waking hours working. So of course we need to feel good about what we do most of our day in order to feel like we also feel good about our lives. So you can see correlations between people who are happy about their jobs. They are much happier also about their lives, which is kind of given, but is something that we tend to underestimate, because the tradition is that when we go to work, we are there to work. And a lot of people feel they have to kind of check in their personality on the doorstep of their office and go in and be this work person and not the real person. Well, research shows, and experience from me having worked with this for over 20 years, is when people dare to be authentic, when they show up as themselves, and they bring the diversity of personalities and perspectives and everything that makes us human. That is when true innovation happens. That's when creativity flourishes, and that is when the great results happen as a consequence. So my calling out to you, all you wonderful women out there today, is to be proud in your femininity. Be proud of your feminine values, and don't hide them. Don't think that they do not belong in the corporate world. Don't think that it's not important to care, to be kind, to feel joy, to kind of be that true human you. Because it is needed more than ever. It is what truly creates teams and companies and organizations that truly make a difference with what they do. So I have 3 things that I like all of us to do, and just be reminded on this International Women's Day. And number 1 is to embrace who we are, to embrace our femininity, and to show up as the people we are. Maya Angelou, she said it so beautifully. She said, happiness, that is to be happy about who you are, to be happy about what you do, and happy about how you do it. So to not kind of push away your true self, but actually bring it into your role, into your work. That is the first thing I think we all should commit to doing on this special day. The other one, and it's kind of a follow-up to the first one, and that is to have courage to do so. Because in a work world that is not necessarily designed for that humanness, that isn't necessarily designed for those real connections, we will have to make an extra effort. We will have to dare to be a little bit uncomfortable. We must dare to maybe do things differently, and maybe even being a little bit ridiculed by those who still live in that old paradigm. But to create something new, we need to have courage and to step forward. But we can do it together. And by supporting each other and cheering each other on and looking at each other and following each other's lead, we can bring more of those feminine values into the workplace. And the third thing I would like us to remind us of is that we can all create butterfly effects. Now, what do I mean by butterfly effects? Well, the butterfly theory basically says that, or the theory was asking, does the flap of a butterfly wing in Brazil set off a tornado in Texas? So the research went like, can small impacts one side here make huge impacts over here? And yes, we can see that again and again. And very much we can see that when it comes to human behaviors. So one person that does something a little bit different over here can inspire other people to do the same. And you have the domino effect and the effect of many, many more people ending up being allowed, feeling they have the support of making different choices. So one person doing something over here can create huge impact over here. And that is what we call the butterfly effect, right? Not to speak about how we as women are role models and impact the coming generations. So for us to not only show up in our femininity and with our feminine values and impacting the work world in positive ways for ourselves and for our sisters and brothers and colleagues and people around the world, we also impact the generations that come after us. So never underestimate the impact, like one small gesture, one choice, one change of behavior, one change of mindset, one new way of showing up can have a profound effect on many, many others. So this is my calling out to you, is to be your true feminine self, bring it to work, know that it's needed, know it's effective, know that there are women and men that will be inspired by your choices. And if you want to learn more about this, you can go to Corporate Spring and learn more .com and learn more about how this plays out in business. And also, if you personally feel a need of embracing more of those feminine values and learning how you can apply them in corporate world, I've also written a book called Fly Butterfly, which is about a woman's journey who actually was in the corporate world and was in a very masculine environment, and then learned by embracing her feminine values how not only she would thrive, but also the people she led and the organization that she led. So with that, I just want to say thank you so much for being part of this wonderful day. I'm so honored to have had the privilege of speaking to you these minutes. I wish you a wonderful rest of the day, and I hope you will join me in spreading your wings and fly. Thank you so much.
Anniken, we absolutely loved that. I love the Fly Butterfly. I bought that book, as I told you, and I read it cover to cover, and it helps change your life. I just would love to have everybody read that book, Fly Butterfly. And I love that she is bringing these beautiful values to corporate America and throughout the world to make the corporate place happier.
And also the notion that in the paradigm shift, there will be some discomfort. I thought
Yes.
that was really powerful.
I love it.
Get ready for that. Know that
Yeah.
that's what it is and that it will pass.
Yes,
With any
yes.
shift or change. So thank you very much.
Yes.
We have our next speaker, TJ Dow.
Yes.
When TJ discovered, when she really looked inside and she discovered that personal development and neurosurgeries for previously challenging life, her life changed completely.
Absolutely.
She says, these are her words, TJ's words, now I have 2 businesses, speak, coach, and train people internationally, and I am on a mission to positively impact the lives of 10 million young people globally. She says, I can't stand by and let people, especially young people, grow up feeling like they're worth less. Worth less than their the fake images they see and the feelings out there, and being labeled and having their confidence squashed. And we need to speak up. It is a mission to work with women around the world to teach them Impact of Ignition program so that they can ignite it and make a difference in their own lives, and especially the lives of youth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
Wonderful.
what she said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She's magnificent. TJ Dow, take it away.
TJ Dow, back on track, teens. A pleasure to be celebrating this day with you. Have you ever been in a situation where you feel like you're spinning plates, you're giving your time away to everybody and you have no time for yourself? Sometimes it's hard to prioritise because everybody wants a piece of your day. So what I want to share with you today is how to prioritise your time, set boundaries with all of those people so that you know where to allocate your time in a way that serves you as well as the people around you. So let me grab my pen. Do grab pen and paper and draw along with me and take notes. This is a piece that is taken from a really dear friend of mine, a gentleman named Stephen Linder from Strategic Brain, who very kindly allows me to share it with you. So if you've got your pens and paper at the ready, we're going to draw some circles, nice and easy. So let me draw a circle in the middle there. We're going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 circles. They're not bad for circles drawn freehand, really. I'm quite impressed with myself. So what's that all about? These are circles of relationships, the roles that people play in your life. So in the very centre, you're going to write I. That doesn't stand for I, it stands for your inner sanctum, your very nearest and dearest, closest people in your life, in your world that you hold the most dear to you. In the next circle, you're going to put a P. P for peers. So those are the people who are close to you, the people that you like to surround yourself with. They're not the people that you would tell absolutely everything to, but they're pretty close. I'll explain it a little bit more in a minute. And then beyond that, you're going to put an F for friends and an A for acquaintances. And right on the outside edge there, we're going to put an S for strangers, all those people that you didn't get to meet yet, lots of them. And as the circles go out, there will be more and more people in these areas as you think about them. So your inner sanctum, these are the people that you would do anything for, and they would do anything for you. If they call you at 4 o'clock in the morning and say, I need you to come right now, you would be in the car or on a plane in a heartbeat. Of course you would. If I liken it to money, these are the people in the middle there that if they needed £50,000, $50,000, of course you can, no questions asked, it's here. You don't need to pay it me back. Your peers are the people in your life that you like to spend time with. They hold you to a standard, just like these people do. They inspire you, they motivate you, you grow together. If they want you to borrow £50,000 or $50,000, of course you can, pay me back when you can. Friends, so the bigger circle of people in your friendship circle, people that you like to go and hang out with. They're not as close as these two groups, and there may be a bigger number. Maybe go to the movies, grab a meal. You enjoy spending time with them. You want to borrow £50,000? Of course you can. Let's draw up a contract and a payment plan, of course. Acquaintances, well, lots of people that maybe you say hi to, hi, good morning, but you don't really know them. You don't go out with them and spend time with them, but there are a lot of them. You want to borrow £50,000? I'm not your girl, but I can signpost you to somebody that might lend that to you, financial institution or something like that. Strangers, you want to borrow £50,000? No, the answer is no. So that should put it into context for you. Now then, in order to know where to prioritise your time and where to invest your time, you need to know what these boundaries are. So there needs to be some rules to the game. So let's draw a line down the middle here. And let's say, what are the rules for your people who are in your inner sanctum? How must they show up to be that close to you? So let's ask this question. What must they do? What must they do? How must they show up? They must always be honest. They must be positive. They must be fun to be around. They must hold me to my highest standard. What are the musts for those people? But also, what are the must nots? What must they not do? Because if they do these things, sorry, you're out. So if one of your musts is they must be honest, if they lie to you, that's an absolute no for my inner sanctum. You lie to me, then you tumble down the ranks. Sorry about that. If one of your rules is they must be positive and they're a party pooper, no, I don't do negative Nellies. Sorry, you're out. So you get to define the boundaries with those things. And I would advise that you do that, not just for your inner sanctum, but do it for what are your rules for your peers and your friends as well, because those are the people that will grab your time. Those are the people where you want to know, where am I going to invest my time? But also, fair's fair. Need to draw another line this way round, because not only what must they do for you and must not do for you, but what are you going to do for them? Have you got to show up for these groups of people in your life? So you need to add those questions. What must I do for me to show up for these inner sanctum people? And also, what must I not do? I not do. Because otherwise, I don't deserve to have those people in my inner sanctum either. So when you've got those rules and boundaries and somebody needs your time, you'll know when to say yes and you'll know when to say no. Clear boundaries, defining the rules. And maybe to have this for your personal life as well as your professional life. So why not create two and actually put names into them? Now, your inner sanctum for most people, probably only somewhere between 0 and 6 people. So don't worry if there's not many in there. And don't be guilted into putting people in there either. Just because they're family doesn't mean that they're in there. Your peer group may be somewhere between 6 and 15 people. And friends, maybe 15 to 30, 40 people. See how the numbers grow, but great to define it so you know where to spend your time. So I trust that that's been valuable for you. If you would like more information or you have any questions, you can contact me at tj@backontrackteens.com or pop over to the website www.backontrackteens.com. Thank you.
TJ, thank you so much for being here and for presenting today. I love how you speak about this notion of taking some time to assess what it is you want and what it is you need, and then setting up the boundaries. I thought that was spectacular.
And I love the name of her program, Ignition.
Ah, yes.
You know, that just lights my fire. And she is such an expert. TJ has been doing this for over 20 years, and I've been with her up in Manchester, England, where she's put on events that just light people's fire. They absolutely do. So backontrackteens.com. Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Our next wonderful speaker is Dana Clark Jackson. She's a native Californian. She holds a master's degree in human relations and a Bachelor of Arts degree in African American studies, and a second Bachelor of Arts in fine arts ministry. So I love that. Her many accomplishments include being a television and radio show host, recording artist, and conference speaker. So while living when she was in Oklahoma, she served with her husband in the ministry. And, you know, wouldn't that be wonderful to do that? And, of course, she worked in education. As a behavioral health case manager, Dana was able to work with adult outpatients and with reentry populations and with the youth and families. What a blessing. She is a blessing. Her autobiography is called Reconciled, Black by Experience, My Struggle for Legitimacy. So it's a testament to her perseverance in the face of adversity, her love, her compassion for others, and it's the motivating force behind all of her productivity. Dana, we welcome you. Take it away.
Greetings, ladies of the WIN Network. Hope you are doing wonderful today. This is Dana Clark Jackson coming to you today with a topic that is very dear and near to my heart, and that is on vision casting. And I'll be talking to you today about the ABCs of realistic goal setting when it comes to vision casting. First of all, let me say Merriam-Webster's dictionary's definition of vision, believe it or not, is to bring forth or to give birth, which I think is apropos, because to bring forth a vision is to give birth to it. It is to put feet to it, as per se. In my case, it started out with a passion of mine. And this is something that I believe is necessary for anyone with a vision. That is finding out what that thing is that wakes you up in the morning. What is that thing that drives you, where it just sits down in what they call your craw. In other words, you just can't get rid of it. You can't shake it. You wake up in the morning, you go to sleep at night, and it's just forefront in your heart and your mind. In my case, like I said, it is reconciliation. That comes from a very personal experience for me. I am biracial, and my passion is reconciliation because I was born prior to civil rights, and that at the time I was born, it was actually illegal for my parents to get married. It was illegal up until 1967 for African Americans and Europeans or Caucasians to marry. My father's name is not even permitted to be on my birth certificate. So needless to say, this was a passion of mine. So much so that I received my education in African and African American studies so that I could discover that side of the family that I was not raised with. I further went on to get my master's degree in human relations so that I could fully embrace understanding people of different backgrounds and cultures, and that has helped me tremendously as well. That gave birth to me actually sitting down and writing my autobiography about my experiences of dealing with racial reconciliation on a personal basis, which ended up, like I said, birthing the book, which opened doors to speak and lecture and teach. Further on down the line, I began to work in the film industry and doing a project, documentary film based upon the topic of my book, Reconciliation. So it's important, again, to find out what it is that you're passionate about and then take it from there. So you have that, you discover that passion, and then you embrace it thoroughly. I mean, you take it to heart and you run with it. You let that be in your mind's eye and proceed from that point. After that, what I discovered really quickly was I really didn't have a plan per se. I had embraced what I was doing, but I didn't have a set plan or agenda on how to go forward with it. So the thinking process is a big part of bringing the vision to pass. Do your research. Find out what's going on out there already in that area. Find out what your niche is. Do the research. Gather data. Get as much information about it as you possibly can. And then take the steps forward in that. Write it down so that you can map it out. Write it down so that you can look at it and nurse it and rehearse it. Look it up and then write it down, okay? Another very important aspect of casting your vision is knowing where you are presently. Knowing where you are, knowing where you want to go, and then finding out how to get there. And this is very important because it involves effective communication, not just in your own heart and your mind, but maybe family, maybe friends, neighbors, community. It's very important for you to be able to communicate it effectively. And now, once you communicate it effectively and you have discovered where you are, where you're going, and how you're going to get there, then you'll be effective at communicating that to others, as well as maybe telling them, this is where we are, this is where we'd like to be, and this is how you can help us get there. So that's a very important part, is actually those three elements, and then effectively communicating that to others. So next, of course, you can we are talking about mapping out your goals. How do you get from point A to point B? What vehicle are you going to use? Find out the resources that are available to you. PSAs in the United States as public service announcements. Know whether or not this is a project at first before it becomes a business or an organization. You might want to start out small, do a project, do volunteer work in this area, and build up your repertoire. And from then make, again, connections with others that are already doing it, and that can help you get from point A to point B. So it's mapping out your course. Next, we want to talk about taking steps, small incremental steps. Use what's available in your community, your resources. Partner with other people that are doing the same things. Again, speak to people. Get on the telephone. Get on the internet. Do some type of advertisement. There's a lot of things that are actually free and accessible to you. Use your network with women. A lot of things that you can just move forward in, just taking those incremental steps. And last but not least, the 3 steps that you need to constantly deal with to keep you on focus, and that is keep that passion, keep that hot burning fire, keep that what gets you up and what gets you going on the inside. And next to that, you remember that vision, remember the hows, the whys, the whats. Where are you going? How are you going to get there? Just knowing those things, just rehearsing them after you've written them down. Just go back over them. It helps to keep you on task, especially when the ups and downs come, and there will be some ups and downs. Progress. Make progress. Small incremental ones if necessary. Just do something every day with that passion so that you'll know you're moving forward with it. And last but not least, revisit these steps as often as necessary. There's no set time frame. There's no set boundaries, although you should have some realistic time frames in order to accomplish it. Small time frames, short-term goals, long-term goals will help you immensely. But those are my ABCs and 1, 2, 3s of realistic goal setting. I hope it's helped you tremendously move forward and think through the process of how to get this thing done. Looking forward to hearing from you and from that potential that you have and getting that vision birthed. Have a good day. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Dana. We loved that. I loved your ABCs, your 1, 2, 3s. And one of the ones that jumped out to me is do something every day that you're passionate about, and actually do it with passion. I love that. And every day there are days, of course, where you take a little step backwards, but then you're going forward, 5 steps forward, 2 steps back. You're still making progress. So many wonderful ideas that you shared with us, Dana. Wasn't that wonderful?
Yes, I love the emphasis on progress.
Yes.
You know, we're human, you know, so we're just we keep trying and we make some progress, like you said, and then sometimes it doesn't look the way that we want it to, but it's still progress. Yeah.
It absolutely is. And we need the Danas. You're a pioneer in the world of women. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Fantastic. And now we have a next speaker. Barbara Paldes is a scientist, an entrepreneur, and investor. Prior to launching Codex Beauty and Spec Hemp Ventures, she spent 2 decades leading innovation in spectroscopy. Spectroscopy. Thank you. That is a tough word. Telecommunications and biotechnology. By the age of 34, Barbara have founded 2 Silicon Valley companies that, among many breakthroughs, paved the way for carbon cycle natural gas pipeline monitoring and accessible vaccine cancer therapeutic manufacturing. This is huge. Barbara earned her PhD, of course. Barbara earned her PhD in electronic engineering at Stanford. And she has been awarded over 40 U.S. patents and numerous prizes in science. We also want to tell you something very important. Barbara is the CEO of our major International Women's Day partner, Codex Beauty. We really urge you all to go visit codexbeauty.com and see their beautiful, clean products that are clinically proven to be good for your skin and body. Thank you so much for being here today.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So thank you very much for having me today. International Women's Day is such a big celebration of women's achievements, so I'm really honored to be one of your speakers. What I wanted to talk about today is women and innovation. Women like me who've started companies, who've gone through the funding cycle, and who've come out the other end. So I want to start with the concept of woman as a goddess. Lisa Marie Rosati defined a goddess as a woman who breaks the mold. She's who she wants to be, and she offers no apologies. And I think that's a quote that we should all think of and take to heart very much. If we look back 4,000 years, there were goddesses in science. For example, Sheshat in India was the goddess of wisdom, knowledge, and writing. She was the divine measure. She measured everything. She was the scribe. Saga, 500 AD, in Scandinavia was the goddess of divination, inspiration, kindness, and tradition. She represented omniscience. That means women knew everything. Saraswati in India, about 1000 BC, was the goddess of knowledge, of wisdom, of learning. She symbolized light. So how is it that we've gone from women being goddesses to Kim Kardashian? Well, that's one of the things we're going to look at today. If you look at how we value women's achievements, and you look at things like biographyonline.net, the most famous women in the top 100 are either royalty, so they got their position by birth, politicians, social workers, but most are actresses, singers, writers, and artists and athletes. If you look at women in science, technology, and math, you have Florence Nightingale at number 44. Now, Florence only helped improve the standards in all the hospitals during the Crimean War and saved many, many lives. You have Marie Curie, who is a physicist and chemist and broke the glass ceiling in the Nobel Prize in Chemistry and Physics. She's at 49. You have Amelia Earhart, who was a pioneer in aviation. First woman to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean. She's at number 57. And at number 95 is Jane Goodall, the very famous environmentalist and chimpanzee enthusiast. Estee Lauder, interestingly, that we all know Estee Lauder Cosmetics and Clinique, is at number 98. And she's the only executive on that list. So how is it that we go from being worshipped as the source of wisdom and knowledge to basically where we are mostly career, the career people are actresses and singers and politicians? Well, let's take a look at education and STEM. In the United States, women earn about 57% of all bachelor's degrees. So interestingly, that's more than half of the bachelor's degrees, and about 50% of all science and engineering degrees. So since the late 90s, women have made a tremendous amount of progress in undergraduate education. However, as you start looking at master's degrees, and PhDs, that number whittles away. Although I'm very pleased to say that since 1997, the number of women earning PhDs in engineering has doubled. The women in computer science, not so much. It's gone from about 16% to 20%. But women are primarily degreed in psychology and the biosciences. So computer science and engineering are the lowest. Then what happens? Well, women enter the workforce. They're most likely to be employed in medical or life sciences. However, what's interesting is they're the least likely to be a physician, surgeon, or dentist. I'm getting this data from the National Science Foundation. For those of you who are interested, their National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics publishes statistics every year. So 2019 is the latest data, and we'll get another report this year. What's also interesting, as women are least likely to be employed as an engineer or as computer and math scientists. So educating women in STEM doesn't actually translate necessarily into women occupying positions in the workforce in STEM. In addition, if you look at STEM compensation, the average median salary for a woman is $66,000 versus $90,000 take-home pay for a man. So there's still quite a ways to go. And if we look at the rate of improvement, sadly, pay equality would be around 2059. So that's something that we definitely all have to be cognizant of. The other statistic is if you look at executives, for example, only 7% of Fortune 500 companies are women. And there's a long way to go there, not just at the CEO level, but in the boardroom. So why don't women work in STEM? Scientists and engineers are actually more likely to cite retirement for not working than any other reason, which was fascinating. Asian women are actually the only one exception. They basically named family responsibilities as the most frequent reason to leave the workforce. Women are far more likely than men to cite family responsibilities for not working, whereas men cite retirement. Men are more likely than women to have been laid off as a reason for not working. So it's very interesting because we are the nurturers, because we still have a lot of family responsibilities. That's one of the things that we also have to figure out if we're going to move forward in more leadership positions. Now let's take a look at women's startups. The numbers there are actually a little bit more scary. And what I also want to mention is that for women of color, these statistics are even worse. And so as we start looking at diversifying boardrooms, as we start looking at funding diverse founders and women of color, it is very, very important that we keep that in mind, that these statistics are mostly for Asian and white women, and we have an even longer path to support women of color. So the absolute number of startups with a female founder has actually grown by a factor of 5, from about 176 in 2009 to over 1,000 in 2020. However, the statistics get a little worse. So in 2019, 20% of startups had a female founder, which was more or less a plateau from about 2012. The good news was that, however, the seed round raised by women had gone up from about 350,000 to 1.2 million, closing the gap with men in 2020, where men raised about 1.35. So women were only 13% down. However, the total number of dollars going to women is still only about 12%. To give you some perspective, female-led and female-founded startups raised about 26 billion in 2020 versus almost 200 billion, so 195 billion for men. In terms of female-founded companies, most of them are in education. So about a third are in education, about a third are in e-commerce, about a fifth are in healthcare, and about a fifth are in media and entertainment. So if you look at hardcore STEM, it's not fully there. It's only about 50%. What gets worse, however, is that past the seed round, if you start looking at Series A funding and beyond, the dollars actually are not trickling into female-led startups. So the biggest issue is actually not women starting companies, but the access to capital. And the access gets harder as you move up the food chain. Interestingly, if you look at the end of the food chain, which is going public, only 1% of companies that go public are female founded and female led. So you can think of it as 20% of startups are led by women and only 1% go public of all the companies that go public. And only 3% of all VC dollars, so of all stages, actually go to women. And as I mentioned, for women of color, that gap is even wider. So venture capital gets harder as you go along. And partly that is also because there's a massive gender gap in venture capital. If you look at PitchBook data from 2016, in 2016, 58 billion roughly, and almost 6,000 companies had male founders, versus 1.5 billion and 359 companies had a female founder. So women-led companies made up about 5% of all VC's deals, so it's kind of in the 2 to 5%. The highest percentage was in the past decade with improvement. The female founders were about 3% of deals, but when you think about it, 50% of STEM degrees or even more are going to women. So why are only 3% to 5% of startups being founded? It just makes no sense. If you look at the number of dollars, since 2016 to 2019, women went from about 2.2% to 3%. So it's very, very slow progress. The other thing to know, which is very interesting, is about performance of female founders. So men usually start their capital with about 6 times as much as women. So that's from the Women's National Business Council report of 2016. Now, women start companies about 1.5 times the average rate in the US. So more women are starting companies and they're getting less funding. And today, if you look at small businesses, if you include small businesses in those companies, about 9 million are women owned in the US. So that's actually a significant number of small businesses. Now, these are not going to be the big, big ticket items that go public, but it still means that women are very, very involved in the business and in community businesses. Geography also matters. So believe it or not, Brooklyn, New York had the highest number of women-founded startups in 2016. And Silicon Valley and San Jose, where I reside, had the lowest number of women-founded startups. So go figure, in Silicon Valley, it's much harder for women to get funding. The other interesting fact is if you go to Las Vegas, they had the highest VC backing of female-started funds versus Texas, which funded 0% women-led startups, which was the worst. And ironically, Bumble, which just went public recently, minted the next female billionaire, and she was from Texas. So she made it despite the odds. Australia actually is the top spot for potential women entrepreneur leaders. So not to say you have to move to Australia, but it's just interesting that the US doesn't lead the world in terms of funding for women. The other interesting things is that women-led companies have outperformed everyone but the blue chips over time. And women CEOs typically outperform their peers 3 to 1 on the S&P 500. So why aren't more women being funded by venture capitalists? Part of that is because there are not that many female VCs. If you look at the percentage of women who have been partners in venture funds, it's only about 7%. 38% of the top 100 firms do have at least one female partner, but firms with 2 or more, those are pretty much in Asia Pacific, like in China and India. And only 3 out of the 100 top venture firms are actually female founded. If you look at the investment statistics that have at least one female founder, they're more than twice as likely to invest in companies with a woman on the team, and they're 3 times more likely to invest in companies with women CEOs. So what that really means is that if venture capitalists have more women, they will be far more female friendly. And that also goes to companies that are going public. As I mentioned, out of the 442 companies that went public in 2020, only 4 were women founded. So that's still at 1%. So we can also change this as women by creating venture funds for women by women. There are now some angel networks. So if you're looking for seed funding, Astia Angels, Pipeline Angels, Broadway Angels, and Golden Seeds are all women run and fund female run companies. And they also have a lot of training for women in both investing and in entrepreneurship. There are also venture funds that are heavily female founded company focused. So things like BBG Ventures, Merge Lane, Female Founders Fund, Halogen Ventures, Scale Investors, Fierce Capital, the Perkins Fund. So just look it up. There are many, many of them online. And there are also many general networks, forums for female founders, forums for female leadership, including SheWorks, the Veneta Project, Watermark, etc. Again, with Google, you can find all of that. So I wanted to take a look and see what a modern goddess would look like. You know, a woman who basically does her own thing. In Silicon Valley, only about 11% of executives and about 20% of software developers are women. That being said, Meg Whitman sits at the top. She was the CEO of eBay. Then she became the CEO of Hewlett Packard, and she's sitting on a net worth of about $5 billion. She's followed by Sheryl Sandberg at $1.8 billion. We all know Sheryl is the COO at Facebook. Whitney Wolfe is at 1.6. She founded Bumble, the dating site. Jayshree Ullal is at 1.4. She was a VP from Cisco who became the CEO of Arista that she took public. Safra Katz, the Oracle co-CEO, is at 1 billion. Susan Wojcicki, the YouTube CEO, and Adi Tatarko are part of the women who formed the 500 million to 1 billion type category. So there are many, many, many women who've been incredibly successful. What are their common traits? Well, they have strong personalities and opinions, but unlike their male counterparts, they remain private individuals. They have a very winning attitude and minimal ego, again, in counterpart, and they have an employee and customer first come attitude. So that is basically what it takes. But if you look at these goddesses, how do they rank compared, for example, to Kim Kardashian or to Kate Middleton? Well, from a perspective of getting the message out about girls starting in STEM, girls starting their own companies, and empowering women, very little. The media still wants girls to think that they can be a princess, or there's a very strong Barbie factor, as I would call it, where, remember the Barbie, math is hard? Yeah, thank God we would never hear that today, but that's still somewhere in there. And women are still believe that body image is far more important than intelligence. And society does basically denigrate female geeks versus the sex symbols. So the bottom line is, until sex stops selling so much, it's still going to be difficult for women to gain a reputation as intellectuals and scientists. So I just wanted to call on a movie where part 2 came out this year in the middle of COVID, which is one of my favorite movies that hopefully many of you have seen. And I think this is the most wonderful new goddess model that a young girl could dream of. And that's the character of Wonder Woman. If you look at Wonder Woman versus women in STEM who've been successful, she's good at multitasking. She's a very good listener and a very good observer. And she does pay attention to details, which is how she often saves the day. She's also a naturally ebullient and uplifting woman and a natural entrepreneur. Basically, she builds teams, right? In the World War I scene, she rallied the troops, she got them over the trench, she saved the village, showing incredible strength and endurance. So all that being said is women have the possibility to be amazing entrepreneurs and amazing investors. We have patience, we have humility, we're used to nurturing. So we have all the basic things that are needed to get companies off the ground and running. So how do we all nurture the Wonder Woman in all of us? Well, we have to start the process by educating girls that STEM is cool and science and technology are not bad. We have to become those of us women who've been entrepreneurs, mentors, and investors to maximize the potential of other female founders and innovators. It takes a village, literally, to nurture future successful STEM entrepreneurs. Capital is obviously one obvious part of that. And a third of female founders say a lack of capital is a constraint. So those of us who've succeeded need to give back. We need to create funds and we need to help other women climb that ladder and build our own network. Mentors, almost half of female founders cite a lack of available mentors or advisors as holding them back. So again, those of us who've climbed the ranks have to give back. We have to educate, we have to fund. Women-run venture firms can back women-funded companies. If you can't beat the male network, you create your own. A more rapid path for women to become partners is the growth of female-founded venture firms. The more women that are successful, the more women billionaires, the more women investors in these venture funds. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy and a positive reinforcement circle. So basically, successful women have to give back because without this, the system will fall apart. What I'm trying to say is that we have to roll up our sleeves and take care of ourselves. If the Amazons could do it for Wonder Woman, so can we. And I want to leave you with one of my favorite quotes. My venture firm is named after Sekhmet. Sekhmet was one of the most powerful goddesses in Egypt. She was the goddess of both destruction and creation. Her temples were the site of physicians and the beginnings of modern healthcare, where archaeologists have unearthed tools for operations that we didn't even think the ancients were capable of doing and healing through plant-based herbal medicine. And the Egyptian Book of the Dead basically says, all things are possible. Who you are is limited by who you think you are.
Barbara, thank you so very much for being here today, for this was just so inspiring, and you talk the talk and walk the walk, and that's what I appreciate so much about you coming and teaching women about being present and about giving back, and when we rise, we all rise. And you are our partner for this event, so it just goes together so well. I'm so grateful. It's
Oh my
spectacular.
gosh, I love the statistics. I
Yes.
love the statistics. And, there's a part of that when you were going through it, Barbara, that I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't know it was that bad. But then that's the place where we are right now.
Yes.
And that's the beautiful thing about science. It shows, it's truth. It says this is where we are. So there's one way to go. And you not only gave the stats, but you gave solutions. More women need to do this. More young people. We need to encourage the young ones to go into STEM. I loved your presentation. We are so grateful to you because right now, among her many roles, she is the CEO of Codex Beauty. And we just appreciate you so much. We love your products. We encourage everyone watching to go to codexbeauty.com. We're going to keep saying this throughout the day like we have, but we honor you for all that you have done. Thank you for being such an inspiration to the women of the world, Barbara.
Yes, thank you so
Thank you.
much.
All right.
Wonderful.
Bye-bye, sweetheart.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And our next presenter is Jackie Zokoli. She is one of my dear friends. She has built her life around, you're going to love this, the excitement of awareness as a catalyst for spontaneous combustion. You love that. She's crafted her own experiences to be the spark that ignites new perspectives and paradigm shifts. And she does this all over the world, causing what? New results. So after creating, wait for it, 14 networking groups in Northern California. These are all big groups. She now coaches business people to effectively network and connect with each other, heart to heart, connect with their businesses through a jumpstart program. Hidden alliances, she says, are uncovered in databases, and they are. Then a strategy and a workbook are provided that she gives people to convert those alliances into word of mouth pieces. I love that. The excitement of awareness now manifests itself in her efforts globally and locally in Arizona. That's where she lives right now. So Jackie's a coach, the word of mouth strategist, you love that, an author, a speaker in the global arena, and she's a collaboration specialist and influence broker. I love these titles. It all adds up to increasing the love, prosperity, and peace on earth. Welcome, Jackie. Take it away.
The gift is you. Yeah, it's that simple. The gift is you. You may not realize this, but your entire life has been built on experiences for a reason, a path, a whole dedication, a whole purpose is why you have gone through all the things that you have in life. And it was all planned. It is a process. It's an evolution. God doesn't make junk, and you are not. How would it feel if you woke up in the morning and you said, oh my gosh, I am God's gift to the world. There is nothing that's going to mess me up today because I am going to do exactly what has to be done, and people are going to want to be with me, and it's going to be a beautiful day. Awesome, right? Wouldn't that be awesome? Well, the reality is that many times we wake up and there is absolutely nothing going right. And you think you've had all to do with the fact that nothing is going right. And you're frustrated and you feel like you really don't have a point of being here. You aren't producing anything positive and people are constantly coming at you. You don't feel like it's part of why you're here. Can you relate to that? Yeah, well, I can relate to that as well. In my life, although it hasn't been real traumatic besides a divorce, losing people when I was 6, my dad died, those kind of basic things. And when I was going through school, I made it through barely enough to get into college. And the whole time I considered myself not brilliant, not smart, really not smart at all, because they said you'd be lucky to get into college. Then when I met my first husband and we went through the Peace Corps together and had a couple of beautiful children, and then the divorce, and I felt even less real and me, other than just to be number two, always number two. Then I met my present husband, Steve, and he looked at me and he said, "You realize, don't you, that you're brilliant?" I said, "What?" He said, "You're brilliant." I said, "I'm brilliant? No one's ever said I was brilliant." And all of a sudden, I looked at myself in a whole different way. And I realized I really was smart. And it changed my life. And then into my 40s, I met up with a woman who had a group called Women in Discovery. And her name is Patricia Munson. And that really escalated the rest of my life. Because what she did was to give me all types of insights about who I really was. And to realize that who I am right now, as you are, the gift is me. Who I am right now, a conglomeration of my experiences. That's the most important. It's not like next week I'll be this. When I get that, I'll be. No, right now I am the blessing. She also helped me to realize that I'm 100% responsible for who I am. That was scary. But the point on that was, I am the one that controls who I am. No one else does. No one can make you do anything, and you have choices. So respecting that process in life, that life is a process. And again, not only the process, but it is to savor the waiting of how that process is going to work out. So Patricia was very formative in my life, and I came out of it with actually 4 secrets. Would you like to know the secrets? Yeah, that's what I'm here to tell you about today, because they're so important to me. The first secret is to build around control. Know that you have total control over your life, how you respond, your mindset. That's so important. The second secret is that the answers lie within you. They really do. All you have to do is to be able to ask the right questions. The third secret is that you have an inner peace if you realize that you're here for a purpose, you're accomplishing that purpose, and in my case, God, whoever you call that individual above yourself, is taking care of you because you are part of the process. So it's that inner peace. And the fourth of the secrets is that gifts from God are extended based upon my acknowledgement of them. It's called being grateful, being thankful, being grateful for everything. So control, looking at your answers within, your inner peace, and a great gratitude. Those are the 4 secrets. Let me give you an example. In my life, I am the word of mouth strategist. I am the global collaborator, and I am an influence broker. And what that means is that I am able to connect people all over the world because I see where they're going. I see who can put that path in a better way, and I give them resources. That's what I do, and I love doing it. And all of that was because I knew I could talk to dignitaries, I could talk to presidents, I could talk to anyone, because I was confident in that what I offered was something different and unique and wonderful. And the example of that came recently within the last month when I was having a Zoom call with a fellow who was doing nonprofit work in Nepal. He went on to all the glorious things he was doing in orphanages and children and youth and all kinds of things. And then he talked to me and said, "What do you do?" And I said, "Well, my mantra is what I do. My age justifies my wisdom. My developed clarity teaches the excitement of awareness and ignites the spark of action and change." He looked at me and he cried. He cried. I went, "Oh my gosh, really?" Yes. And I realized that I had done my purpose, that I was fulfilling what I was supposed to fulfill. So I'm asking you the value of your life. Your life is to look at the things around you, to see what's happening, and okay, maybe you blame this and that, but go to solution. Look at what you are, who you are, what talents do you have, and look at those talents every day. And then realize, how can I put those talents to good use in the world I'm around? Because it's helping others that makes us feel fulfilled. So please look around you, see where you can apply that by first looking at your legacy. What was brought forward from your parents that you took on that was good? How can you make that stronger? How can you bring that into society and realize you're here to do that? Because the gift is you. So now please be open to wonder rather than closed by belief.
I love that. Open to wonder instead of closed by belief. And dear Jackie, the gift is you. You are such a gift to the women of the world. We are so grateful for all that you do for women, and you do for men also. And we are just applauding you. She's so inspirational. Thank you so much, Jackie. And continue on being such an influence for women. We love you.
Yes,
Bye-bye,
Jackie,
honey.
thank you. Thank you very much. I love your emphasis. I love that you repeat that so that we all can hear it and hear it really clearly.
Yeah.
Our next speaker up, super exciting, is Sophia Petrus. She is an life coach, an executive performance coach, acclaimed author and speaker with 30 plus years of experience working with corporate. She's been working with financial, professional services, and luxury brand consumer industries. Spectacular, spectacular. Sophia says, this is Sophia, "I energize, empower, and inspire executives, leaders, and entrepreneurs to build impactful career, an impactful personal life, and legacy by living and leading true to their authentic values." One of her missions in life is to mentor the next generation, to help them develop their personal brands, and to really support a successful transition from college to the workplace. Her book, Bedside Coaching, how fun is that? Bedside Coaching, 7 Lessons of Empowerment, supports her readers' development of self-efficacy. Super, super exciting. Take it away.
We all want emotional freedom, and we all want to find fulfillment in our lives. I am Sophia Petridis, and I'm a life and executive performance coach. 3 years ago, I've made the decision to leave my 30-year career within investment banking when I was building businesses and managing people to embark on a new journey. But before that, I hired a coach to help me assess my goals, my values, and to find that purpose. And as we were going through different stages of my assessment, it dawned on me, and I felt it deep in my heart, that I had a bigger purpose in my life. And it wasn't easy. It was quite scary because I had to come out of my comfort zone. And even though people around me were trying to convince me otherwise, and especially as I was turning 50, that it would have been very challenging to leave a career midlife and start a new career. But this did not deter me because I knew deep down in my heart that it was the right decision. And now 3 years ahead, I look back and I feel like it was the best decision I ever made. And my purpose in life is to help people build impactful careers and find that fulfillment in their lives. And I touch on people every day, and it's so rewarding to see that with your purpose, you can make a difference in this world. And the moment that I made that decision, it was the moment that I felt emotional freedom. So what is emotional freedom? It's your ability to not let external influences and your internal saboteurs, that negative chatter that we have in our heads, affect your decision making, affect your actions that you want to take in your life, that will impact you positively. And also, being emotionally free, you're able to be in control and manage adversity, using positive emotions. So let me go through 3 steps where you can also achieve your emotional freedom and find that fulfillment in life and lead your way intelligently and with intention. The first step is to live your life aware. That means developing your self-awareness. And what does self-awareness mean? Is our ability to compare our actions and our thoughts to our internal standards. You basically become a self-evaluator, and it's not an easy skill to learn because you may uncover areas of your personality that you may not like. But please be brave and judge yourself with an open heart and be kind and just tap into your courage to help you take that risk that will make a change in your life. So when I was working within my banking years, I worked in a very high-paced environment, and it was very stressful. And as a leader, I had to self-manage myself because I knew that if I showed any negative emotions like stress, anxiety, then my team, I had to rely on my team to look up to me because I was there to help them, to support them, to be empowered, to be motivated, and they wanted to feel secure. So whenever I felt anxious or stressed about a situation, and I didn't have the solution at that time, I actually the main tool that I used, which are many tools you can use yourselves, is to leave my environment. And what I did, I used to take walks around the office block and just took time just to breathe that fresh air. And I gave myself a few minutes just to meditate and visualize something positive, something that you enjoy. And I enjoy traveling, it's my passion in life. So when I went back to my desk, I was focused, I cleared my mind, and I was able to make those decisions immediately. So whenever you are in a situation, try that yourself. So let me give you two sort of solutions where you can help yourself become more self-aware. The first one is ask for feedback, from your team, from your colleagues, from your family or friends. And it's not very easy to do this, but you need to be open to listen. And please make sure that you give them a safe space so they can be very honest with you and just write down the feedback. And then go to a quiet place. And I use visualization and meditation because it helps me go within. And then I internalize the feedback that I received. And then it helps me to find the cause. So, because you never know what the cause may be. Sometimes, the cause may be just right in front of you. Because what happens sometimes, people come to us because they mirror our own behavior. And we find it, and then we react to that because we don't like to judge ourselves, don't we? As humans, we don't like that, but we find it very easy to judge others. So be mindful of that and be very, very curious. What has caused you to behave a certain way? So the other area for you to work on your self-awareness is your body language. Listen to your body. Your body tells us a story. You know, our bodies tell us these stories, like, you know, when you feel anxious and you're really stressed, you know, you feel it in your body. You know, I feel stress in my tummy. Some people may feel stress around their chest because then they shallow breathe. Sometimes they feel, you know, they do feel your heart rate, you know, increases and you feel sweatness on your palm. So be aware of the circumstances and situations in your life that are affecting you. So when we have stress and anxiety, the main reason behind it is because we don't follow our own values. And I've actually been aware, I'm very conscious of that over the years. And I keep asking myself, what's causing this stress? And it's because I did not honor my own values. And this leads me very nicely to the second step of achieving your emotional freedom. And that is living your life as per your values. Now, our values are our individual beliefs that motivate us to live how we live our lives by. That I call them my personal constitution. And when we are tuned into our values, you know, we are able to live like our dream life. We are energized. We are empowered. We find that courage to take a risk in our lives that will help us move forward. And by, you know, and just be aware in situations in your life where perhaps you're not happy, you know, perhaps it could be a relationship or you're not happy in your work. So this is the question I want you to keep asking yourselves. Whose values are you living? And now there is an adversary that stops us from achieving our values, and that is our emotional fears. So now let me move to the third stage and final stage for achieving your emotional, you know, freedom, and that is living your life fearless. Now, what are our emotional fears? These are fears that we actually created ourselves through our saboteurs. We're listening to these negative voices inside of us. That is what causes our emotional fears. And let me give you examples. These are fears of when we feel fear of failure. Most professional people feel the fear of failure, or you may feel the fear of not being good enough in your life. And that is what parents feel, or couples in relationships. And then you have the fear of not belonging. And this is the biggest problem for our youth this day, because they don't feel they belong anywhere with social media. So right then, I'll give you three tips how you can manage your emotional fears. The first one is by being present, living your life in the present time, in the now, as I call it. Because we can't control the future. We can't control what may be. But what we can control is being focused in the present time and allow opportunities to present them to us, or people come into our lives every day. They try to help us. And if we're not able to listen to them or able to see these opportunities, you will not be allowing those opportunities to help you shape your future. And the second piece is about journaling your fears. It's very important to write down your fears and be conscious of them throughout the day. Because when you're writing your fears, then you're able to go back again, internalize them, and then you can actually unveil what is the belief system behind that fear. But also ask yourself, when you're looking at them, what is the worst that can happen? Okay, you may fail. So what? Pick yourself up and then start again. Isn't that what all these entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs, have done in their lives? They've never succeeded from the first attempt to manage that project. Never have. But they've kept persevering in their lives. So keep going. Don't give up. And a tool that I can share with you here that could be very helpful is like going back into your childhood years. Go back and remember, imagine yourself trying to walk for the first time. Remember what happened at that time. When we try and walk, we used to fall down and cry. But what do? We just stopped crying and picked ourselves up and start walking again. And we did it over and over again because we had a goal in our minds. We wanted our freedom and we wanted adventure. That's what kept us going, because that is what we wanted to achieve. And how amazing was it to feel that emotional freedom, to be able to walk for the first time? So become that child again. I hope I was able to be very helpful with all these tools that I've shared today. And I hope I was able to help you see your life from a different perspective. But before I leave, let me share with you a few words of wisdom. And please, please join me. I will close my eyes now and take a few breaths. And you can repeat after me. Today, I am the woman who is shaping my future, and I'm helping others to shape their future. Today, I love who I am and who I'm becoming tomorrow. Today, I am in my power.
Wow, Sophia, thank you so much for that insight and also for walking us through there at the end, a moment for us to reflect inside. I was very moved by that. I always appreciate a moment, especially in a whole bunch of different speeches. I love to be able to just take a second. So thank you for that guided kind of meditation there at the end. I really appreciate that.
I love that. And I loved how she said, she actually invited us to walk in our power. Oh, if more women could walk in their power, have the courage and the conviction and the strength to walk in their power. That was beautiful. Thank you so much, Sophia. We loved having you here. Happy International Women's Day. Thank you so much for joining us. I am so excited about our next speaker, Sam Rayfus. She is wonderful, as all our presenters are. She helps faith-based coaches, consultants, and experts connect with our higher selves to become inwardly aware and outwardly successful. Isn't that wonderful? So Sam said this, quote, "My background, knowledge, and skill set are specifically ideal for spiritual and holistic experts, whether you are in leadership or a health coach or a life coach, a business coach, a consultant, or a side gig hustler." Love that. If you are deeply spiritual and are struggling to bring this out in your practice, I can help. This is Sam going on. She says, "I'm committed to helping you connect with your inner self and make decisions from the place of inner knowing. It is worth the time it takes to align and then thrive." She said, "I have been where you are. And that's why I can create the spiritually guided success program for you to help you achieve your goals." Close quote. We are so excited to have you here. Take it away, Sam.
Welcome to Winning Ways for Well-Being in a Post-Pandemic World. I've been thinking about this talk for a while and wondering what are the best words of inspiration I could offer during such an uncertain time in history. My creative process always involves a lot of meditation and trusting in the laws of the universe, which turned out to be a big aha for this video. I decided to share these 7 universal laws of creation that are at the heart of every individual's success. The movie The Secret taught many people about the law of attraction, but it didn't tell us everything about manifesting our dreams or how to get through a pandemic. We need to understand the other laws in order to get everything we want from life, including how to manage hard times. These 7 essential laws work together. There are several different versions and different wordings, but the principles behind each is the same. So let's start with number 1, the most widely talked about law, the law of attraction. Whatever energy you send out is what comes back to you. Whatever you're feeling is what the universe responds to. It may not look like what you expected because of variations of your attraction energy, but it does come back to you. The law of attraction responds immediately. That's why we get more often we get what we're focusing on emotionally instead of what we want. For example, we're worried about paying our bills, and so lack, stress, worry, we're thinking about that empty bank account, and that's what we see. So that's what we feel at the moment. And the law of attraction is responding to our feeling. So energetically, we've sent out that feeling and back it comes. You may need more money, but if you're focused on the empty bank account, that's what continues. In other words, you cannot attract the opposite of what you're feeling, which leads us to the second law, the law of deliberate creation. You know what you think, you begin to attract it. What you think about with emotion is what you attract more quickly. So this is the essence of the law of deliberate creation. With deliberate creation, you are the one that steps into the energy field, and intentionally you change your vibration by changing your thoughts and taking to maintain that change. So by shifting our thinking to feeling how we'd feel if we had what we want, we can draw to us and therefore change the circumstances. Neville Goddard, the famous mystic, said, "Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled." Whenever things are not going the way I want, I think of Neville and ask myself these 3 questions. 1, what do I want? 2, why do I want it? And 3, how do I want to feel? Then I step into the feeling of what I want. And then I anchor my emotions there. It does take time and practice, but I assure you it can be done. On to number 3, law of allowing. Allowing yourself, others, and circumstances to be what they are, without you needing to control or fix anything, anyone, or the situation. Allow yourself to release negative thoughts and fears. Allow yourself to accept who you are and who others are without judgment. I know, easier said than done, especially for ourselves, but trust that the universe and the laws of creation know your real needs and supplies them. Believe you deserve it. There is infinite supply, and law number 4 proves it. Law of sufficiency and abundance. The universe provides enough for everyone and everything without taking from someone else. The universe is infinite, and there is enough of everything. The lack and scarcity comes from our fear and our doubts. As Hamlet said, nothing is good or bad, only thinking makes it so. Which takes us to number 5, law of pure potentiality. All limits are in our minds. If you can believe, you can achieve. We hear that a lot, but there is truth to it. There are no limits. Fear, doubt, and lack of confidence are all ego-based. They're all limiting beliefs from our ego. Anything and everything is possible. We just have to let go of the how and when, which is explained in the 6th law, law of detachment. You'll get what you need and desire, but you can't control how or when. You have to let go and trust that the universe will provide. when the time is right. Believe it will happen. Keep working towards the goal, and often you get more than you even dreamed possible. I'm sure you can think of a time, usually looking back, when you now see the blessing in disguise. I know I have many times. This leads us to the seventh and last law of universal creation, law of polarity. It's all about balance. Everything has two sides, negative and positive, day and night, white and black. We decide whether something is good or bad. The late Dr. Wayne Dyer said often, if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. To change your way of thinking is to change the outcome. Decide to make the best of a bad situation, and it can change to a learning opportunity. It's you who decides whether something is good or bad. And despite everything that's happened this last year during the pandemic, we could say that there's something to be said for that. There are tragic events that have happened in this last year, but there is also many blessings in disguise. No law is independent of the others. Get to know more about these laws of creation. Trust the principles of each law and see how they work together for helping you on your path. Enjoy your journey. Have fun. Believe. Thank you for tuning into these laws of creation, which are your roadmap to winning ways for well-being in a post-pandemic world. I hope you stay connected with me on all social channels at Sam Rayfoss and on my website, spirituallyguidedsuccess.com. Enjoy this International Women's Day virtual conference, Women Rising.
Women are rising, and they'll rise even faster with your help. I encourage everyone who's been watching Sam to be able to go ahead and follow up with her. She's magnificent. We appreciate what you have shared with us today. Wasn't she wonderful?
Wonderful. I love when she talks about enjoying the journey, right? Enjoying that, like, this is a journey. Like,
this is the journey right now.
Yes, I love it.
I love it. Thank you so much, Sam. Have a wonderful day. We appreciate you.
Fantastic. And I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. Very excited. As the founder of TB Consulting, Tina Bosson prides herself on meeting everyone where they are and developing plans that are intriguing, great, while helping them activate their desired goals. Tina has the ability to use her master's degree in business and HR in conjunction with her master's degree in Christian leadership to merge a plan that meets professional needs as well as strengthen her clients' emotional and spirituality, right? Emotionally and spiritually. I love that. Tina maintains her strong involvement within the community by mentoring, excellent, and giving spiritual guidance and marriage counseling. Love it. Today, for International Women's Day, what a wonderful celebration, Tina will favor us with a song. Oh, this is spectacular. A song. She is a woman of many talents. Let's enjoy. Let's listen.
Hi, my name is Tina B., singer-songwriter, psalmist, life coach, HR consultant, lady with a lot of arms. Definitely want to take this opportunity to thank the International Women's Day Conference, along with Paula and the leadership team, for giving me this opportunity to share one of my songs with you today, titled I Win, of all things. So definitely want to let you know, no matter what you're going through, just remember, I win, and you can win as well.
Through all the hurt, God, I rise. Through all the shame, God, I will rise. Through disappointments, I will would need his help. And I'll never let Satan win, 'cause I've got the victory, and I know that I win. Through all the shame, God, I'll rise. Through all the pain, God, I will rise. Through disappointments, God, I still rise. Through all the hurts, God, I'll rise. Because you knew me. Mighty glad you knew me, God. Before I knew myself. He didn't leave me. He knew that I would need his help. So I'll never let Satan win. I've got the victory, and I know that I win. I win, I win, I win, I win. Over and over again. Oh, I win, I win. Over and over and over again. I win, I win, I win. Through trials every day. Over and over again. Oh, I win, I win, I win. Over and over again. Oh, I win, over and over and over. Oh, God, I win, over and over. I know that I win, day after day, God. For every trial come with me. I win, God, because He knew me before I knew myself. He wouldn't leave me. He knew that I would need His help. So I just can't let Satan win, 'cause I've got the victory. I know that I win, yes. I've got the victory. I can't help but win, yes. I've got the victory, and I know that I win, I win, I win. Over and over and over and over. Oh, God, I win, yeah, yes. Over and over. Oh, God, I win.
Wow, Tina, thank you so much for being here. It just filled the room with such magic music. I love the I Win.
I love the I Win, and because one of our partners is the Women's Information Network, WIN, and when we invited Tina to join us, and you did such a beautiful job, Tina, then we said, oh my gosh, you have a song, and I saw now that she has a whole beautiful
wonderful.
outfit that's I
Wonderful.
Win, and you do win, and each one of these women can win as they rise, and it starts with your thoughts, and I know you know this, but believe that you can win in every area of your life. Thank you, Tina, so much. We appreciate you. Emily Eldridge is our next wonderful speaker. She's a leader healer. Do you love that? Leader healer. And the creator of the new self-empowerments, a very simple yet incredibly powerful system that teaches you how to heal your inner struggles, honor your inner powers, and fully live your truth. I love this. Emily has discovered that within us, all of us, there are 3 empowers that empower us to live our truth. She also discovered the 3 X-power types, which block us from living that truth. So her groundbreaking drawing out process, it heals our X-powers and it unlocks the clarity and the love and the wisdom of M-powers. When we honor our M-powers and heal our X-powers, we are fully empowered to live our truth. Her mission is to heal humanity. There could not be a better mission. She speaks at venues worldwide, including the United Nations, British Parliament, and the very first TEDx in a prison. You love that? As a leader healer, she works privately with leaders of all kinds. As a mentor, she supports young leaders in every corner of the globe. Emily lives in New York City and is a dear, dear friend of mine. We love you. Thank you so much for coming, and take it away.
Hello, my name is Emily Eldridge. I am the founder of the New Self-Empowerment, the creator of the Drawing Out process, and the discoverer of M-Powers and X-Powers. And the title of my talk is The New Self-Empowerment, 3 Steps to Heal Your Wounds, Live Your Truth, and Light Up the World. So what I'm gonna do is give you a basic primer on this work that I created and some of the discoveries I've made through this work. It's really, I hope you'll enjoy this. So let me just start with a basic understanding, and that is that you have a truth, capital T truth, that you are here to live. In fact, we all do. I have my own truth, you have your own truth, everyone has their own truth. And the way I define truth is who you are and who you are here to be. So it's that inner knowing of who you are independently of anyone or anything else, as well as the knowing of who you are here to be, what kind of presence you want to be in the world, the impact that you feel called to have. So that's first of all how I define your truth. Here's the really cool thing. You were divinely designed to live your unique truth. And you have all of the power you need to live it. So that's part of your divine design. You were divinely designed to live your unique truth, and you have all of the power you need within you to live it. Now the question though is, where is that power? Because oftentimes we feel like, okay, you may have a sense of what your truth is, or your purpose, or your mission, or what have you, but you feel blocked, you feel triggered, you feel like you've got all these other parts of you that feel like they get in the way of you really knowing and living that truth. And that's what the New Self-Empowerment is really all about. So we're gonna go to the first part of the New Self-Empowerment. So the first section is heal your X-Powers. Okay, so what the heck are X-Powers? X-Powers is a term that I created for those parts of us that feel like they get in the way of our power. So, you know, triggers and blocks and wounds and defenses and all these other things inside of us that we struggle with, that feel like they get in the way of our power. They work against our power. So that's why I use the term X-Powers, because they feel like they work against that power that we were divinely designed to, you know, use to live our truth. So heal your X-Powers. And the process that I use for that is called the drawing out process. And it's all about drawing out those parts of you, literally and figuratively. So it's about really looking inside and saying, what is it that's blocking me? What is it that what is this trigger? What's at the core of this wound? And putting it out on paper and really finding out from that part of you why it exists, you know, why it's there, how it's trying to protect you, because every single part of us has good intentions for us. It's either trying to protect you or another part of you, or it's just trying to protect itself, okay? So those are X-Powers. So it's all about healing those wounds, those defenses, those triggers. Here's the cool thing, without being able to share the whole drawing out process with you, I will share some really cool things that I've discovered through this. And that is that there are 3 types of X powers in all of us. We all have these. So the 3 types in brief are what I call defenders, controllers, and woundeds. And by the way, you can find all of this on my website, thenewselfempowerment.com. So let's start with defenders. Basically, defenders are, I call them according to their primary behavior, which is they're defensive. They tend to get angry. They block. They can be very arrogant. They can be very righteous and rageful. So those tend to be our inner defenders. Then we have inner controllers, and a typical inner controller would be like your inner critic. So its whole primary behavior is to control you or another part of you. So it can be very, attacking and critical and nitpicking and fear-mongering and oppressive. So those tend to be controllers. And then the final and third type of X power are what I call woundeds. That's like what we talk about with the inner child, the part of us that feels weak and sad and scared and vulnerable and like it could get hurt any second. Well, sometimes they show up as like the inner child who's having a temper tantrum, so they can also be very angry. So these are the 3 types of X powers that we all have inside of us to varying degrees. And these are the parts that form as a result of the stresses and the traumas and the pressures and the negative beliefs and responses that we've received throughout our lifetimes, especially from childhood. So these are the 3 X powers. So it's all about healing those X powers. So as we heal those parts of us, we start to feel more at peace. We feel less triggered. We feel less reactive to things. It's a whole lot easier to start to know what your truth is when you don't have this kind of stuff going on inside of you. Okay, so that's the first part of the new self-empowerment. Heal your X powers. And a big part of that, as I'm trying to share with you now, is understanding them. In order to heal them, it's really important to understand them and realize they're not trying to hurt you. They're actually just trying to help you whatever way they know. I know that seems very counterintuitive, but when you work with these parts, you discover how true that is. So the second part of the new self-empowerment is honor your M powers. So remember, I call these X powers because they feel like they work against your power. Well, guess what? The term X, I use that prefix also because it also means former parts of your power. You see, like ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend, ex-wife. So X powers, because these, as much as we struggle with them when we think they're weaknesses or something wrong with us, are actually just former parts of our powers. So correlating with inner defenders is what I call the inner sovereign. So it's that very wise and independent and courageous part of you. It's really the part of you that knows more than anything else really what your truth is, who you're here to be. And so in terms of independent, it's the part of you that knows who you are here to be independently of anyone or anything else. So it really guides you in really powerful ways to live your truth. Then, instead of controllers, we have the impresario. So that's the part of us that's very practical and pragmatic and rational and logical and let's get things done. It's very focused on your survival and what it is that you need in order to sort of get through life in very practical ways. And then the third one is what I call your inner free spirit. Now, it was the wounded, right? It's just the woundeds are really just the free spirit that's been distorted by fear and pain. So that inner free spirit is like your joyful inner child, right? So it's joyful and creative and innocent, spontaneous and playful and free. So these are the 3 M powers. And your M powers, I call them M powers because they empower you to live your truth. And when we listen to these 3 parts of us and we honor their wisdom and guidance for us, wow, it feels amazing. Because the whole point is they know what feels right for you. Sometimes, a lot of times they know better than we ourselves. I've had empowers where I've listened to them and they've guided me to do things. And I thought, well, that seems kind of strange, really. But I went ahead and trusted it and I did those things. And wow, what a difference it made. And wow, how much easier it made life in general. So that's what it's all about. So the first step is heal your X powers. The second step is honor your M powers. And then the third is live your truth. Okay? So living your truth. So when you heal your X powers plus honor your M powers, then you can really live your truth. Because what happens is all this clarity comes. It's like everything opens up and you start to get these glimpses and these feelings and this intuition and all this wonderful stuff start to happen. And this knowing comes forward of your truth. And that is who you are and who you are here to be. So heal X powers, honor M powers, live your truth. Here's the final thing. When you live your truth, you light up the world. And that's what it's all about. You become radiant. You just exude this peace and joy and all these wonderful things that I think most of us want to feel. And that's the whole point, is that it's already within you. That truth, that peace, that clarity, that joy, that wisdom, that all of that. It's already within you. It's just been caught up in these struggle, in these X powers, and a lot of times these parts haven't been honored enough. So it's all about healing those and honoring those so that you can fully live your truth. When you live your truth, you light up the world. And the world needs your light. Wouldn't you agree? Our world needs more light. So the whole point is that when we live our own truth, we light up the world. We help bring about world peace and all these wonderful other things that so many of us want. So there you have it, a primer on the new self-empowerment. And my ultimate mission with this is to heal humanity from the inside out. But that really starts with ourselves, is really healing ourselves. Because when we heal the world. When we light up the world. So thank you for listening. I hope this has been helpful. My website is thenewselfempowerment.com, and I have a totally free program that you can find at thenewselfprogram.com in case you want to learn more, and I really hope you do. So thank you so much. Bless you, and light up. I love seeing you shine. Bye.
Thank you so much, Emily. Oh my gosh, you shine. I love that you help women live their truth all over the world. You are magnificent. You live your truth. And I encourage everyone to follow up with what you just said and find Emily Eldridge. She'll help change your life.
I love the lighting up yourself
Yes.
and healing yourself.
Yes.
And when you do both, you light up the world and heal the world.
Heal
Definitely.
humanity.
Yeah,
I love it.
spectacular.
Thank you so much. We honor you. We love you. Thanks for joining us.
Spectacular.
Yeah.
And we have our next speaker coming up. She's a certified master trainer in human behavior, certified emotional intelligence coach, and virtual presenter. Her name is Dale Croquette, and she is an expert in human relations. Spectacular. So glad she's here with us today. She knows how important it is to understand different personalities, to avoid misunderstandings and conflict. Absolutely, no two people are the same. She shows team leaders how to get their teams to communicate with each other so they can avoid this conflict, so they can avoid high turnover, very expensive, and lack of accountability. She's also a marathon runner and a golf enthusiast. Dale spent over 20 years in the corporate world. She realized that each of one of us has a different personality and communication style and a different set of behaviors for coping with conflict. Even with the best of intentions, effort often gets sidelined, yes, because we don't hear one another and we don't connect. Yes, absolutely. This happens in our personal lives as well. Dale says, and I quote, "My own frustrations motivated me to seek solutions to find better ways to connect with my teammates. When I became a master trainer in human relationships, I found the power to bridge the communication gap and to work more effectively with my colleagues. In 2007, still quoting her, I began turning that know-how into rewarding career.
and I want to share with that power with you, end quote. Dale wants to rehumanize business and believes that as a woman, we have a major role to play in doing that. Thank you so much for being here. Take it away.
Ballbuster, hormonal, ice queen, dragon lady. As women, this is what we get called when we want to rise to a leadership position in an organization or in politics. Well, right now you're probably thinking, she's going to tell me to toughen up and don't worry about the name calling. But I'm actually not going to do that. I'm going to go in a different direction. But before I get there, let me tell you a story. Even in her teenage years, this woman who has been called the most powerful woman in the world was always more concerned about helping others get what they want than doing something for herself. An innate trait most women have, she carried this with her even into politics. The woman I'm talking about is Jacinda Ardern, New Zealand's Prime Minister. In fact, one of her professors at Morrinsfield College said, I absolutely thought she would be someone who would change the world. So what did he know that the world would soon find out? When she did get into politics, of course, she heard the name calling and was even subjected to sexist comments like, too sensitive, pretty little thing, show pony, which, by the way, really ticked her off, and attractive but no substance. She let all that slide by. See, she believed that she could do anything a man could do, and she would do it differently. Ardern was always a very relatable person. Unlike most male politicians who pretty much fail at being relatable, but we accept that because we say it's leadership. But is it? Women are given the same leeway, and yet Jacinda Ardern has succeeded. So what did she do differently? She didn't act like her male counterparts, having a big ego, being aggressive, and all about power. She did what women do best. She used her unique emotional intelligence. If you're unfamiliar with emotional intelligence, here's a brief description. And oh, by the way, the good news, women do it better. Emotional intelligence, then, is a set of emotional and social skills that influence how we perceive and express ourselves, develop and maintain relationships, cope with challenges, and use emotional information in a meaningful and effective way. Women use their emotional intelligence differently from men. We use it mostly for nurturing, building relationships, and being empathetic, while men use theirs mostly for problem solving and decision making. And that's because we've been socialized differently as children. Boys are taught to be confident, decisive, assertive, competitive, and yes, even aggressive. They're taught about hierarchy and that winning is the most important thing. Girls are socialized to be nurturing, to care about others, to show their emotions, to be empathetic and to build relationships. Girls they learn that the process is more important than winning. And yes, relationships are key. Jacinda Ardern is a master at building relationships with friendliness and charm. And she believes that politics doesn't have to be a place full of ego. And over, she's stressed the need for more kindness in politics. When she was asked what she would like to be remembered for, she said, someone who has integrity. I'll let that sink in for a moment. So decisive, powerful, strong, and authoritarian are qualities that we adhere to as leadership qualities. But they're the same qualities that males are socialized with. And as women, we're expected to have both masculine and feminine qualities. It's a hard balance to get. We're expected to be kind and yet competent. And again, it's such a hard balance to get. But Jacinda has done that beautifully, as has Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States. On her rise up, I'm sure she heard the derogatory comments and the sexist comments. And she's found that balance. So both women have found this beautiful leadership style. And they've done it successfully. You know, one thing Jacinda has done is she handled the Christchurch shootings in her country extremely well. She used kindness and compassion to bring a community together. Only 6 days after the shootings, she had the gun laws changed with the full backing of her government and the majority of the people in her country. She was recognized internationally for that. And people didn't want to talk to the Prime Minister of New Zealand. They wanted to talk to Jacinda Ardern. She used peace and goodness. She emphasized love, not vengeance. And peace and goodness is something that we need now more than ever. The Dalai Lama recognized it. He said, women have the capacity to lead us to a more peaceful world with kindness, affection, and compassion. And that's something that Jacinda Ardern does extremely well. I have given you what you need to know about emotional intelligence, about your own emotional intelligence. On your rise to the top, don't bury your emotional intelligence. Step into it, own it, embrace it. Know that it's your difference maker to becoming a better, newer, kinder leader, because the world needs that so much now. I'm Dale Choquette, and if you want to reach out to me, you can go to my website at daleschoquette.com. Thank you.
Hello, back to our wonderful lineup of speakers. I am so excited about Linda Pringle Evans. She's a dear, dear sister friend. And I have attended her events in Columbus, Ohio. So she's the founder and president of Pringle Business Consulting. It's a full service branding and public relations agency. So Linda, for many years, has been known for her signature system, Discovering Your Brand DNA. Isn't that a wonderful title? So she provides strategies and solutions for identifying what differentiates your unique brand to stand out from all the others with distinction. So Linda fully understands that a brand is to provide distinction from your competition, right? We know this. She helps women do this. She helps women identify what gaps are within her industry that she's capable of fulfilling. So Linda she's results driven, always, and analytical with lots of heart, I have to add. Therefore, providing brand and PR strategies, public relations strategies that make your brand highly viable and profitable, distinctive, credible, memorable, that's important, valuable, and much respected. She helps female entrepreneurs grow their revenue to high six figures, and I know she has, and even more than that. So in addition, she assists professional women in real estate, in corporations, and all these things that she does, small and mid-business owners, seeking to expand their brands as services to be bigger. She helps, as I do, and we've done this together, take businesses global. Linda invites you to allow her to help you identify your differentiators and how to position you in the marketplace. She said this, Linda said, quote, "Always remember, you are a masterpiece. Do not apologize ever for who you are," close quote. It's my honor to turn the time now to you, dear Linda.
Oh, Paula, thank you so very much for that lovely introduction that only you could provide about me. And I thank you from the depths of my heart. And to the women of the Women's Information Network, thank you for allowing me this opportunity, as well as to the women of the world, to come to you and share and celebrate International Women's Day. Oh, I am so excited, especially at this particular time in our lives as women. I would like to share this. As a little Black girl growing up in a country town in Georgia, I was taught, and it was such emphasis placed on reputation. And this was during the time when it was a segregated South. And family and community expressed to me the importance of reputation. And the importance was your name should mean something. How you present yourself to others, you will have a lasting impression in their minds, and that your character should speak volume about who you are. Now, this is what I learned as a girl, and I did mention during a period of segregation, so I'm dating myself so you have some idea as to the time period. But as we move forward into this new era for women, reputation is more vital now than ever before. And the reason why I say this is because women are breaking barriers unimaginable. And women are going to continue to break barriers, because what we're doing as women, as sisters, we are helping each other to move the needle so that we can have the world the way we would like to see it, where there's much love, harmony, no divisiveness, so that we can leave a better place in the world for our children and their children to come. Life plays many roles for us as women, but there is one that never changes, and that is reputation. And I've learned that over the years through my own process of living. And what I've learned today for women, just like my family and my community taught me as a girl about reputation, well, reputation today is slightly different for me. Because when I think about reputation, as Paula stated in that lovely introduction, having distinction is so important, and that's part of your reputation. What is it about you that stands out? What sets you apart from everybody else? Because I'm a woman of faith, and I know that the Creator, who I refer to as God, He gave every being, every one of us, unique talents, gifts, and abilities. That's why no one person has the same fingerprint as yours. We were made to stand out. We were made to make a difference in the world. That's why we have been equipped and empowered with the gifts, talents, and abilities that we possess. And that's how we can continuously impact together, not separately. It's great that we are different because we make a bigger impact when we come together. And not only being distinctive, but knowing what your non-negotiables are. And that's one of the things I'm always pouring into women. Know what your non-negotiables are. What do you stand for? What do you want to become known for? What is the impact that you want to make in this world? When you become very clear on that and stand in your truth and have the confidence, because it requires confidence to go out and make a difference in the world. Sometimes as women, we fear what others are going to say about us if we take that big leap. But you weren't meant to stand in a place and stay in a place where you're not to be seen, heard, and make a difference. This is truly the era for women. And one last item I'd like to mention about reputation, it is your assets. See, we as women, we have assets. And those assets are your personality. How do you come across to people? What do they think and feel about your personality? When you're speaking, what is your tone of voice when you address someone? What is your own style? Because we all have our own unique style that we deliver out into the world for who we are. So it is so important for us as women to still continue to build our reputation. Because as we are building our reputation into the world, we are now helping more and more women because we're getting to know our sisters. We get to know each other through reputation. We get to provide opportunities for others, opportunities in the areas of jobs, hiring someone if you have your own business, opportunities that become unimaginable. And I know this because I've lived it. I'm not sharing nothing that I have not experienced for myself. So ladies, I want you to remember this. And I saw this the other day. When women build their reputations and their bank accounts, we level the playing field. Remember that. And I want to leave you with the words of the great, phenomenal woman herself, Maya Angelou. I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. So ladies, this is what's going to help change our world. How we come together because of the way we feel and the action that we take. Have a wonderful and blessed day and enjoy the celebration of International Women's Day, because this is just the beginning.
Oh, I love it. I love that you said this is just the beginning. You're the perfect example of helping women rise. And you do it in many ways, with your branding, with teaching women how to have their distinct brands and their branding DNA. But what I love, Linda, is that you are an example to so many women. And our motto, as you know, is Women Rising. And that's exactly what you're helping women do all over the world. We appreciate you. We love you. Wasn't she phenomenal? I told you she was good.
And you know, you were absolutely right. I really appreciate it. There was one thing that she said around speaking from her own experience. And that really, it grounded me in knowing that what she is talking to me, but also to the women of the world, really is founded in her knowledge and her being. And it really made me feel like, yes, I just really appreciate it. I appreciated every word. I really did.
I love
spectacular.
It. Thank you so much for joining us. We love you and have a happy International Women's Day. Bye-bye, Linda, honey.
Fantastic. And I would love to introduce our next speaker. When it comes to parenting, Nicolene Peck is a worldwide phenomenon. She's spectacular and an industry leader, which is really great. And you know what? It's for good reason. It's for good reason. Her proven system, based upon calmness and the principles of self-government and excellent communication, wonderful, all of these, which transforms even the most out-of-control teenagers, you can believe it, and their homes from chaos to calm within days. The world witnessed this. In 2009, the Peck family was featured on a 1-hour BBC documentary, amazing, about parenting, where two troubled teens, came to stay in their home for 8 days. I can just imagine what that was like. I can't wait to go watch it. After 2 days, the teens stopped rebelling, and which is amazing. And by the end of the program, begged to not leave the Peck family. Nicolene has appeared on various news shows and radio programs and is a popular public speaker, columnist, and author. Fantastic. She also serves as the president of the Worldwide Organization for Women, an approved consultant for the United Nations. Excellent. Nicolene is amazing. She spends most of her time at home with her husband and her 4 children, which she knows will be the greatest capacity of her impact and legacy, her children and her home. The fact that she has such an international influence while still being a stay-at-home mom is evidence of the effectiveness of her teachings. We're so excited to welcome Nicolene.
Hi, I'm Nicolene Peck. I'm a mother of 4. I'm the previous foster parent of many troubled teens. I am the president of the Worldwide Organization for Women, and I'm the creator of a parenting program called Teaching Self-Government. And today, I want to share a message with you of calmness. In this world that we live in, I feel like if there's one message we need, it's how do we be calm? How do we be calm as parents when there's so many things that are affecting our children, our young people? How do we be calm when the things in the home are getting out of control? How do we be calm when we see what's happening on the news and when we see the things socially boiling over in such a way that really we have not seen in past decades quite like today? So there might be concerns, sometimes there might be drama, chaos, high emotions, maybe even power struggles. And I know that there are ways that we can be calm. So I want to share a personal experience. Just last night, in the middle of the night, my husband couldn't breathe. and he was experiencing a lot of pain. And we were worried that he was having a heart attack. And he's still young, you know, only 51 years old. He's in good health. So we decided we better take him to the hospital. So we went to the ER. And as we were sitting there in the ER and they were doing tests on him and checking him for heart attack and taking him in for CT scans and everything, I just maintained complete focus, complete calmness during this whole thing. It turned out, just so you know, that he had multiple pulmonary embolisms in his lungs, so blood clots in his lungs, and it was a pretty dangerous situation actually, and luckily he's going to be okay, so don't worry about that. But his life is now going to have to be altered because he has a tendency to have blood clots. Anyway, as I was sitting there in the hospital watching him go through all of this and answering questions and stuff like that, I all of a sudden became acutely aware that I was very, very calm, that I wasn't concerned, that somehow I knew no matter what happened, whether he really was going to, you know, maybe even die, which he got pretty close to with this really bad situation, or whether he didn't, that somehow I was going to be able to remain calm in that minute. And I thought about that. I thought, you know, sometimes in the most stressful situations, people can stay calm. They can focus in because there's like this feeling like I have to help myself through this. I have to help other people through this. So I must focus. I've got to put a lot of energy on thinking. So we move our energy to the front part of our brain, which is this prefrontal cortex part. Anyway, but lots of times in some of the day-to-day things in life, when somebody doesn't agree with us, when somebody frustrates us, when a child is talking back to us, whining, complaining, for some reason, we don't stay calm. Now, I know that those things can wear on a person and can seem like pretty big events, but really, compared to what I experienced last night, those things are pretty small. Now, I learned years ago as a foster parent that those things definitely were small and that I needed to not let them bother me. In fact, I had to master myself. I had to choose to learn the skill of calmness, especially because I'm a really fiery person, a strong-willed person, a kind of a go-getter, like I will take action, I will take command kind of a person. I knew that I couldn't ever control another person, but I did know that I could control myself. And so I focused my efforts and energy on developing skills for myself to stay calm when these very troubled treatment children that were living in my home went completely out of control, so that I could be that calm person for them to help focus and help them focus through their problems. So years ago, back in 2009, the BBC over in England asked to make a documentary of our family. And it was called The World's Strictest Parents. So if you get a chance to see that, you can look up The World's Strictest Parents, Peck Family, something like that. You can find it. Actually, you can see the full episode now that I think of it on my website, teachingselfgovernment.com. You can click About, and then there'll be like it will say videos, and you can click the videos tab, and the whole episode of that program is there. Anyway, that episode was the most watched episode that they had ever on the BBC, and this program was wildly popular back in that time when we filmed it. The reason why our episode was so popular is because we were so calm. So the whole point of the show is that you're going to bring these children who maybe have been raised in a really passive way, where their parents kind of let them do whatever they want, and you bring them to a home that has structure and rules and order, and that somehow there will be a clash, a conflict, and maybe arguments. And in all the other episodes, there was always a moment of clash. But in our episode, the children that they brought, they were both 17, a girl and a boy. They tried to clash, but then it just met calmness, and so it didn't work. And I'm talking real calmness, not just the kind of stoic, I won't say anything type, but real, true calmness. And so then it didn't work. In fact, there was one point where they were having tantrums and they both were yelling, calm, calm, calm. You're always so calm. It just makes me so mad that you're so calm. Trying to power struggle me out of choosing calmness. But after years and years of foster care, I knew that I was going to maintain my calmness. I knew that if I chose to give in to power struggling with them, that would not help their calmness. In fact, it would fuel their fire and they wouldn't find themselves in a place of calmness. And after that didn't work for them, then they both looked at me and said, okay, we'll be calm. In fact, when I asked Hannah the next day why she chose to all of a sudden be happy when for 2 days she'd gone out of control and ran away and everything, she said, you know, at my house, when I yell, I get my way, or at least somebody yells back. But here, you were just so calm and it didn't work. So I just chose to be calm too. There is power in calmness. Hannah's statement proves that to us, that there is power in calmness. So then the question is, how do I be calm? How do I be calm when somebody pushes my buttons? Well, there is a way to get rid of buttons. Now, I probably won't have time to teach that all to you in this short video, but you know, I just wanted to tell you because in your relationships with all kinds of people that you love, whether it's husbands, boyfriends, you know, or whether it's with your children, there are ways to decide not to have buttons that push you toward behavior that you will regret after. So I want to explain something about how our brain works with our communication. And I'm hoping that this will give you a little bit of an insight into how you can choose to use emotions that promote calmness instead of emotions that promote anger and disconnection. So there are good emotions. Those ones lead us to connect with other people and to love them. Love is a very powerful emotion. But then there's emotions like frustration that are more in the anger category, right? In the selfish category. And those emotions lead us to disconnect from other people and to buy into false narratives in our mind about why those people would do the things that they do. Well, when I feel something, I recognize that that's a feeling and not necessarily an emotion yet. So when another person has an emotion, maybe it's anger or maybe it's love, I feel it first before I have any type of an emotional response. There is a difference between feeling and emotion in my mind. Now, I know that there's debate about that, and it's probably because we use the same words. When we talk about emotions, we say, I feel, or I have the feeling that, or it feels like, and so those things get confused with each other. But in my mind, I try to keep them separate because it helps me better make decisions in the moment and choose to be on a path to calmness. So, when someone has an emotion of some sort, or maybe there's just emotion generally because of chaos of some sort, then I go, oh, I'm having a feeling. Okay, so I recognize first thing that happens is I get a feeling. And then after that feeling, before I take any action or produce any emotional effect from that feeling, there is this split second where you think, where a thought passes through your mind. And if you think back to a time you got angry or a time that you chose to show love to someone, you recognize there was this little teeny thought. And it was a thought like, I really do care about this person. This person really appreciates me, or they do not understand. Which then means I got to make them understand, right? Or whatever it is. So at that place of thinking, you can actually train yourself to think something. You can say, every time I feel this feeling called anger, chaos, attitude problem, whatever it is, I am going to think a thought. The immediate thought is, that is anger. I'm going to describe it. And then I'm going to ask myself maybe a question like, am I calm? Or I might tell myself, choose to be calm. And then I'm going to go into my calm skill. Okay, so I have a calm skill set. In fact, I'm known all over the world for teaching skill sets. because I believe people should be more deliberate. I think they can be. I think we program ourselves to do all kinds of things. When we hear certain words, we immediately do or think certain things. We're programmed. We're all like robots. And since we already are programming ourselves, I think it's totally reasonable to suggest that we reprogram ourselves to become the types of people we really want to be. So I believe in being deliberate. Anyway, so you can reprogram yourself. And there is this process. It's a 6-step process that I have for myself that I've taught myself to go through. I call it my Calm Plan. And this is the process that I go through as soon as I give myself the proper trigger thought. This stops me from reacting and from doing something emotional that I shouldn't. Now, I am still going to probably show some sort of emotion. Maybe it will be understanding, caring, calmness, maybe even firmness mixed in there, right? But I'm going to now all of a sudden show confidence, leadership, calmness, instead of power struggle, anger, and reciprocating that emotion that was sent to me. So that's just a little taste about calmness. I don't have a lot of time here. And so just as a gift, just because it's International Women's Day, and because this is a day where we need to celebrate the impact that we have in the world, I'd like to give you something for free that could maybe be a positive impact for you. So hopefully you're okay with me sharing a free gift with everyone. I would like to give everyone my Calm Parenting Toolkit. It's a mini course and it's on teachingselfgovernment.com. You can go to teachingselfgovernment.com and it's right on the homepage right now for everybody who is seeing this video on the International Women's Day site, and for this really special day where we celebrate the influence and impact that women have on society. It's so good to be with you.
Wow, Nicolene, thank you so much for being here and sharing your gifts and your strengths with the women of the world. Really appreciate that. Wasn't it spectacular?
It was. Nicolene Peck really is the best of the best in her field in parenting. And I hope that you all will go watch her podcast. It's amazing. And she does one a week. She's done, and I think she said that she's doing more often even than one a week. And so what I love is also that she teaches self-government.
Yes.
And that's what it's all about in a family. And I just honor her, and just, we loved having you with us, Nicolene. Thank you so much, and happy International Women's Day. Thank you for joining us, darling. Bye-bye. And our next speaker, amazing woman. She lives in France, but she also has a place in London, has been in London for a long time, Anne Crossfield. She's a barrister. And she's practiced at the Bar of England and Wales for many, many years, over 20 years. So before being called to the bar in London in 1993, Anne worked in the City of London as a stockbroker and in compliance. Anne Bannister, she holds an MBA degree in finance with distinction. I like that, finance with distinction. And she's additionally a Fulbright scholar. I love, Fulbright scholars always have my respect. She has her scholarship in securities and law. And as a Fulbright scholar, Anne is committed to supporting the UK and the US transatlantic relationship, which is so important to all of us, and to the cause of world peace and international cooperation. Anne has, she's chaired 2 international charities just completely voluntarily. Currently, she's located in France, building a French as well as a UK professional legal base. Anne is a successful and very well-known Bannister advocate in the courts in England and in Wales. Anne Bannister, she's practiced in the areas of criminal and civil litigation, educational law, and she's taught equity finance, commercial law, and she's prosecuted cases for several major UK agencies. I love that she is just so busy doing good things. We are very much looking forward to your presentation. Thank you for joining us, Anne, and take it away.
Hello, I'm so grateful to Paula Fellingham and her committee for inviting me to give this speech, which is called Beating the Pandemic, Lessons for the Future. In this speech, I'm going to look at 10 lessons. And as this is International Women's Day 2021, I'm going to firstly concentrate on the notable achievements of women world leaders over the last year. I will secondly also highlight some issues concerning women where advocacy can help on women's issues. And I will thirdly look at areas where international law and institutions could, in my opinion, be reformed to deal with health and other global threats going forward. The risk of a disease-induced world pandemic was and is what's called a level 5 security threat. This is a threat to world populations, and yet few countries were truly prepared for this challenge. In the future, all countries of the world need to be resilient and prepared. Lesson number 1 is that there has been some historic leadership by women prime ministers, which has saved lives in their countries during the COVID-19 pandemic. And these are such positive case studies. New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, Norwegian Prime Minister Erna Solberg, and Finnish Prime Minister Sanna Marin are 3 female prime ministers who have deservedly garnered international praise. Bloomberg publishes a monthly COVID resilience ranking, and this looked at 10, now 11 different metrics to assess the relative scores of 53 countries with economies over US $200 billion in how they've dealt with COVID-19. And on that list, these female prime ministers ranked 1st, 6th and 7th respectively for their countries and how they dealt with the COVID-19 pandemic as at January 2021. Looking at each in turn, with New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern has been internationally praised, and her strategy was very clear. She closed the country's borders expeditiously. She determinedly ensured there was a tracing system to trace the source of any outbreak, and the country was closed on the 26th of March 2020, even though, as Bloomberg point out, New Zealand is a well-known tourist destination. Finally, the New Zealand approach was not to rely on people self-isolating at home alone. It also involved centralized, specialized facilities to treat those infected with COVID-19 away from communities in order literally to isolate the disease itself. Norway is very interesting because remarkably, the Norwegian Prime Minister that I mentioned held a press conference at the beginning of this crisis on the 16th of March 2020, just for children and children's media, which is a great step. And this press conference aimed to educate children about what they could do to help their families in the pandemic and how they could celebrate birthdays. For example, they could call their classmates to say happy birthday and sing. And in Finland, the Finnish Prime Minister closed borders expeditiously also, took control of supplies of medical and pharmaceutical supplies under emergency laws. There are other countries, not necessarily led by women prime ministers, who've had great accolades also, mentioning very briefly Singapore, where 3 very strong budgets were expeditiously brought in during 2020 to counter the pandemic. South Korea, where the Centre for Strategic and International Studies points to a very early, speedy, transparent response with public-private sector cooperation. And also countries which I'm sure you've read about, such as Taiwan and Vietnam, also dealt with this challenge in a very expeditious way. Lesson number 2, in my opinion, is call a pandemic early. As soon as it clearly is a pandemic, do not delay. As pointed out in the excellent YouTube library of Dr. John Campbell, who's a UK medical commentator, the pandemic should have been called out earlier by world governments. As at the 6th of February 2020, he was calling the COVID-19 situation a pandemic. And at that point, every day counts, because what's called the RO number, the number of people that one person can infect, at that point stood at 2.6. So medical opinion was very concerned about exponential spread of disease. Lesson number 3 is restore global pandemic prevention funding. The same Money Week article of May last year that I just referred to in relation to some of what I've said noted that in 2008, due to budget cuts of $1 billion, the World Health Organization dissolved its pandemic response department. This needs to be reinstated, possibly alongside, I suggest, a new World Pandemic Prevention Organization to supplement the WHO. And also there needs to be, in my view, a global response task force to be ready to respond to future pandemic threats. Lesson number 4 is very much one for women, and this is that manufacturers need to provide properly fitted PPE or personal protective equipment for women healthcare providers, nurses, doctors, all healthcare workers. The UK press highlighted this recently, and in an excellent article by Maya Oppenheim, who is the women's correspondent for the Independent newspaper, on the 16th of February of 2021, Ms. Oppenheim highlighted a study by the British Medical Association of 7,000 caregivers and highlighted the concerns that doctors were worried with variants of COVID-19 emerging, that because PPE tends to be created, manufactured for the physique of a man, they did not have properly fitting PPE. And this not only exposing them potentially to disease can, of course, also and has caused various injuries such as sores, eczema, skin infections and ulcers. So I would highlight this very, very strongly in this lesson exercise today, that females need gowns and face coverings, visors and medical masks to fit a range of sizes suitable for women. Lesson number 5 is that clean water should be available to everybody on the planet. All 5 continents of the world should have access to this. As the publication Money Week also pointed out, we're told to wash our hands frequently in this crisis, yet 3 billion people, which is 40% of the world's population, lack access to basic hand washing facilities in their homes, as the World Resources Institute pointed out. And this was an article in Money Week in May 2020 that I'm referring to. Therefore, organisations like the G20, the UN and the WHO need to find urgent solutions to this clean domestic water deficit. Lesson number 6 is very much in the news, and that is that international cooperation is required with regard to COVID-19 vaccinations. If one looks at the rollout globally, one can see that Israel and the UK are very well advanced with administering vaccinations, but the global picture is patchy. On the 17th of February, Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, advocated a global plan, and I agree with him, because he warned that inequality in vaccination can cause further damage to the world economy and health. He pointed out that 10 nations, as at that date, had administered 75% of vaccinations, but 130 countries had had no vaccinations at all. And again, he calls on a G20 task force. Lesson 7 for me in this crisis is to close borders against disease, that governments at the commencement of a lethal disease outbreak like COVID-19 should immediately close borders from the epicenter so that flights into and out of the epicenter are stopped. Lesson number 8 is an international legal point, whereby international institutions and their mechanisms, in my view, need to reform to address future health and other international security threats in the 21st century, just as after the Second World War, the United Nations was born. The mission statement of the United Nations on its website says, peace, dignity and equality on a healthy planet are its goals. In my view, the mechanisms of the UN need to be modernised, and this is a matter of international law. In my own view, once the existence of the lethal COVID-19 virus was established in Wuhan, China, and its transmissibility between humans was known, the UN should have had a mechanism allowing the UN to require China, and this would apply in future to any other country which was an epicenter of an unfolding pandemic, to close their borders and contain the disease. In order for this to occur, the UN Security Council power of veto would have to be potentially overcome. As you may be aware, the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, the US, the UK, France, China, and Russia, are those which at the moment hold the great power veto, which means that any one of the powers can vote against and thus stop any draft resolution of the Security Council. Whether COVID-19 was transmitted zoonotically, or it came from a laboratory or other source, and we shall have to wait for an investigation to find out, there must be lessons learned here for the future, and all mechanisms should be available to stop this ever happening again. Therefore, I support the initiative to suspend the UN veto in particular circumstances where the world order is threatened as to its health and security. And this was mapped out in another context in the Amnesty International report, and a report by Salil Shetty, the Secretary General, dated 2014. The report advocated the surrendering of the veto on issues concerning mass killing and genocide. And the report stated international humanitarian law must be very clear to everyone. Attacks must never be directed against civilians. And building on that recommendation, my opinion is that in the context of the COVID-19 crisis, this wording and this change that I propose should be expanded along the lines of the Amnesty International proposal to create a veto override mechanism to include the words situations of imminent threat to world health and/or world economic stability. I also advocate consideration of the increase in the number of permanent members of the UN Security Council. And these, in my view, should include a modernised group of leading economies, including, I suggest, Canada, Germany, and India. Lesson number 9 is that research into how the COVID-19 pandemic originated and how to stop lethal coronavirus diseases jumping to humans must be a world priority, as well as research into new vaccines that we're reading about at the moment. In my view, research into the lethal diseases that we're discussing, of which COVID-19 is one, should only be allowed at installations where PPE is at level 6 and security is monitored by a new world body, a World Pandemic Prevention Organization that I proposed previously, with a task force to go along with it. And any facilities that do not comply with those stringent requirements should be closed. With regard to new vaccines, this sort of research is continuing apace. And as many viewers will be aware, the companies which have been authorized in the United States so far, Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna, are moving quickly to update versions of their vaccines to fight the new COVID variants, the South Africa variant, the UK variants, and so on, which are coming forward. And AstraZeneca hopes to have such a vaccine ready by the autumn of 2021. Moving to the conclusion in lesson 10. 10 is that a holistic policy approach is needed and global cooperation, not competition, is required to beat pandemics and diseases like COVID-19. The creator of the AstraZeneca vaccine, Professor Sarah Gilbert, in a launch on the 15th of February of 2021 of an initiative to follow exactly this approach, was highlighting something in the UK, which is called the Arm in Arm campaign. This campaign asks people in the UK to donate money to a World Health Organization COVID-19 fund when they receive the date for their vaccination for COVID. And of course, the UK is moving quickly on this. This fund will be used to ensure that vaccinations are more widely available for poorer countries. The message here is no country is protected until all countries are. As we celebrate International Women's Day 2021, let us collectively resolve to take lessons about how to stop a pandemic out to the world, which so desperately needs recovery from this global COVID-19 crisis. As a group of proactive women, we must help to protect the life of the world's citizens in the future. It is an urgent, global, feminine mandate. Thank you.
Hello,
Hello, my name is Karen Urbanik, and I am so honored to be here at part of the WIN organization, the wonderful Women's Information Network. Today, I'm going to be sharing with you all about your gut, and I don't know who loves your gut more, you or me, and I'm thinking it might just be me, right? And so how does digestion impact our daily life all day long? Whether our mood is happy or sad has everything to do with what we're eating and how it's being processed. Whether we have genes that turn on or off, most of it happens right there in the gut. What are we eating and how is it being processed? Are we experiencing bloating? Are we experiencing acid reflux? What's going on inside of our bodies that's causing us so much distress? Right here, we're going to cover some of the top issues that you or a loved one might be dealing with. Number one, we want to talk about how does digestion work? Well, digestion works from point A until point B, right? And so point A is where we start eating everything. And actually, digestion starts before we eat anything at all. If we smell food, we literally have digestive enzymes that are created instantly in our salivary glands to create amylase. Because when we start smelling popcorn, we start smelling something wonderful, some fajita, then all of our body is recognizing we're going to be digesting. And so enzymes are created in the salivary glands called amylase, and that is what helps start breaking down carbohydrates. As we chew our food and it comes down our esophagus into our stomach is literally just about the size of your fist. And when it comes through the lower esophageal sphincter and it goes into the stomach, that sphincter closes shut. We have a valve there, right? And so the food comes down into our stomach and then it closes shut. And then in our stomach, it's turning and turning and turning. And then it comes into our duodenum, which then goes to the small intestine, over to the colon, and then exits. And so from point A to point B, we make enzymes. We have enzymes that are coming into our body, and that is the area that can be causing problems, is this area right here in the gut. Well, here we go. You are not just a bunch of cells. Each one of you ladies watching this has about 70 trillion cells, give or take, 10 trillion. And that only makes up a very small amount of what we are. We are home to viruses. Viruses are not all bad. Please do not kill all the viruses. You wouldn't be giving birth if it wasn't for viruses. Bacteria, you have far more bacteria in your body than you do human cells. You have thousands of species of living bacteria that are in you doing something very important. We'll cover a little bit of that in a minute. And you also have fungus. And believe it or not, there's 30,000 species of fungus, and many of them reside in your body and can reside in your body well. But some of them can be dangerous when they're overgrown. You've probably heard of Candida. That can be overgrown, and there's many strains of Candida. So how do we balance this body, and what do we look for? Well, the number one common issue I hear about the gut is, oh my gosh, I have bloating or acid reflux. So let's really quickly kind of cover both of those and what to do about that. If you're getting constant acid reflux or a heart burning, that can be for a multitude of reasons. But number one is that there's not enough acid in the stomach. Believe it or not, you might think acid reflux and think, oh, I have too much acid in my stomach, but that's actually not true. The stomach has to maintain a potential of hydrogen, or pH, of 1.7 to 2.9. So it needs to be really acidic in the stomach. Don't put your finger in there. Ouch, right? And so if the stomach has enough acid, then when the food comes down, it'll go through the sphincter, right, into the stomach, and then it'll come through the sphincter and go into the duodenum. If there's not enough acid in the stomach, if it's too alkaline, then the lower esophageal sphincter is going to open and you're going to get burping. You're going to get reflux. And so we want to acidify that stomach. So by taking apple cider vinegar, some kind of hydrochloric acid supplement, we're going to put acid into the stomach and get rid of and totally eliminate acid reflux. Ta-da! How wonderful is that? We recommend taking that right before you eat. Another way is just drinking apple cider vinegar, a couple teaspoons in the morning. But most often, especially if you're dealing with it chronically, you want to do that right away, is take it before you eat each meal. And the other big thing we hear of is bloating. Remember how we have these valves. So we have a valve that comes up our esophagus and then we might burp. We have another valve down here that takes the food out of the stomach into the duodenum, right? And to the small intestine. Well, that valve can get stuck open. So then we might have bacteria, which are wonderful. You need lots of healthy bacteria in your gut. 5 pounds of healthy bacteria in your gut, right? If that bacteria is off-gassing because it's eating and trying to break down too many sugars, well, then we're going to have all this gas building up and we're going to get bloated. And that gas might come up as burping, and that also can be where candida resides. Candida resides throughout the whole body, but a lot of it starts in the gut. And then as the candida is eating the sugar that's going into the bloodstream, it can off-gas as well. So burping and bloating both can be helped by taking bitters when you're eating, and then finding good supplementation in your area, or even parsley, right? Taking those bitter herbs that you can eat, or a supplement to help get rid of that bloating. But the ultimate thing is to look at, you might be dealing with SIBO, just one of many issues in the gut. There can be leaky gut, SIBO, many digestive disorders. SIBO is small intestinal bacteria overgrowth, where we have too much bacteria in the gut, and we actually have some of the bad bacteria in the gut. That's not supposed to be in the stomach. You have bacteria in the brain, right? In your lungs, in your sinuses, right? You have bacteria everywhere, and you love it. Kiss your body, you're full of bacteria. I love my bacteria. So we don't want to kill bacteria. We want to kill off some of the bad bacteria, right? And that's when people use silver. Most areas around the world, we have access to silver or gold or some copper. There's different things that we can use to help with that. But small intestinal bacteria overgrowth, it feeds on sugar. So one thing you can do to help reduce the bloating is to not eat things with sugar. So white sugar, brown sugar, and even most grains will cause bloating. So you want to get rid of those things in our diet. This also means you don't take a prebiotic formula. So you've heard the word probiotic, and that is something that we need a lot of in our gut. And our body naturally has probiotics if we have our appendix, which makes them. So if you don't have an appendix, you need to be taking probiotics for the rest of your life. But the rest of us who still have an appendix, we can be taking probiotics in different forms, kefir, sauerkraut, your probiotic capsules, and that will help keep the bacterial rate high. But you can also take something called a prebiotic, and a prebiotic feeds the probiotic. And so you can buy prebiotics to help grow the bacteria that you already have there. Except if you have SIBO, then we don't want to do that, because you want to help kill off some of the extra bacteria. And then many of you have heard about enzymes. Enzymes help to break food down. So if you're eating and you're just not digesting, you just feel very uncomfortable, perhaps take a really diverse enzyme blend. You have enzymes for fats and enzymes for proteins and enzymes for carbohydrates, right? Enzymes for everything. So you might feel drawn to a fat and protein enzyme. And as you eat that food, then you'll be able to break those foods down. I will share with you that living food, like a salad or a raw apple or an orange or a lemon or a lime or a guava, right? Those living foods that we eat that are raw and alive already have enzymes. So we don't need to take enzymes to break those down. But when we cook our food, we denature all the enzymes. There's no more enzymes to break it down. So if we cook applesauce, well, now we need to use enzymes to help break down that applesauce. Well, because you had a green smoothie or you had some living food during the day, you have some enzymes to break that down. But if you didn't eat your salad, and you didn't eat a smoothie, and you didn't eat fresh fruits and vegetables, then those enzymes aren't in the body to help break down the food that is cooked. So we really stress eating more living food to help eliminate some of the bloating and help get rid of some of those issues that might be going on in the gut. I do want to end on talking about leaky gut, because that can be the cause of most digestive disorders. If you've ever had a stroke, you have leaky gut. If you have allergies, you most likely have leaky gut. So when our food comes down our esophagus and goes into our stomach and then squirts into our duodenum, you have these villi. And this is exactly what a villi looks like. These are called microvilli, and the villi are held together by very tight junctions. Oh, right? And so all the food gets sucked up into the ends of the villi, right? And as that food is sucking up, it goes into the circulatory system. Well, leaky gut is when you have your villi lining your intestinal system, billions and billions of them, and all of a sudden, there's a hole in the denisomes. And so now the food, instead of coming through the microvilli, it goes right into the bloodstream. Well, if the food goes right into the bloodstream, then there could be a big problem. Alert, alert, there is an infector in section number 64, and it's an almond. Now you have an almond allergy. So you need to tighten up those tight junctions. Wherever you live on the planet, you should have access to slippery elm, marshmallow root, and licorice root. Well, slippery elm and marshmallow root are herbs that are fantastic for healing the gut and pulling those denisomes back together. So if you have access to slippery elm, some comfrey, some marshmallow root, I'd really recommend you using those two things, mainly slippery elm and marshmallow, but comfrey is also fantastic to help heal that gut lining, which then will heal the entire gut, all those holes, and then the body will start absorbing food through the microvilli. So again, when we have digestive issues, it can be for a myriad of things, but there's a few things you can do immediately to help your home environment right here in the gut. And that is to make sure you have enough probiotics, heal the gut, right, using slippery elm and marshmallow root, or if you're in an area where you can buy supplements, you'll find most supplements contain those two things. L-glutamine, there's a lot of things you can use to help heal that gut. Maintaining the right pH in the stomach. Make sure you have enough acid in that stomach so that you don't have acid reflux anymore, right? So you want to keep good acid level in that stomach. We want to eat more living food than dead food, so we have enough enzymes to break everything apart. And we want you to know that your guts are relying on you. You are there to love your guts. And so when you wake up in the morning, be like, good morning. What am I going to eat today that's going to make you happy? What am I going to do to make you feel fantastic? Right? And then consider what you're eating. If you're eating, cooked foods and a lot of animal foods, well, you're going to feel a little heavy and a little cooked, right? If you're eating raw, living foods, you're going to have more energy. You're going to have more of that excitement because you really are what you eat. So ladies, we are here for you at Holistic Health Educators. I'm here for you at the WIN organization, and just know that we got this. And if anybody should love your guts, it should be you. So go to bed tonight loving your guts and know that we are here to help you any way you can on your road to digestive health. Have a wonderful day.
Wow, thank you, Karen. Thank you for bringing that message of healing and holistic health.
Yeah, she's magnificent. She's a pioneer in her field. Absolutely. Great respect for Karen. She's a dear friend, and I honor her. She's well known in her industry all over the world. Thank you, Karen. So wonderful having you with us. Oh, I am so excited and honored for our next speaker, my wonderful sweet friend and co-host, Jen Buzza. So growing and nurturing entrepreneurs and nonprofit leaders for over 2 decades, and she doesn't look like she's old enough to have done this for 2 decades, Jen Buzza is an entrepreneur and a visionary. She is honored to connect with you all through workelevation.com. It is such an honor for me to introduce and welcome her to the stage, Jen Buzza.
The human spirit and the spirit of women has never been more alive than it is now. Women are rising. The world has radically opened up to new ideas, ways of thinking, and ways of being. This is the moment for each of us to shine, for each of us to grow into ourselves, to push the boundaries, to speak up, and to stand together. And together we stand today. I can see a world. I can see a world where we are not bound by the old ways of being, by the systems and expectations assembled for a different time and a different gender. I envision you with all of your strength, all of your love, living your life as you wish, whatever that might look like. Absolutely. One of the most amazing ways that I have found to express human spirit, freedom, and creation is through being your own boss, being an entrepreneur. I love entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship defined as starting your own business, or, and I want to make this distinction, intrapreneurship, defined as having the independent startup spirit of an entrepreneur as an employee, can be the most spectacular excuse for growth, self-growth. Filling your days, just imagine, filling your days, your moments with people, thoughts, things that you love, things that move you, inspire you, light you up, and yes, make a living. The days of fitting into someone else's mold are over. They're over. The entrepreneurial spirit is alive and well. And more than this, it's actually growing, which is thrilling. 8 years ago, 7% of the world's population were entrepreneurs. And in 2020, it was up to 13%. That's over 500 million entrepreneurs walking the earth right now. And this is because, in my opinion, it is the human spirit. Entrepreneurship is the human spirit. We are all bold and brave and full of ideas and energy and light and love. We are. And we strive for more, for better, not just for us, but for all people. It's simple to start. Ask yourself, who are you? What do you need? And what do you want? I know those are simple but not easy questions. They are important though. They are important because there are many, many programs and offers out there selling someone else's path to success. Everywhere I look, there's another person claiming to hold the way to success, the formula, the model, the secret. But I have found in over 20 years of advising and mentoring thousands of micro-entrepreneurs that the answer, the formula, the secret is never someone else's. The issue of buying someone else's dream, someone else's path to success, is that they are not you. You are unique. So now you start on their path. But wait a second. You're not starting at the same place they did, with the same rock bottom, the same fears, the same truths. You're not starting with the same capacity, with the same amount of time for this, with the same tools, the same talents, and with the same desires and dreams. And guess what? It doesn't fit. And with that, most feel really bad, like a failure, simply not good enough. You didn't do it right. You didn't try hard enough. Because that's our default. And it's rubbish. That's what I'm here to say. It's not true. You are you. You are spectacular and amazing, a wonder. You are no one else, and this is phenomenal. Let's start there. I'd like to propose that we touch base, that we take a moment to look inside and see what is ours, like mine, like yours. What is yours? Uniquely yours. It might look like someone else's, but it's not. It's yours. I'd like to offer that we start there, that we grow from there. Whatever it is, it is. It might be surprisingly simple or seemingly small. I just want to work 6 hours a day and be the one to drop off and pick my kids up. I want a small house in the mountains with neighbors. I want coffee every morning. That's mine. I just want coffee every morning and 6 months of expenses in the bank so that I don't have to stress about money. Or maybe it's really big. Maybe you want a 300 or 3,000 person company or a giant home. Whatever it is, it's yours for now. And that's another thing to keep an eye on, in my opinion. You are not static. You will change and you will grow, and so will your desires. And that, my friends, it's just human and spectacular. The e-commerce startup Genome reports that the #1 success factor for startup businesses is that the founder is driven by impact, which results in passion and commitment. I have found that the easiest way to create impact is with great entrepreneurship. This is an acronym, a trick, that I use to keep myself on a path of inspiration. This is the era of great entrepreneurship, of the human spirit unleashed. Before I go into what GREAT stands for, let me set the stage. Everything I'm saying here is base your life on you, who you are now, with all of your glory, all of your being. We can call it the anti-self-improvement movement, or the anti-change your bad habits movement, or maybe the anti-you can do everything if you just try hard enough movement. This life, it's yours. If you are not the foundation for your life, it will always feel and look wrong. What I say about great entrepreneurship can simply apply to a great life or a great now. Here we go. Ready? The G stands for growth-oriented and great-spirited. I check in here with my goals, my momentum, my intention. Is this growth-oriented? Is this filled with spirit? My spirit? The R stands for real and realistic. Is this real? Is it truly of me? Is it realistic as per reality, my reality? The E is for energizing, empowering, and enlightening. I'm not here to be boring. I'm here to be lit on fire and to light others up. I'm here to be inspired and inspiring. And I believe you are too. A is for achievable. This one's a big one. It involves 4 more A's. I'll be quick. Awareness, acceptance, adaptation, and architecture. This is how I set myself up for success and progress. I actually helped found a startup to provide immediate achievability for entrepreneurs. That's how much I believe in this. Basically, whether or not your goal or a dream or your next step are achievable has a lot to do with becoming aware of yourself and how you actually are. Accepting that as neither good nor bad, and just seeing it without judgment. Then, adapting yourself and understanding to work with your reality and creating the environment or architecture in your daily life to support your best work and joy. This is one of the easiest tactics. You simply work with who and how you are instead of fighting yourself, and you start to create a space and to support what you need you to progress. For me, this looks like having a work sitter, yes, like a babysitter, but actually an assistant who watches me work, helps me focus, and to whom I can delegate. It also looks like doing my most strenuous thinking in the early mornings. For me, it looks like classical piano music playing softly in the background. You get the idea. And lastly, we have the T. T is for talent, time, team, and tools. Am I basing my growth and my business on my talents? Can I make the time for this? Not the time I'd like to take, not the time someone else believes it will take, but the actual time it takes me to do it. Do I have the team I need, at least to start, and to stay on the path of growth? The people, the assistants, the mentors, the advisors that will support me and my business? And the tools. Do I have the tools I need to get the job done and with joy? I also like to add in there a fair amount of compassion and grace, as not to be too hard on myself. We are amazing. I believe we are phenomenal, and we are extraordinary, and we are mere mortals. This brings me to simple pleasures, just a side note here, the day-to-day. As it turns out, minutes make up hours, which make up days, which make up weeks, and in turn years, and so your life. I figure, how about now?
all of these nows, like right now. This is it. This is life. Whatever it is, it's just the best. Can you see it? Look around. All the perfections, all the imperfections, they're stunning. So what do we do with all this? What do we do with this idea of self-founded business growth? How do we apply it to our lives and our dreams? We next step it. Call on your passion, your talents, and your desires to break down your growth into micro steps, manageable steps. You cannot start your journey at the end. And her story shows that it doesn't work anyway. Your journey is a joy. It is your life. Why rush it? You can do this. I believe you already are. You can grow through entrepreneurship. You can grow through entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurial spirit. I believe it is the human spirit playing in the realm of work, and that your work can be a true source of self-expression, growth, and love. I believe it can be instantly and continually fulfilling, and it changes the world. We women are rising. We are being heard. We will continue to change the world. Thank you all for having me. It's been wonderful to be here. Happy International Women's Day. And if you would like a free workbook, a gift on great entrepreneurship and next stepping it, please visit workelevation.com/gifts. That's workelevation.com/gifts. Thank you all so very much. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
That was magnificent, Jen. Of course it was. You're Jen Buzza, the leader, the magnificent global mentor for women worldwide. And now we've come to an exciting part of the day. We've been having lots of exciting parts of the day, but this is really thrilling for us because we pre-recorded a powerful conversation with powerful women who you're going to fall in love with. Let's listen.
I am absolutely thrilled to announce our panel for today's International Women's Day. Super excited to have 6 magnificent women here with us who know what it is to be a woman on the planet. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to start with introducing Jessica Mendoza. Jessica is an Olympic gold medalist. Yes, isn't that fun? I think it's fun. She is also an international activist, and she works with ESPN. Very, very fun. Yes. We have Zachary Ducker here. Super glad that you're here with us. Multimedia artist, LGBT activist, actress, and TV producer. I know. Wonderful.
Yeah.
I know. Very fun. We have Urmi with us. Urmi Basu is here with us today. Now, Urmi is very special. She runs a nonprofit out of India. Not only has she won the highest award that a civilian can be given in India, which I mean is amazing.
It's a
in and
big
of it.
deal.
Yes. She runs New Light nonprofit. She is helping second generation prostitution come to an end. It's how moving.
Yay.
I'm going to cry already. We have Sahar Andrade. Thank you for being here. Sahar was named in 2020, which was not the easiest of years.
No.
She was named one of the top 20 women in business in Los Angeles.
Yay.
Just phenomenal.
That's impressive.
Yes, she's also an international speaker on women's issues. And she's from Egypt, which is fun also. We have Tiffany Fest, a good friend. Glad that she's here. She's a global activist and actress. And she MCs one of the most amazing women's leadership conferences in India every year. Super glad you're here. And last but not least, our youngest panelist today. So glad that Stephanie Sangus could join us today. Glad you're here. Also a very strong activist for women's rights and has been since she was very young.
I love it. She's still young.
Yes. Aren't we all? Yes. Yes. Welcome. Thank you all for being here. We're very excited to have you.
Wonderful.
Yes.
All right. And our questions. We're going to have 3 questions.
3 questions for our women, for our panelists today. And I'll start off with the first one.
Perfect.
All right. So, from your perspective, from where you sit right now on this earth, what do you see the state of women globally How do you see it? Who would like to start? All right, I'm going to call on Ermi.
Thank you. Honored to be on this panel. In a perfect world, we could just use the word state of women in the world, but it's not going to be that way, because each country, each region of the world is making the women experience their lives differently. If I should just stay focused on India, I'll say we are happy to be alive after the pandemic, first of all. That we are into 2021 and that we can converse, that we can see each other virtually even, that itself is a blessing. It's been a difficult year for everybody, and it could not really have been harder than what it has been. The state of women in India is in a flux right now. All the things that we had considered we had achieved before the pandemic hit seems to be challenged right now. So we are undergoing a huge change. We are redefining where we are today. But at the end of all this, we are hopeful that we shall continue to create a better world for all of us everywhere.
Wonderful answer. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Zachary.
Hi, everyone. It's such an honor to be here. And, I would like to just acknowledge that my experience as a woman is unique. I have this feeling sometimes when I'm in spaces with so many women that everyone is going to stop and tell me that I don't belong here. And it reaches me like a radio signal out of air, and it comes from, I think, an inherited decades of trans women being excluded from women's spaces, and it's not a small thing. I am here with you today. I transitioned over a decade ago, and before that I was a gender non-conforming youth. My mother instilled feminist values in me as a young person, and I recall her asking me, do you believe women deserve equal rights? And do you think women can do anything men can do? And do you believe women deserve the same chances in life as men? And I said yes, and she let me know that I was a feminist at a young age. I am so fortunate for those values as foundational to who I am. I will say that women around the world are facing a universal patriarchy that attempts to suppress, undermine, and subjugate women. That things in 2021 has come to a head in so many ways, and that the cultural moment we're in is one in which some folks are resisting a modernizing world, which is one in which women, people of color, LGBTQ folks are occupying positions of power, and the other part of the population that is flowing with change and embracing difference. So many of our cultural conflicts are rooted in this fear of a modernizing world. Transgender women, like all women, face extraordinary levels of physical and sexual violence, whether on the street or at school, at home, at the hands of government officials. More than 1 in 4 trans people have faced a bias-driven assault, and rates are certainly higher for trans people of color. Almost 50% of transgender people will experience sexual assault in their lifetime. Certainly, trans women face an exacerbated situation and confluence of factors that lead to scarcity and not being able to thrive in the in what everyone else has to say.
Okay.
Tiffany, I see you nodding. You want to go next?
Yeah, that, Zachary, thank you. Yes, I really do. First of all, I just wanted to say that you're welcome at any goddamn table. I just really honor that you shared that vulnerability, that you come on a panel of, let's just say, cis women, and feel maybe that you aren't welcome, and that our culture has, created that over decades, and that it's being dismantled. And that, part of what I wanted to say that I'm seeing in the State of Woman is when Jen, who's my good friend, asked me to be involved in this, my initial thought was, you want to go to how powerful we are, how we're coming into our power and our voice is being heard, and all of that is true. But I had this real big realization that when I'm really honest with myself about the state of women right now, I actually think we're really raw. We're really raw and exposed right now, and that we're getting naked in a sense, we're taking off our clothes and the layers that have been sort of holding us in, and the heteronormative narrative of being a wife and a mother and the roles that we've been told through the centuries of patriarchy, that's who we are. And, I want to say to that, it's beautiful if you want to be a mother and that if you do want to have a child and be a nurturer, but that role, when that isn't who you are, feels like, well, then who am I as a woman? And I think the space that's opening up right now is super raw and super vulnerable, that we're sort of standing there stripped, we're taking those off and saying, well, that isn't who I am. And hey, by the way, what is this gender normative narrative as well? Maybe gender is limiting who I am. And I think it's the beautiful time to acknowledge that actually vulnerability is the ultimate courage. Absolutely. Right? And I think right now what I'm seeing in women is this raw vulnerability. We're having to, like Zachary said, right? Stand in a space that maybe didn't feel like they were able to occupy before, and we're occupying it, and we're kind of standing there in our naked vulnerability and saying, I'm going to redefine who and what femininity is.
I love that, Tiffany. I think that, just really hit it so on core right there. Thank you. That really moved me. I really am gonna cry. So thank you. It's really powerful.
I want to piggyback on what Tiffany said about vulnerability, and I came to understand and to apply in my life that the more vulnerable I am, the more self-confident I am. Because I am in a state where I don't care anymore. This is who I am. Take me as I am or leave me as I am, and it won't make any difference.
A lot of us are in that state, sweetie. I love having you say that, because everybody can.
I come from a culture where women are not necessarily equal, where women are looked at in a different way, and I was lucky to grow up in a diplomatic family where my father was diplomat, so he was open-minded. Education was important and all that, but I still did. The environment that you grew up still leaves scars inside of you, or wounds, if you want to call it. I immigrated to the United States at 21 years old, right out of college, on my own, with one suitcase, and it was unheard of for someone from the Middle East that her parents would let her do that, and it's just if we're talking about the state of women, it's just the right to live in a different country, to have a better future, might not even be okay. That there are women that in little villages that still walk behind their men. They had to feed them first and then sit to eat. But we forget that. Human trafficking is still high. Transgender are not welcomed and embraced. And Zachary, I'm sending you a huge hug. So, and this is again, we're in 2021, and we are still there. Women are looked at as victims, but we know that we're not, right?
We know that we're not.
No, we're not. But it's a mentality. It's like Tiffany said, it's the boxes that we are put inside. It's your core identity is like, oh, you have to get married and then get an arranged marriage in some country, and only will
pioneer.
Yes.
You really are a
Yes.
pioneer for women.
I need to live my life the way is good for me, and when it's good for me, I can make it better for others.
Good for you.
Yes.
Good for you.
Thank you.
It's wonderful. Jump right in. Stephanie, what are you thinking, honey?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm very happy to be here as well, and I love listening to every single one of you. It's amazing. And the thing that was coming in my mind, so there's a few things. So one, I truly do believe that women across all levels, demographics, globally, obviously there's a reason we're here, we have made strides, and I think that we continue to carry that momentum. Do I like where we are now? Obviously, we can always do more. Obviously, there's always more room to grow, evolve, and improve. But yes, we have made strides. I mean, one thing that I really want to touch on is women are breaking social norms and conditioning constantly. That's why we are here having this talk. Like, you know, but it's still hard sometimes. Like, you know, I'm young and I'm an entrepreneur and I'm doing all these things, and sometimes it's still taboo to hear the word career woman or leader or female CEO or boss, or, you know, having a woman be seen as like the breadwinner or high earner or anything of that nature. I think that's something that's still not normal. And even, you know, being in the space of like a working woman, I've noticed I'm still not always seen as like as I am, right? Because sometimes in business it can still be a man's world. It can still be like the woman can't always be seen as the girl boss, if you will. And it's cool because something that was interesting to me, 12.3 million businesses are women owned in the US right now. And in 1972 there was 402,000 women owned businesses. So that's almost a 3,000% increase in 50 years, which I just wanted to share that because obviously I'm coming from a business standpoint. But yeah, like obviously everyone's saying like there's so many things, and the vulnerability part really stuck out to me, and especially something that, you know, I've been doing in my own business and just as a woman in general. Like I've been very vulnerable on social media and authentic, and it's hard to sometimes be vulnerable and share your voice, and it does put a space up there. Like, you know, for women, there's a lot of pressure on us to be a certain way, to act a certain way. And I think that our self-image can be tied up in how others see us, how we've been told to be growing up. Now, yes, I was born and raised in the US, but I come from a Greek descent. I was 100% raised Greek American. A lot of my family members are from Greece, so I know what it's like to feel like you have to just get married and be ready for a husband and be the housewife. So it was kind of different when I got into being an entrepreneur right out of college and starting my own business. Like that's not so much normal in my family, right, to come out and do that. So I did face a lot of adversity, even just with putting myself out there, like online. A lot of people in my family didn't understand that, and me, you know, going to college and not getting the typical degree or jumping right into the workforce. It's kind of like, you know, why are you doing that? Well, why are you starting your own business? And I stand up for that. I'm very, very strong with empowering other women, especially in business, and going out there and chasing my dream every single day. And, you know, one more other thing I wanted to put out there, even if you search like on obviously social media, we're millennials over here, right? Like if you look up hashtags, the hashtag girl boss now has 22.9 million posts. Woman empowerment, 15 million posts. Women supporting women, 11.3 million. Boss babe, 18.1 million. Now, obviously that's showing, again, just to back up my point of where I'm making strides and our voices are getting more heard. But like I said, I do also have experience in my own life being in the business scene, especially around men. Like, we're still not there completely yet, though.
No, and yeah, and
yeah, please go ahead, because there's a lot of stories I could give on that, but
well, and I wanted to mention that there isn't a wrong or a right. So we never want to come out and say, you know, it's better to do this and being just a housewife. That's okay, and that's a wonderful path that many, many women are choosing to take, and that's perfect for them. And so, you know, I honor the decisions of all women to be able to do that, and you know, to choose. And many are saying, you know what, I want to have this family and stay home, and then I'll start my career. And I tell women all over the world, you can do it all, just not all at the same time. So I'm one of those women with 8 children and 24 grandchildren. And so but when I was home, and now I have many businesses and I've put on events all over the world. And so I just want to acknowledge the wonderful opportunity that we have now, because I was born in the 40s, and the wonderful opportunity we have now to make choices that really women didn't. I mean, we were either secretaries, teachers, or nurses. That was pretty much the choice. And so I love that there, you know, I've watched this beautiful rising, and that's our theme, Women Rising, through the decades. And I love that there are millennials and Gen XYZ that are making these beautiful choices, but many of them are standing on the shoulders of those women who made the sacrifices and were, just like you just mentioned, our beautiful sister from Egypt, you know, saying, I was one of the first. I did things that no woman did. And it took all those first to be able to have this beautiful generation that's young being able to do what they're doing now. So I want to acknowledge every woman for her choices, no matter what they are.
And I definitely, just on that and what Stephanie was saying of we've made a lot of strides,
Yes.
that's one of them. This notion that it is a choice.
Yep.
Like, it is a choice. Now, going back to ERMI, and I know we haven't gotten to Jess yet, but going back to ERMI, it's not a choice for everybody.
No.
Not, and
No,
same
no.
with Sahar. Like, it's not a choice everywhere. But it is, I have that choice. Stephanie has that choice.
And many women worldwide have
Yeah.
that choice,
Yeah.
but there are millions who don't.
No. I mean, we remember the young lady that got shot just because she wanted to go to school.
Exactly.
And some are not even offered that choice, and you don't know what you don't know.
Exactly.
So-
Yay.
I, for the past 20 years of my life, have been primarily working with girls and women who have been denied that choice. And that's where I get my energy from when I see these young girls finishing college and they're looking at their future lives and thinking of themselves as potential businesswomen or
Yes.
entrepreneurs or
Yeah.
you know, experts in any field, whatever. So I think we begin with education, and I so understand what Sahar is bringing here, coming from a culture as ancient as Egypt, or for myself from India, how women's choices are thwarted, how they're constantly told that we can make the choices for you, and that patriarchy arrives in all garbs. It's just not men. It's a systemic situation, and we have to be constantly conscious about what we are fighting against. It's the same thing that Stephanie has just mentioned in the business world. She gave these brilliant figures which are just so inspiring, but we are also leaving behind so many millions with such huge potential that can, who can actually contribute in ways that will make this a better world.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, and we're continuing to redefine what a woman is, and I think that to me is the biggest goal, because more men, just society needs to see who we are, because for so long, Tiffany talked about the box that we've been in, and Paula, when you were coming up and as a mother, I mean, just the opportunities of what a woman could be just weren't out there, and we have to see it. I'm in an all-male space in television. I work in Major League Baseball, and I'm the only woman, and I think what can bother me sometimes is that people do notice my gender first, or the fact that I'm always the first woman, here's the female. It's like I want to come in and be like, I had no idea. Thank you for pointing out my gender. But what I try to do, and I think what we're all doing in our own space, especially all of our backgrounds, just this room right here between all of us, Zahari, between your parents, by the way, I'm so grateful, Zachary, for your mother to do what she did. My heart, because especially generationally, for your parents to have the vision when it was not cool to have the vision. Like, I'm like that with my kids, of course. Like, go kick ass, go be you. I'm so grateful for your parents, because they were really stepping outside of a box that did not exist at the time, to encourage both of you to be who you are. But the most important thing, I think, is for all of us to redefine what a woman is. And just between even us right here on this panel, we're all going to have differences. Because at the end of the day, just because we're a woman, it doesn't mean that we're all the same. We're all going to bring different things. So I can't wait till the day we walk into a room or a board meeting or television, and it isn't the fact that I'm here because I'm a woman. I'm here because I'm going to break down Mike Trout's baseball swing, and I'm going to do that in a way that's me.
That's right.
Yes.
Yep.
I love
Good
that.
for you. Good for you. Yay. Let's go to our second question.
Yeah.
Second question. Sorry, I wanted to throw out to Jessica, I have to plug Ermi here. So I've actually done a lot of work with Ermi and her program at New Light in Kolkata, which is literally mind-blowingly beautiful. She's being very humble, but she really does everything we're just saying, which is taking girls out of second-generation prostitution who have grown up on the streets with nothing and gets them all the way through college. But she has a program, Jessica, that it just made me think of when you were speaking about sports, where she has some of the girls that were 12 to 14 when I first visited her program. I said, oh, what are you going to show me today? And Ermi's like, well, we like to encourage whatever the girls are interested in. I'm like, okay. She's like, so you want to watch them box? I was like, and in India, right, where like this is like really girls don't even get access to sports, and she went and found the one female trainer who's like a pro boxer in India.
Ermi, I love it.
I brought her and like she was boxing, and I just got to watch them spar, and I was like, this is incredible.
I love that in so many ways. And I feel like I want to sidebar with you in like 300 different ways.
Yes. Let this conversation spark our audience, women globally, and us. Absolutely.
This is what's so beautiful. Women, this is what we do.
Yes.
Women care about each other intrinsically. We connect with each other very easily, and we collaborate every chance we get. So how blessed are we to be able to have this in our very natures?
I was just thinking, how I'm going to connect with all of you guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to find you.
We will.
We will. Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right, second question.
Yes. So what do you believe women most need right now? And maybe we'll start with Jess.
Yes. What do women most need right now?
Yeah. With the idea of women rising, and you know, just to cut you off, you know, with what Zachary's parents did, you know, and what Sahara's parents did when they came in and they supported an idea that wasn't, like you said, cool at the time. It wasn't popular, like being a feminist, like, you know, so this is like, now when I heard that, I was thinking, this is where we can come in globally and provide some of that for women international, that support, that path, not just the trailblazing that all of you women have done, but also the support of the conversation. So Jess, please.
Yes. Well, I mean, I think it takes real courage to be the first and to do things when there hasn't been much. And when there is a ton of courage, you're not going to see a high percentage of people making those decisions to promote women in spaces, to help young girls in places where, you know, it doesn't happen. And so to me, I feel like we need, and this is coming from television, but we need to see it. We need to constantly, like the stories that I choose to tell, I feel an obligation as a storyteller to tell those of more women to get outside. Imagine not just a young girl watching this, or even other women, but how would that has daughters, that all of a sudden it clicks for them, or they're a CEO of a company and they're hiring and they're trying to think outside the box. And I know it's cliche, but you have to see it to be it. And for a lot of people to be able to see Ermi, like I want to come and do a story on these girl boxers, and no, but then to have more young girls and women and men see this, because let's be real, the courage that all of you have to do the stuff that your parents did, that those that created opportunity, it just doesn't exist at 100%. That isn't our world. So we have to tell them, hey, this is actually what we do, and you can hire more women, and you can promote more women, and you can get them in the forefront and out there, because it's happening. We just need to make it so everyone can see it, whether that's social media and hashtag Stephanie, I mean, getting it out there, continue to promote, or, you know, in television, digital features, all the different things that we're continually having this conversation, so those that don't have the courage that you guys do will actually do it.
Yes. Love that. Yes.
Well said. Thank you so much. That was just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah.
I'll tag on to what Jessica said too. I think, you know, for opponents of trans equality, they state very clearly that trans people do not exist or should not exist and don't deserve basic human rights. And invisibility has been such a survival strategy for trans women through time. Visibility has been hard earned, but it's the only way to counteract a narrative that you don't exist. It's so difficult to distill what women need, and I would be inadequate, I think, at answering that question, but I know for sure that we all need support, and that within our communities, the communities that we have access to, if we can find the folks who are most disadvantaged, who are most vulnerable, and in need of resources, direct services and actual physical resources, empowerment, being taken out of situations in which they are being exploited or trafficked. There are so many ways that we can use our power and our resources to bring up the folks who are most disadvantaged.
Exactly. Yes. And I think when we go, especially in the business world and in the corporate world, I always look at inequality for women or paycheck equality, that it's actually, it's kind of thrown back at women, like it's the problem of women and they have to solve it on their own because it's their problem. But actually, it's created by 3 different components, and the 3 different components need to be the solution. So it's women themselves, it's the men, and it's the organizations, right? So the organizations, for example, have to go and check if they're really serious. By the way, I work in the diversity industry. I'm a DEI professional, and that's how I talk about the women issues as well. Is just they need to look at what we call the second generation bias that is embedded in the guidelines and the principles. Like Jessica said, it's like a sport commentator is a man. You know, it's not, and that's embedded. We are already know our bias says that it's a white man that has to be a baseball commentator, for example. So the corporations should go back and look at the second generation bias that is in the guidelines, leadership, you know, and how. And when they hire even people, it's just like we need a culturally fit person. Culturally fit means same old, same old. Like we're not even looking at diverse candidate. Number 2, the women. I mean, people keep talking about the glass ceiling till women themselves believe it, right? For me, it's like if there is a glass ceiling, you know what? I don't need your office. I go and build my own building and I have my own.
Yes, I am not going to even acknowledge that.
Thank you. Thank you. It's not in my vocabulary. You know, I have done my own life, and that's why I started my own business, and now I'm doing the second one because I build my own roof. I don't need you to build it for me. I'll do a lot of efforts, and it's not going to be easy. It doesn't happen overnight, and it's a lot of blood and effort and tears, and I'm fine with that. So it's about us believing in us, and most importantly, self-care. Because if I don't take care of myself, I will never be able to take care of anyone else. So, and women look at this as like, oh my God, I have to be in the back picture, I have to be the caregiver for everybody. And once we step into that image, all of a sudden we are the B word, right? Because if we stand up for ourselves, right? And the third part is the men. Men, there are a lot of men that want to be allies, or men that are oblivious. So maybe educating them and bringing them to the table as an ally, you know, because they are the majority in whatever, like Stephanie said, in businesses, in the sport world, and you know what I mean? We need to bring them so they can be our allies and we can grow together as well. And most importantly, like Jessica said, courage and being fearless. And fearless doesn't mean that we don't have fear, it's that we are acting despite of fear.
And we have made allies of our fears as well. We have turned that around into our power and our courage, and it's the actions that are driven by fear that will help us change things for others who are less fortunate than us. And I think what you talked about, making allies out of men, that is just so very important. Most of the time we're just preaching to the choir, and unless they hear us, they pretend it doesn't exist, and we say women's problems. There is nothing called a woman's problem. These are global problems, and we have to address those.
Yeah. Well said. Thank you so much. I love that we all agree on so many of these things. It's like, yes, we get this. And now our responsibility and our opportunity is to go share this and strengthen other women and help other women. One of the things that I know we need right now, women of the world, is to love ourselves more. And women, you know, they just don't feel like they're enough, and oh, they are. Oh, they are. But let's hear from another.
I love what you just said, Paula. That really rang true to me. Self-love, right, as opposed to sort of, I think a lot of women's, again, I mean, I think due to like a lot of systemic patriarchy and these walls, we've created this like, I'm not good enough, right? There's a culture of, I'm not good enough, I'm not measuring up, and self-love is so important. And I just keep going back to like that's to me also what vulnerability is, right? Like I think sometimes we say the word courage. I just have this maybe issue with the word courage, meaning like fearless, strong. And I think vulnerability is courage. It's being so open and saying, even when you're like saying, I'm scared, this is who I am. And that the more we're doing that is where I'm seeing the transformation. Yes. And in the Women's Festival that I held, that Urmi came and spoke at in India, we keep saying to each other, Urmi and I, like we started 2020 on a high, left the ashram, and then the world fell apart. But it was wild. Like we left going, we're going to transform the world as a community of women, and then the world kind of hit us. But I think there too, I learned that like women really need community, and that place, like you said, of just like being allowed to cultivate self-love and vulnerability. And that's what we all just need.
Well, that's being real, Tiffany, because that's a great point. Because I think a lot of times you picture like, all right, like I'm strong and I can beat up anyone, or I mean, Zahari, I would not mess with. You're my muscles. Like you're coming in, you're gonna punch someone in the face if they mess with you. But to be honest, Tiffany, like I totally agree. When you're raw, when you're vulnerable, you're real. Like that's when, like I've noticed when I relate to so many more women, people, anyone, is when I've really let my guard down. And I just tell you all the insecurities, the crap that I'm scared of, the stuff that, you know, like the doubt that comes into my head every single day. But people see you and they're like, oh my God, I mean, look at all you women. I'm like, you can't have a bad day. Like, there's no way. You're these powerful women, and the more that we can share that, no. Let me come and show you what's behind the curtain. Yeah. Then we become relatable and we can connect with everybody.
So I was bullied my whole childhood. And in my teenage, I was bullied because I was overweight, because I was the expat, you know, and at a certain time when it got to the maximum, I promised myself I will never be bullied again, and I will never let anybody be bullied again.
I love you.
Can you imagine a men's panel and one turning to the other and say, I love you? It's so cool, you know. We go into the bathroom and we meet each other. We come out holding hands. It's like, I know.
Maybe they're feeling it. Maybe they're in their own box.
But you know, it's not to say, and it's not to say we love our men. We honor our men. You know, I've been married 49 years. We love they're wonderful, wonderful men. We never want to be men bashers. That's never part of who we are, what we do. We are now honoring on this beautiful International Women's Day women. And we're saying, men, look at us and, you know, be grateful for us. And we're grateful for you, but wow, we're rising. Yeah.
And to Jen's point, I mean, it's not a small thing that men are also restricted by patriarchy. That the constraints of sexism are such that men are not able to be their full selves. Men resent women for their emotional vulnerability.
Some men do. Yeah, some men do.
Absolutely, yeah, granted. But I think it's, you know, important for us to recognize that if we can deconstruct these cultural norms and create conditions in which everybody is able to be their full self, it takes everybody doing it all at once.
Yeah.
Paints a bright future. I love that
Should
idea.
we, how much more time do we have? We have a third question, and we're going to ask you to answer this really quickly. Is that okay? So imagine right now, use your best imagination. Imagine that in front of you were all the women in the whole world. This is like magical, right? And they were all there listening, just so anxious to hear what you have to say. And you are going to give them one short piece of advice right from your heart. What would you tell the women of the world that would help them? All right, that's our question. We love you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us.
For these, I mean, and I want to hear, so I'm glad that this is recorded because I want to hear everyone. My biggest thing is owning your differences, because I feel like there's so much pressure to blend in and be like everyone else, and to stand out. To truly stand out is to find what makes you unique. And I think especially, as you're younger for sure, but even now, like there's this pressure to definitely blend. Social media, you act, you look, you say things a certain way, and I know that I was able to find separation from everyone else by owning the things that really made me different. And that to me is the most important. When I think of that, what you're envisioning, if I'm looking at a young girl, I'm just like, girl, you find what makes you different and you raise that flag. It's not
Oh,
Yes, I love that. Raise that flag up. Thank you for joining us, honey. Thank you so much for being with us, Jessica. All right.
All in person very soon, because
I would love
the
that.
biggest hug.
I would love that.
Thank you so much.
Who's next?
So I can go.
Okay, go.
I would tell them, love your perfect imperfections. And I would say, a lot of imperfect actions is better than waiting for a big perfect action, because there is no perfection in this world.
True.
Perfection is procrastination. Procrastination is rooted in fear. That's what I would say.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. That was beautiful. All right. What's your big message, Stephanie?
This is such a hard one because I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I think there's so many things that I would want to do. Now, I'm going to start with 2 words, and I know this sounds simple, but I'll explain. It would be you can. And I say that because, it's natural to feel fear and doubt. I feel it all the time. It doesn't matter, what the situation is. It's natural. We're always going to have it when doing things in life, but it's if you're able to still face that and do it anyways, still able to face whatever fear and doubt you have and to go for it. I work with so many women on a daily basis. My main job is actually a personal trainer. So one of the most vulnerable spaces is, that's actually what my full-time job is. I work in as a trainer. So women come to me in probably the most vulnerable state, which is like their bodies. And through working with women on their body, I realize it's so much deeper. It's way beyond the physical. It's a lot mental, emotional, spiritual, all these things. And it's being able to convince women that they can, no matter where they are at. Like you can love yourself even if you're not exactly where you want to be, because you are enough as you are. Like there's this standard. I love to talk about this. I was actually guest speaking a few nights ago just on the same topic, but you can love yourself no matter where you are, and that's why I keep saying you can, because we think we can't, but it's like, you as you are, that's the standard. The standards we think that are imposed on us is just, it's all perception. I always say the thing, we can all look at this glass, but we're all going to perceive it differently, right? We're always going to see through that perception. It's being able to truly, I keep hearing a common pattern here, just, believing that you can, believing that you are enough, and just staying true and authentic to who you are. Authenticity's been probably the biggest word that's came up for me a lot over the past few years. It's something I struggled with for the longest time, because I thought that who I was authentically still didn't fit the standard, that it still wasn't enough, no matter how I was reaching for this unrealistic standard. That word keeps coming up for me, but that would be the biggest thing for me, is telling people that you can, no matter what you are, and to look fear in the face and do the damn thing anyways.
Yay, it was wonderful.
I love it.
It was
I
good.
love it.
So wise and so young.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. All right, next.
I'm with Sahara. You want me to go? Okay. I was, actually also thinking about this notion of perfection and how many men consciously cause harm, create wars, and are not held accountable, do not feel remorse for their actions or guilt, and yet think of themselves as perfect and go through life without retribution. And I think it's a kind of a trick of patriarchy and of sexism for women to constantly question themselves and to feel always inadequate, always that they have to catch up on, improving oneself endlessly and meeting these kinds of arbitrary standards. I think that you all are perfect, and if I, was convening a group of all of the women in the world and all the people in the world, that if you can go through your life without harming other people, if you can never be mean, then you're pretty much okay. Then you're good. And that's actually quite a high standard to hold yourself to. If you can support and empower the people around you, then you are perfect. And all of your flaws and all of the layers of the complication,
Love it.
Thank you, Zachary. We really appreciate that. I love that you're so thoughtful about these things.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's important.
Tiffany? Sure. It's funny, so I don't know if you guys saw, I got up for a second to grab a piece of paper. And I never thought I'd be reading this as what I would tell all women, because I just heard it this morning on a podcast about, and it's going to sound, I'm so LA right now, I'm going to tell you that my friend sent me a podcast about the new moon, the Virgo new moon that is tomorrow. And I thought, I'll give it a listen. And it struck me, and this was a mantra that they read out loud to me, and I think this is what I would definitely want to tell all women. And I kind of cried when I read it, so I'll try not to cry. I am the mother and the child. I, God, I matter, am.
Proud of I am.
Love it.
It's powerful. That's powerful. Yeah.
I love it.
I just... I love that you asked that. Thank you, Zachary. And I mentioned it before. I have many heroes. One of them is Mother Teresa. And she said, spread love wherever you go. First of all, in your own home. Give love to your husband, your wife, your children, your next door neighbor. Now here's my favorite line. Let no one ever come to you without leaving better and happier. Be the living expression of God's kindness. Kindness in your face, kindness in your smile, kindness in your warm greeting. So if I were going to give one piece of advice, as I said before, I would tell women, you are so precious. Love yourself just the way you are, and then spread that love, because love begets love. And when that happens, then you increase the level of love, and my mission on earth is to increase the level of love, prosperity, and peace on this earth. And you can't help with every positive thought. You do that. You lift the level of love on this planet. And so it comes down to that 4-letter word, Zachary. Thank you for asking. It's all about love and loving yourself, loving your God, loving your fellow man, and showing that love is what I would suggest that all the women in the world consider.
I love it. You're so well spoken.
And over to you.
And I would say
we are just so connected. You have elaborated my 4 words, which is teach love, teach peace. That's all we can do.
Oh,
And no matter what situation we are in, if we keep love at the center of it, we can heal everybody.
Thank you so
and
much.
we can teach peace to people, that this world needs to be sustained. It's meant for everyone, every 7 billion of us.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for mentioning St. Teresa. Thank you for sharing this. And I feel just so connected for all the viewers, all the listeners who are here today, and who will be watching this program for the next 365 days.
Yes.
And we promise you, you can do it. You can love yourself, teach love, teach peace, and accept everything and everybody around you with that grace.
Thank you so much. And we know peace begins in the heart, and then the home, and then it spreads out to humanity. Well, thank you. You are so amazing. The next time I come to India, I must see you.
Absolutely. If I were standing in front of all the women, and I were standing with you women who've just said magnificent things, this is what I would add. I would double down on everything these women just said. And listen to yourself. Listen to that voice. When you feel something isn't yours, it's not yours. When you feel something is yours, that's you talking in there. And I think that, when I was young, I grew up in California, and I wanted to go to New York, and I wanted to work on Wall Street. And when I envisioned myself, I was a man on Wall Street, because I'd never seen a woman on Wall Street, right? And then I got there, and there were some women, and I was a woman, and I was a woman on Wall Street. And I just want to say, with what what everyone was saying here around seeing it, right? Let this panel, let this moment be your opportunity to see that there are women out there that saw that there might be this glass ceiling and said, yeah, I'm going to a different building. I'll go build my own building, right? So, that it is not easy. It is not easy, but it is simple. It's simple concepts.
Impossible.
Love, peace, come together. When we come together, we are stronger. I don't think anyone was meant to be alone by themselves. So we can depend on each other, which goes to that vulnerability, which speaks to what you all have been saying. And that's what I would say is double down on what these wonderful women here have just said.
Yes. Beautiful. Did you have any other thoughts? Anyone would like to give us some last thoughts? We have just a few minutes left. That's something in your heart you'd like to share that you haven't shared yet. Have we said it all?
Adjust each other ground and don't bring each other down.
Yes, I actually talk about. Thank you. I talk about the disease of the 3 C's. And so many women have this. It's comparing, and it's complaining, and it's criticizing. And those two aren't the same. And so many women, when they recognize, the first step is just to recognize, oh my gosh, I'm comparing myself with, and there's another, that's a critical thought. And when they learn, gosh, I don't need to complain about that. When they're aware, and when they start changing their habits, because sometimes they're just bad habits, right? And I know that we can rise individually and cumulatively as we help each other, and as we love each other, and as we reach out and support each other. And that's exactly what you've done with us today on this panel. We love you, we honor you, we thank you. Did you have any last?
No, I really am so grateful that you're all here, and I'm so grateful for all the women who are going to be involved, who are involved in this conversation right now, just by being here, just by listening, and just by showing up right now for yourself and being a part of this conversation, even if you've just been listening.
Yeah.
You are a part of this conversation. You are a part of this conversation. This is our conversation. It is, like Ermi said, it is a global conversation for all humans. So I thank the panelists. I thank Paula. I'm so grateful.
We love you. Thank you so much.
Bye, all.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice meeting you all.
Wonderful.
Happy International Women's Day. Hello and welcome to our conversation. I'm Paula Fellingham, and Kim Weichel is my dear friend. She's a thought leader on the Women's Information Network, an author, a peace builder, champion for women and girls, a mentor and nonprofit leader who's worked to build bridges between individuals and nations for over 25 years. She's a dear friend, and we're so glad that we had this opportunity to just have a little conversation today. Kim, take it away.
Thank you, Paula, and I want to welcome everyone and wish everyone a happy International Women's Day. It's one of my favorite days of the year. It's one of about 12 UN days focusing on a global issue. So we focus on many things. We focus on the many roles that women play, and we know we play many roles. We focus on the skills and wisdom that women bring. We focus on the progress. We try and celebrate the progress over the past year, and we also look at the progress that still needs to be made. So in honor of International Women's Day, both of us who've been longtime champions in women's leadership and have worked with women around the world, we've summarized our skills into 10 skills each. So we wanted to share with our friends about the skills that we've developed. So Paula, why don't you start with your top 5?
Oh, thank you so much. You know, this is what I teach women worldwide, and I encourage them to be leaders in these 10 ways. So the first 5, number 1, stand up, step forward and lead out fearlessly. You know, we don't need to wait for someone to give us permission to be leaders, influencing and impacting others' lives for good. So decide where you want to go and who you want to go with and what you want to do, and start moving. And number 2, love and serve others. You know, think loving thoughts, say loving words, and do loving deeds. Don't be timid. The world needs more genuine love, as I know you know. So when you sincerely love others, they'll feel it and they'll follow. Number 3, have a great vision and collaborate with others. With a great vision and superb goals that attract others, you could touch hearts and change lives on a massive scale. So reach out to connect and collaborate with others. You know, collaboration is a powerful key to success. Number 4, listen to your heart. You know, your heart will always tell you where to go and where not to go, but you must listen carefully. Pay attention to the voices, the ideas, the opinions, the suggestions of others. But in the end, your heart should override the voices of the crowd. And number 5, make wise decisions. Use a variety of resources to make decisions. Speak to others who have walked your path, and, you know, study history. Research online, research with others, and ask. And always keep your heart open to new information. Those are my first 5. And Kim, go ahead.
Thank you. So in 2019, the Harvard Business Review did a large-scale analysis of thousands of reviews, and they found, not surprisingly, that women outscored men in 17 of the 19 key skills for leadership. So I'm going to summarize these into 10, and they jive very closely with my own work and research. Number 1, women focus on teamwork and are good at building relationships and being inclusive, so that we know that teams expand options. If a singular person makes a decision, it's only their perspective. But with teams, we have diverse views and thus diverse perspectives. And so women are good at teamwork because we're good at relationships and caring for others. We also value being inclusive because we know what it's like. Many women's voices have been excluded in the past, and now it's very important that we include all stakeholders. Number 2, women value work-life balance and are good at multitasking. Boy, are we good at multitasking. As mothers, we know how to take care of kids, cook dinner, and talk on the phone all at once. It's not just about being efficient with our time, it's being aware of so many things going on simultaneously. We value work-life balance. It's always a challenge. We know this as working moms, and yet it's so important to set boundaries, to engage others, to reduce stress, and find joy in both work and at home. 3, women are empathetic and show compassion. Empathy and compassion helps us relate to others and understand what someone is going through in a hard time. Being sensitive and caring are key people skills, which leads towards closeness and building trust. Number 4, we're strong communicators and good listeners. If we want to have our voices heard, we need good communication skills. Since often in the workplace, unfortunately, women are judged by a higher standard, we need to hone in our good communication skills. And being good listeners means that people feel seen and heard and helps with empathy and building trust. Number 5, women have high emotional intelligence and are less combative. We know that with IQ, that helps us get the job, but EQ, or emotional intelligence, is what helps us keep the job. There's been a lot of research showing how important emotional intelligence is. So that means our ability to understand and manage our emotions. It means self-awareness, self-regulation, which helps us to also understand other people and their emotions. And because of this, we're less combative and thus more cooperative. So Paula, back to you for your next 5.
All right. Thank you so much, Kim. And your ideas are so wonderful. So my 6th one is be flexible and cheerful. You know, your ability to be flexible and cheerful is an indication of your strength of character. So a key is to just not sweat the small stuff. Number 7 is to take care of yourself. When you run too fast and ignore your body's warning signs, you may wear down emotionally. So do something that you love every day and take care of your sweet body. Number 8, be a thought leader in your field. You know, it's one thing to lead others down a well-beaten path. It's another to break new ground as a thought leader in your field. So take time to learn and to ponder, to meditate and ask great questions. Be a leader whose ideas are new and relevant. And number 9, let your light shine brightly. You know, all of us have a big, beautiful light, so shine confidently and joyfully. As a leader, your actions and your decisions will be scrutinized by many, so shine your light as brightly as possible and hold it high for all the world to see. And my 10th one, live and give, but never, ever give up. Celebrate others, lift others, love others, and give to others. And when you're tired, discouraged, and used up, remember that great leaders do stop and rest, but they never, ever give up. And back to you, Kim.
So thank you. My number 6 is women think holistically and consider both short and long-term impact of any decision. So thinking holistically means seeing the big picture and understanding the interconnectedness of various elements, which is so important, or so things can be missed in decisions. And we need to balance short and long-term thinking. Unfortunately, in our culture, there's so much short-term thinking, and yet that can get us into trouble. We've seen many infrastructure projects where people try to save money, cut costs, cheap materials, and it may save money in the short term, but in the medium, long term, it can cost a lot more and be devastating. So thinking both short and long term are really important skills. Number 7, women handle crisis situations well. We've just seen this during the pandemic. Female values-led leadership has been notably more successful during the crisis. Female leaders in New Zealand, in South Korea, in Germany, in Iceland, and other countries have shown that they used scientific evidence and took bold and decisive action, preventing the virus from spreading. Very important steps. And they showed empathy. The female prime minister in New Zealand used Facebook Live addresses to share her views and showing her caring with her citizens, which was very important. Number 8, we lead by example and bring up other women. One of the most powerful ways to motivate others is to lead by example. We know this as parents, that we can't just tell our kids to do something that we don't do, that rather it's important to embody the behavior we want them to emulate. So the same in the workplace. And we want to look out for other women who are coming up the ranks, to mentor, coach, train these women. So there's research to show the more women that are in leadership positions, the more women that can come up the ranks. Number 9, women have a heightened perception of what's occurring before it becomes visible. This is very important in terms of conflict resolution and peace building. We use our intuitive sense to feel a sense of tension before it erupts into conflict. And that's important to understand because 50% of all peace treaties fail within 5 years. Why? Because we did not deal with the roots of the conflict and we did not include all the stakeholders, i.e. women. So that skill of sensing things and understanding the roots of the conflict is key in peace building. And number 10, women share power rather than hoard power. Women know that good leaders build a powerful team by sharing power that encourages team engagement and enhanced productivity. The more we share power, the more we get buy-in and a sense of ownership. And women want to share power in order to make the best decisions and engage all stakeholders. So those are my 10. Paula, back to you.
Thank you so much. It's been such a joy to share this conversation with you, Kim. And as we bid you farewell, as we say goodbye, we'd like to let you know that you could always reach out to us. Kim, go ahead and give them your contact information so if they wanted to talk to you further, they could.
Oh, I'd be delighted to, and I've written about this in a number of books. My website is www.kimweichel, spelled KIMWEICHEL.org.
Wonderful. And I'm paulafellingham.com. So we wish you, both of us, we wish you such a beautiful and joyous, happy International Women's Day. And throughout the year, may you celebrate and may God's richest blessings be yours. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Sofia Olives is a passionate leader and visionary who speaks in such a powerful way that people stop. They listen and they hear possibilities for themselves and then boldly take action, which is thrilling. Sofia Olives is now the CEO of Women's Information Network, The WIN, and she owns a hedge fund that invests in blockchain technology. It's spectacular. She also works on smart technology and green energy projects. Sofia, spectacular woman, is an international speaker and co-author of the best-selling books, When I Rise, I Thrive, and Manifestations. Sofia is an avid traveler, having solo backpacked in over 30 countries, picking up a few languages along the way. And in 2011, she met the Dalai Lama and now speaks about how when women are financially solvent, poverty is eradicated and violence is alleviated and mental health is bolstered. Sofia is committed to living a life of purpose, on purpose, such that she impacts and contributes to evolution of humanity. This amazing, phenomenal woman is also known to be a butterfly chaser, a tree climber, a kite flyer, and she does cartwheels barefoot on soft grass with an infectious, wonderless glow. We welcome Sofia.
Thank you so much. It is such a profound opportunity. It's such a profound privilege to be the CEO of WIN and to be able to speak to you all on International Women's Day. All of us can feel that from the last year, every single human being has been affected by what we've been going through, this global reset. And all of us can start to feel that innate calling, that time for change, that time for women to step into their power and to usher in this new chapter, for us to come together and to generate for each other and for those amazing men in our lives a different way, a way that's more financially lucrative, a way that's more abundance, a way that has us work in collaboration. And International Women's Day is a moment where we take a look at all of the successes that we've had, all of the wins that we've had, and what there is to do that we can, if we authorize ourselves, usher in and generate for the world to come. So what I want to talk to you about today, and what I think and I believe that WIN stands for, is that for each individual woman to authorize themselves to remember and recall that power that each of us have in generating and bringing forth that future. For us to take a look at what is it that we can do for one another? How can we utilize that place that we come from, that synergistic, harmonious way of being, that collaborative space that we have? How is it that we can bring forth that way? And how can we find and locate those areas and foster that? And when brings that? We talk about these spaces where we can work together in unison in all of our different ways that all our different projects and all of the different ways that we come about it. Now, how is it that we can celebrate each other and work together? And in this community and in this day, we can look back to history for some pointers, for some guidance. And back before pre-Sumerian times, it was matriarchal societies that led the world. And it's been uncovered that this time period was of a harmonious time, of a period where, as the women led, that things flourished. And how is it that we can tap into that, learn from that, and recognize and bring that back into the world now? Each of you are feeling that. You're here today because you feel something innately inside you calling to you. There's been a period of time in the patriarchal society where we as women have been standing behind and empowering our men to do great, amazing things. And look at our beautiful world. It's evidence and proof of our success in standing in the foreground and looking for, what can we do to empower those men? So now the challenge is, how do you want to move forward? How would you like to take that next step, that next leadership position, and show our men and generate that space for them to come and collaborate with us, to move from competition to collaboration? How is it that we can powerfully work in unison with all of our different opinions, our different thoughts? There's so many infinite ways to get to one goal and one intention and one resolution. So I urge you to look at your life and look and see who you've had mentored. Who are you mentoring? What woman are you reaching out to and asking, how can I support you? And look inside and see what those fears are that you have. And embrace them. And look and see of all the areas where you have disagreement with, upset, where you say this shouldn't be this way. And remember that diamonds are created under enormous amount of pressure. And look about all the way that the earth shows us in all the different ways, how growth takes place under extreme pressures. And it's at the precipice where leadership is called to be. Well, we are at that point. We're at an inflection point for many of us. And we're at a tipping point in the world. So what is it that you are willing to authorize yourself? What is your purpose? What's your why? Other than not waking up and dying in your sleep, what gets you out of bed? What shakes you to your core that you will scream to the top of your lungs for and stand up for? What is it that you have an axe to grind with? Because those are the things that you can make a difference about. And small and great, they're of equal importance. Sometimes the gift that you can give to your world is being the most amazing parent. And sometimes a gift to the world is being a parent to someone that doesn't have a parent. And sometimes a gift to the world can be what you do through a nonprofit, through an organization, or through loving somebody and sharing that love with the world. So look into all the areas of your life all the upsets that you had, and find out what was there for you to learn, and look at it as embracing those gifts. Like, what did it do for you? And if you had the perception and you were able to take a step back and look at it, if everything was working for me, what could I now learn from it? Consider that we just don't have a high enough viewpoint. If you're on the field and you're playing, you may not have the highest viewpoint. So consider it's not the end of your story. If you feel like you're struggling, if you feel like there's upset, if you feel like you keep hitting that wall, it's not the end. It's not the end. So keep going. And I hope that you find this today with all of our amazing speakers, that you find a nugget for yourself, something that calls to you, something that calls you forward and calls you forth, and that you authorize yourself to generate who you are as a leader, who you are as a human being, and what you're willing to do. And I hope that you extend that love out to the men in our lives and show them that there is a more powerful way that we can move forward together in harmony and in alignment and in synergy, where we evolve and remember what humankind is. And those conversations about acceptance, they're just innate. I very much look forward to this next year where we usher in WIN, powered by Spice Nation, and what it looks like to model for the world collaboration, and how we'll be reaching out to every area on this beautiful planet of ours and bring forth the resources and the power that we have when we all come together. Enjoy this day, celebrate yourselves. Make sure that all the little ones are seeing all the beautiful things that you may not share with people. Let them know that what you do. A lot of times what women do are behind the scenes. Ask to be acknowledged and tell people what you want to be acknowledged for. And celebrate yourself and celebrate all the beautiful women in your lives. Every single woman that had a kind word to you that you can reach out and pick the phone. I want to see those lines today just absolutely clogged with words of power and kindness and love. Enjoy today, and I very much look forward to our journey ahead.
Sophia Olives, thank you so much. What an inspiration. I love the focus on the urgency and the presence.
Absolutely. And she talked about being gifts to the world. What are your gifts to the world? You are a gift to the world. Look at what you bring to the world. Magnificent. And you are such a wonderful leader. I'm looking forward to this next year. You just said, you know, we're looking forward together as leaders and as also the women of the world who we know can connect and collaborate on levels that are deep and good. And you are such an example to us and to all the women today of what a beautiful leader is. Thank you so much. We love you, Sophia.
Thank you. Wonderful.
So our next speaker is a magnificent woman, Cindy Miller. She's a master of mulligans, a leading expert at taking another shot, a former Ladies Professional Golf Association Tour player, this is a big deal, who currently competes on the official Legends Tour of the LPGA. She's been named to the LPGA's 2020 top 50 teachers in the world. Is that amazing? As a certified behavior, motivation, and emotional intelligence professional, Cindy is a sought after as a speaker, a coach, a corporate trainer, and she inspires and challenges individuals and teams and corporations to unlock potential and improve performance. We are so blessed to have you, Cindy. Take it away.
Most of my life, I've been told you're not good enough. I grew up in a family that played golf. My parents would play golf every weekend, sit at the bar, get drunk, go home, and fight. The pool was my babysitter until I got fat in 8th grade and all the cute boys started to call me Ten Ton Tessie. So I quickly found an aversion to swimming. My only other choice was the golf course. I didn't really like golf, but I took lessons, and I was actually pretty good at it. My mom and her friends took me to an LPGA tournament when I was 17 years old. Holy cow, I fell in love. I was going to be a star on the LPGA Tour. The only problem was I wasn't good enough. So they didn't have any internet then, and there was no email. So I looked up college golf teams. I didn't know how to find out which colleges had women's golf teams. I wrote letters, snail mail, to the Ben Hogan Company and Golf Digest magazine. I assumed because I read their magazine and I played their golf clubs that they would care about me. And I asked them if they knew of any women's golf colleges or colleges in general that had women's golf teams. And they actually wrote back. And the number one school on the list for me was the University of Miami. So that's when I wrote and said, hey, can I be on your golf team? And they wrote back and said, you're not really good enough. You're welcome to come down here and try, but you'll probably never play. My dad told me I had 1 year to earn a scholarship or I'd have to come home. They couldn't afford it. I got dropped off at my dorm by a family friend. And I sat on the bed and I cried. And then after my pity party, I got up and I practiced. And then I practiced some more. And then I found a coach who could help me get better. And then I graduated 4 years later, the number one player on that golf team. We won back-to-back national championships my junior and senior year, and I was voted team captain and All-American. I tried to qualify to play on the tour that next summer. I didn't make it. You're not good enough. So I drove to California by myself to play on the mini tour to get better. The next year I qualified for the tour, only to lose my card after 3 seasons. Of the best players in the world, I was one of the worst. You're not good enough. So what do you do when things don't go your way? When they're out of control? My name is Cindy Miller, and I happen to be a leading expert at taking another shot. I teach people how to gain control, how to own it, their business, their sport, their life. This box contains the 3 steps you need to take when things are out of control, chaotic, and uncertain, and you don't know what's going on. The number one thing in the box is a nail. A nail? Yes. If you were sitting on a nail and it was poking and prodding and hurting you really, really bad, would you stay there and let it hurt, or would you get up? How bad does it have to hurt to be willing to change? I would dare you to get off the nail. The second thing in the box is a mirror. A mirror? Yes. You have to be willing to look in the mirror. Who are you? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What do you need to change? What do you need to do to get out of your situation? Maybe it's time to take a peek in the mirror. We all have different personalities. We all have different strengths, different weaknesses. We're motivated by different things. Do you really know who you are? Maybe there's something inside of you that's making you be miserable that you need to stop. You need to get off the nail and be willing to look in the mirror. And the third thing in the box is a tiny little seed. A seed? Yes. Once you know why you're here, get off the nail, and you know who you are and what you need to do to change things, you need to plant a little seed and do something about it. See, when I was going through all this stuff, and I came up with it, my husband and I were going through a bunch of issues. He was an alcoholic. He tried to commit suicide. And I was sitting and whining and moaning and crying in a counselor's office. And I happened to be a Christian, and I was complaining about my husband, and I didn't have any tissue, and the tears are going down my face, and the boogers are dripping in my mouth. And the guy gets up, and he goes in the bathroom, and he grabs me a wad of toilet paper, and he says, Cindy? I said, yeah. He said, the Lord told me to tell you something. I said, what did he tell you to tell me? He said, he's told me to tell you that he's planted a seed in your life. and you need to stop digging it up to see if it's growing. And if you do, there's no telling how good this could end up. So I'm going to tell you that was 21 years ago. And since that time, I stopped digging up the seed. I kept watering it. I put it in the light and I nurtured it. And I can tell you now that I am still married to that same guy for 39 years, and he no longer drinks. And we have created this It Box, and we are teaching people all over the world how to gain control, how to own it, your business, your sport, your life. So if you would like a free gift to learn how to own it, go to cindymillerinc.com/better. cindymillerinc.com/better. And you can take a personality test to find out who you really, really are. So, number 1, get off the nail. Number 2, look in the mirror. Who are you? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? And number 3, plant a seed. Put it in the water. Put it in the light. Nurture it. Take care of it. And if you do, there's no telling how good this could end up. Good luck.
Fabulous, Cindy. My goodness, what a wonderful presentation by such a professional. And I love the way you speak. I love that you have props. I love that you've got it right behind you. I love that you really, really do know what you're talking about, and you came from such a place of knowing and sharing with the women of the world. So thank you so much. It was amazing.
No, I really appreciate when you start out with your story and you come in with that. And, you know, I really didn't feel that you were judging yourself along. No. You know, it's just she tells the story as facts.
The way it is.
And I just appreciate that. And I can just sense myself growing just hearing you speak about your experience in that way. So thank you so very much. Wonderful. I am super excited to introduce our next speaker. Jill Lublin is an international speaker on the topic of radical influence, publicity, networking, kindness, and referrals. She is the author of 4 best-selling books, including Get Noticed, Get Referrals, and she is a co-author of Guerrilla Publicity and Networking Magic. Both sound amazing. Her latest book, get ready for this, Profit of Kindness. Profit of Kindness went #1 in 4 categories. Spectacular. Jill is a master strategist on how to position your business for more profitability, more visibility in the marketplace. She is the CEO of a strategic consulting firm and has over 25 years experience working with over 100,000 people. Wow. Plus national and international media. Spectacular. Jill teaches. She teaches publicity crash courses. Crash courses, I love that. As both live events and live webinars, and consults with speakers worldwide. She also helps authors. She helps them create book deals with major publishers. How exciting. And agents. And as well as helping these authors obtain foreign right deals. Oh, so important. We welcome you, Jill. Thank you so much. Take it on over.
Hey, ladies. It's Jill Lublin coming to you from Northern California. So excited to be here with my WIN friends, sisters. And here's the deal. I want to help you blow your own horn. Even if you think it's a kazoo, because it is time for you to shake, rattle, and roll and get your message out to the media so that the media can bring business back to you, prospects back to you, trust, credibility, visibility, and get your name out there in the media so that people are talking about you. So I want to give you some simple, easy ways today to create a visibility building activities so that your message gets out there. And let's start with your message first, because as an expert, your message matters. You see, the media, they want you. Yes, they want you. You can hear the cheers now. We want you. We want you to be the expert you are, featured in the media, and the media does need and must feature experts. So experts solve problems. So I want you to be thinking about what's really the problem that you solve. Like, and don't even put it from the aspect of this is what I do, but I want you to think about what's the problem out in the marketplace, right? You're the solution provider. And then I want you to give 3 simple solutions, make it really easy for people to want to be with you, to want to connect with you, and give them appetizers, not full meals. Now, this is a great way, and it's an excellent formula. It comes right out of guerrilla publicity to create that visibility factor so that people are connected to you and that they understand the value and benefit you provide. Now, here's another really super great thing. You want to use, I like to call it everything you've got. Use everything you've got. Your ethnicity, your religion. If you're Hispanic, go to Hispanic media. If you're African American, go to Black media. Use, if you're Christian, go to Christian media. Use all aspects of who you are. That's a really super thing to do, and I promise you great results because of it. Now, when you're using everything you've got, you want to create, well, it's your ooh, ah factor. And that is, what is it about you that makes other people go ooh and ah? This could be something vulnerable. This could be something joyous. This could be something that you've gone through. Like my client who's a coach, a stress coach actually, we have her out for Breast Cancer Awareness Month because yes, she had 4th stage breast cancer and she got through it and she had a terrible, stressful time, you can imagine. Now I also helped her get a book out called 5 Minutes to Stress Relief. I helped her develop a coaching program and she got in Cosmopolitan magazine, all because of using her story. So one of the things I'd love you to look at is what are months of the year that you could be a fit in, right? So for instance, in her case, it's October, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And that's a perfect fit. What could you be fitting into that is appropriate? Okay, so let me give you a great example. This is my 4th book, The Prophet of Kindness. And with that, as much as I'd love to tell you, I got a lot of great press, which I did. Fox News Network, over 75 radio and podcasts and counting. Inc. magazine twice and Forbes magazine twice, talking about the power of kindness in business. And yet, I didn't get this because I had a new book out. I wish I could tell you that, but that's not true. What's true is that I pushed the right button, right? And I want you to push the right button to find the right way to get into media. And the reason I got into so much media is because, and go to prophetofkindness.com and look at more of it, because one of the reasons I got that much media is because we talked about the divided states of America. And that's a problem we've been seeing, at least in the United States, right? And so that was pushing the right button. And these are things you can look at for you and see what's a message that matters. Like my interior designer client, one of the things we did was the right button was about the whole quarantine. And all of a sudden, you know, with everything we're all dealing with all around the world, our homes have become multiple offices and we have kids running around and they've got to have their homeschool areas. And well, the kitchen, that's just a wild mess. But you know, this interior designer client, what we did was we did a story about how to create a house that works in the pandemic. And that is the story that has gotten her tremendous media. So I want you to take a look at and think about, expand your possibilities for what is possible for your story to create more momentum, more messaging, so that your publicity can be an attractor factor and bring more people straight to you. right? Because that's the power of media. It's a multiplication factor, and it really works for creating sales, increase in websites, and stats that really bring you up to get your message out. So here's the thing. I want you to, you see these? These are PR antennas. And I want you to keep your PR antennas up and watch what's happening out in the media. How can you fit in? Like my dating expert, she fit into the US elections by talking about, can a Democrat date a Republican and can a Republican date a Democrat? Turns out they can if they communicate well. And that was what she got major TV coverage over, tons of radio, lots of podcasts and blogs. And I will tell you that your message is similar across all platforms, in the digital world, in the traditional media world. Point is, get your message focused, keep it really simple, make it in 5-year-old language, and use you language a lot, because that'll really help you, support you, and create that visibility factor that gets you out into the world. And that's what I want for you. I want your message to go out into the world. I want people clapping for you, asking for you, hiring you, and creating that powerful, well, let's just call it being the star that you are, because you all deserve the kind of publicity that creates that more recognition in the marketplace, and it's time for you to get your name out there. So go visit publicitycrashcourse.com and check out a great and valuable way for you to get it done with systems and make it right. And my friends, here's the deal. Your message matters. Let's get it out there, and I'll see you in the news. Bye for now.
Wow, Jill, thank you so much for being here and bringing your expertise and all of your knowledge to International Women's Day. Much appreciate that.
Yes, the message matters, the people matter. She helps people get out to the world. And when she says, I'll see you in the news, she helps put you in the news. So thank you so much, Jill. We loved having you. Sheila Alley is our next presenter. She's a personal stylist and image consultant. She's a teacher, a seamstress, and a former radio show host. I love this. She helps women over 50 dress well with ease. And she, every time I've seen her, she just looks fabulous. You know, she is known for blending personal energy, self-empowerment, and wardrobe techniques together. So Sheila uses simple strategies to inspire her clients to create a style that they love, while they're being true to their authentic self, so that they can walk into any room and be confident. So Sheila is the co-author of 101 Ways to Improve Your Life and My Style, My Way. I love those titles. Sheila facilitates image workshops on how to become more influential in every business occasion. And her quotes and her articles have appeared in so many magazines, so many. The Chronicle Herald, the National Enquirer, and many, many others. We are so honored to have you with us today. And we turn it right to you now, honey.
Happy International Women's Day. I'm Sheila, and I'm excited to be here. I have a question for you. Do you have style confidence? That is, can you walk into any room feeling confident in what you're wearing and confident within yourself, so you're excited about new experiences? Whether you have a little confidence or a lot, today I'm going to show you how you can increase your style confidence. Style is what you wear, the clothes you wear, and how you wear them. Confidence is how you feel on the inside, and how you relate to those around you. And when you put them together, you have style confidence. Just think about what you're wearing right now. How does it make you feel? Would you like to be wearing that makes you feel something a little bit better? Clothes are just not insignificant items that we put on that keep us warm or cool. Clothes create memories, for example. Just think of an item that you wore, an outfit that you wore when you went to some event. Maybe the event was really positive, maybe the event was not so positive. Just think of that item in your closet when you see it again. It brings back memories. A lot of clothes bring back memories when you see them in your closet. So keep the ones in your closet that are creating good memories and get rid of those that don't. Clothes also create how we feel. Just think about when you were a little child and you got new clothes. How did that feel? Or maybe even now, hopefully now, when you get new clothes, how do they make you feel? Good, I hope. So clothes create memories, they create how we feel, and they also send messages. Just think of uniforms, like the police uniform, a doctor's uniform. Just think how the messages that they send. So clothes are not insignificant items. So how does this go? How does this fit into style confidence? Well, in order to create style confidence, I've created 3 pillars to show you how this works. First, you connect yourself with love. So first you connect a love connection, love with yourself, and then you create a love connection with your clothes. So a love connection with your clothes, a love connection with yourself. So let's talk about the first pillar. That would be self-acceptance and self-love. Self-love is not self-indulgence. Self-love is feeling good about yourself. So let me give you an example. Just think of somebody you really love. How do you treat them? When you love someone, how do you treat them? You listen to them, you treat them with respect, you do nice things for them. So now we can take that over to how you think about yourself. When you love yourself, you say nice things to yourself. So you don't have that little person on your shoulder saying bad things and go along with it. No, no, no. You just say good things to yourself. That's how you show self-love. You take care of yourself like you would take care of someone you love. You do good things for them. And that would be things like pampering, things that you enjoy, going places you really love, doing things that bring you love and fulfillment, good things. So that's how you treat yourself. You also listen to people you love. You listen to what they say, and you listen with an open mind. So do that for yourself too. And how do you do that? You don't make judgments. So you don't make judgments against yourself either. And you value your own opinion. And that means you say yes when you mean yes, no when you mean no. And you don't go along with other people just to make them feel good and then yourself not feel good. You stick to your own opinions, your own beliefs. Not that you can't listen to someone else and take their opinion in too, but you don't lose yourself to someone else. So that's the first pillar, self-acceptance, self-love. So when you really love yourself, you're feeling good. This might take a little while if you're not used to it, so it's a process. The second thing is to love your body. And a lot of women don't really love their bodies because we are socialized really young that this is wrong, that's not right, when really, whatever you have, it's all good. It's you, it's perfect. So you can't look good in your clothes, you can't feel good in your clothes if you don't first love your body. So how can you start loving your body? First, you start, what I do, is you go to the top of your head, you think about your hair, your eyes, your lips, your neck, your shoulders. You go right down through all of your body parts and you think about each one of them and what do you really love about them. So first, let's say your hair. I love my hair because. And if there's something you don't like about it, say, what I've noticed is some people who have straight hair, want curly hair. People who have curly hair want straight hair. People who are short want to be taller. People who are taller want to be shorter. There's no right answer in any of this. Just take what you have and love what you have. So let's get back to where we were. Find that body part. So find that body part. Think of all the reasons you love it. So if you come to one that you don't love so much, for example, your legs, you could say, I love my legs because they're strong and they take me wherever I go. And if you think about any body part, it really is doing a lot for you. When you think about it in terms of self-appreciation, your love for your body grows. When your love for your body grows, you will find clothes that suit it, and you will be able to dress with ease, more easily. So first, start thinking about your body and start loving your body. So first, it's your self-love on the outside, and then your body. And then the third pillar is to show up. So when you really feel good, now this might take a while. When you do this, you'll have to do this for every day. Put these affirmations in a place where you can see them. Read them 2 or 3 times a day. The more you do this, it slowly goes into your subconscious. So after a while, you will believe this. Beliefs are like this anyway. They are things that we hear over and over again, mostly from other people. But you can do this for yourself. The beliefs that you want to have, write them out and you'll see them, and they will sink into your subconscious mind. So when you start to love your body and love yourself, then you can show up and be seen. So that's pillar number 3. Show up, be bold, be seen. And what that means is not being afraid to take action. No matter what you want, if you don't do anything about it, it won't happen. So action is the word. Action is the thing that needs to be done. So being seen means, just think about maybe you want to start a new job. Maybe you want to get a promotion. Maybe you want to start a business. Maybe you want to start something new in your business. Maybe you want to market your business. But you've been holding yourself back because you don't feel good on the inside. That person on your shoulder is telling you things that you don't want to hear. That's keeping you back. So when you have all these 2 things in place, then you can be seen. So first it might be a little difficult to actually step up and do things you haven't done them. And once you break through that barrier, it becomes easier. So be seen, show up, do things that you want to do, and you will feel so much better. Every time you do something that you haven't done before, you feel so much better. And that will increase your confidence. So you feel good about your body, you wear things that make you feel good, you find the styles that make you feel good, you find the styles that you love. You choose materials and cuts and styles that make you feel good, and then you feel good on the inside. You're telling yourself good things, and you have style confidence. So just go out there, take all those things, start doing them, start appreciating yourself, and feel really good. And until we meet again, you can reach me at SheilaAlley.com.
Thank you so much, Sheila. Oh my goodness, we learned so much from you, and you always, again, look so beautiful. And style confidence is something that every woman wants. And this is unusual because there's no other presenter who's talking about your topic, and we really appreciate this uniqueness and your professionalism and your knowledge of how to help people feel style confident. I love that. Thank you so much for being with us.
And I think, as we've all experienced just in watching her today, you can see her background and how you're sitting there. It's just, it really,
classy.
yes.
Very professional. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, that was inspiring. Just that alone. That alone was inspiring.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Sheila. Our next presenter is super interesting. Kazaya Gerasino is an International Youth Philippine Ambassador who represented the Philippine youth in the most various international conferences. She's been all over, and at the United Nations General Assembly. Isn't that impressive? And, not to say any more, but let's just keep going, World Bank and IMF annual meetings. This is amazing. How lucky are we to have her here? In this role, Kazaya has led delegations and participation in the crafting of various outcome documents, such as the Youth Climate Declaration and Ecosystem Restoration. Wow. Kazaya's passion towards the environment, how impressive, her passion for the environment has also led her role as the
Partnerships and Grants Coordinator of the 16th United Nations Conference of Youth, and being the founder of an international global project. Keziah is currently a philosophy, politics, and economics student at King's College in New York. Spectacular. Keziah believes in the purpose of using skills and talents to facilitate positive change in both local and global arenas. We are honored today to include her, one of our nation's young leaders, as presenting here today. She's our youngest presenter. Take it on over. Welcome.
Hello there. First of all, I'd like to greet all of you a wonderful and joyful International Women's Day. Today is such a special celebration because we get to celebrate all the young girls and women around the world, especially mothers who brought life and nurtured society. Being in a pandemic, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all the women frontliners who risk their lives on a daily basis to save the lives of others and instill hope and shed light during these unprecedented times. Before I start my talk, I'd like for us to reflect on a quote by Mahatma Gandhi. And it goes, "Be the change that you wish to see in the world." Now I'd like to ask you a couple questions. When you heard that quote, what did you feel, or how did you feel? What words came to mind? And do you reflect the change that you wish to see in the world? By the end of this talk, I'd like to instill to all of you 3 important factors that will help you unleash the global change maker that you were born to be. So let's get started. Number 1, find your voice. As a change maker, your voice is the most powerful tool you have to make the world a better place. Our voices have the capacity to catalyze and unleash positive change within our communities and brighten the lives of the people around us. However, in finding our voices also means knowing our individual stories. And one way to do this is to reflect on the past, especially experiences that changed our moral character and the way we see the world. This can be as simple as conversations, events, or even the dreams we have at night. Personally, my story always begins as a child bringing food to local orphanages in the Philippines. Through this experience, I learned the value of serving the community, especially the vulnerable people. This also led to my leadership journey, being the International Youth Philippine Ambassador and amplifying the voices of millions of young Filipinos at the United Nations and World Bank. But before moving on to my next point, I'd like to challenge all of you to try to use your voice in the workplace or in school by amplifying the voices of the unheard and the unseen. Besides, John Grisham once said that in life, finding a voice is speaking and living the truth. Once we find our voices, we become individuals who stand out and bring out the best in others and in our communities. Number 2, values and character. To be an effective change maker means having a good set of values that contribute to a good moral character. The reason why having such values is so important because it influences the way we make decisions, how we perceive things, and even the way we interact with people. But the first step in cultivating values like humility, servitude, grit, empathy, and others is through an honest self-reflection. And one way to do this, and I also challenge you to try this, is to find a quiet spot. It can be in your room or a place in nature where you can reflect on the following questions. Number 1, based on your story, what values are the most prominent? Number 2, what values do you use as a criteria in making decisions? Number 3, what type of values are reflected in your relationships? And number 4, what values do you think are essential in creating the best version of yourself? And lastly, number 3, the community and peers that you surround yourself with. Have you ever heard of the saying that no man is an island? Well, I believe that that is 100% true. And you know why? Because in order for change to happen, there must be collaboration. And when I say collaboration, I don't only mean collaboration in projects or tasks, but collaboration in self-growth. In order to create the best versions of ourselves, we need mentors, we need peers, and we need close friends who see us in different perspectives and hold us accountable in achieving our goals. Personally, Dr. Paula Fellingham has been one of my most influential mentors. As a woman of faith, as a woman of family, and as a woman with a mission to empower and help women around the world, she has served as a great role model to me. And as for my friends, they have been a big factor of my self-growth journey as they help me plan and be accountable of my goals, whether it be on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, or on a monthly basis. And they also provide me with a safe and open space to discuss thought-provoking topics that I normally don't ask people. And the challenge that I'd like for all of you to try is to ask yourselves 2 important questions, which I also learned from my Boss Ladies group. Number 1, what value do the people in my life bring to me? And the second one, what value can I bring to the lives of others? By cultivating these 3 factors, your voice, values, and character, and the community and peers around you, you'll be able to reflect the change that you wish to see in the world. Being a global change maker doesn't mean leading a big organization or having such leadership titles. But the true meaning of being a global change maker is becoming the best versions of ourselves and using our skills and talents to promote the best positive change in society. Change starts within us. Change is what makes life so exciting. And change is what gives us hope. So be the change that you wish to see in the world. Thank you so much, and happy International Women's Day.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you so much. I was so moved by so many of your words. I love the idea. You know, it just felt really simple. Like what she was saying wasn't huge, but she's talking about something huge, but she made it feel very attainable and simple. I love that.
She's wise beyond her years. Kazai is such an example for her generation. She's beautiful inside and outside, from the Philippines, and coming here and going to school and learning these wonderful things, being an advocate up at the United Nations for the youth, and we were so honored to have you on. We love you, Kazai, and thank you for joining us, honey. And now our next speaker, Yvonne Heath. She has been a registered nurse since 1988, working in 10 hospitals in the United States and in Canada. In many places, in many arenas, you know, she's worked in emergency and in intensive care and chemotherapy and hospice. So years ago, Yvonne what happened is she became disheartened by our society's reluctance to talk about and plan and prepare for grief. And this is her expertise, you know, and to prepare for life's challenges, which cause excessive suffering, especially at the end of life. So Yvonne suffered also, not knowing how to grieve differently. In 2015, she took a leap of faith and left her nursing career and blazed a new trail. By helping us prepare before suffering and death, she brings heart and humor to grief and life's challenges. She shares her message as an inspirational speaker and with her award-winning book. And I love the title of this, Love Your Life to Death, and as a television and radio host. So in 2019, she delivered her TEDx talk, Transforming Grief, by just showing up. Thank you for showing up. We're excited to hear from you. Take it away, honey.
Womanhood. The greatest adventure you could possibly imagine. Full of love, laughter, joy, and success. All good things, right? Well, let's take a trip down memory lane through the decades. Do you remember being a little girl? You were oblivious to any challenges that you may face one day. Everyone loved and adored you. Or were you that geeky, awkward kid who was told to get lost by older kids because they didn't want you around? Well, there were lots of good memories and maybe some not so good. But we had so much to look forward to because we were going to be teenagers soon. Teenagers, yes. So we rise to the next stage. What's this? Puberty. Hormones, pimples, cramps. Every single month? For how long? You've got to be kidding me. I'm happy, I'm mad, I'm glad, I'm sad. All of these emotions. I have crushes, they don't like me back. School is hard. Parties not invited. Parents, trouble. So much to navigate. Bullies and mean girls. You're too fat. You're too skinny. Your skin's too dark. Your skin's too light. You have a strange accent. This is being a teenager. But we made it through. And again, we have so much to look forward to. Our 20s will be the best. Still young. Not like those women in their 40s who are ancient. Time to rise and really shine. But still, a time of uncertainty. What school should I attend? What career path should I follow? And that relationship didn't really work out. I'm happy, I'm sad, I'm mad, I'm glad. I thought this roller coaster of emotions was going to be over. I still want to fit in. And I'm a people pleaser. Everyone else first. Okay, I've got this. Onward to the 30s. Rising for sure. And I am more sure of myself. I'm in a good relationship. Or not. Children. Or not. But I have my amazing career. Wait a minute, what's this? That guy, that lazy guy over there who is gaming at every second is in the same position, but my wage is much less? I have to fight for equal pay? What's the deal? Just keep rising, just keep rising, just keep rising. I've got this. And we settle in to our 40s. Maybe married, maybe not. Maybe divorced. Been there, done that. Maybe have children, maybe not. Single parent. Yep, did that too. And your career? Well, for me, it was 27 years of nursing. And it was wonderful and challenging. And there's always this inner voice that was calling, saying, maybe someday you'll do something different. Follow a new purpose, passion, reinvention. My choice, really? I have to think about that. Really getting to know me. I'm not so bad. And you think I'm old at 40? That's hilarious. Because when I was 37, I snagged a much younger man. And then I had twins at 40. So I was just getting started. And now I really want to know what I want. Can I rise again in the second act of life? My 50s and beyond? Absolutely. And so, age 50, I took a leap of faith and I left my nursing career. I became an author, speaker, and change maker. I founded the Love Your Life to Death and I Just Showed Up movements. Wow, my 50s are amazing. And now I'm 56 and it's really getting good. Do you want to know why? Because I am no longer that awkward little girl, so much in a hurry to grow up. I'm not that teenager trying to fit in with low self-esteem and pimples and raging hormones. Well, I do still get the pimples. I went through my 20s and 30s and 40s, and I'm no longer trying to impress anyone but me. I am done. I am done doing everything for everyone else and putting myself last. No more people pleasing. What you think of me is none of my business. I just show up for myself first because I have value and I matter. No more badges of honor for busyness. Oh, hi, I'm so busy. Oh, no more. No more. Let's start bragging and celebrate self-care and all that we are. Hello, my name is Yvonne Heath, and I am fabulous. I am flawed, imperfect, and awesome. I have size 10 feet, cellulite, saddlebags, and my crow's feet have crow's feet. Gravity has not been kind. And menopause had all kinds of issues, and hormones again, and hot flashes, and rogue hairs. Is that another chin hair? I can't really see without my glasses. You know, by the time I shower, scrub, shave, pluck, and style, half my day is over. I'm done. So if I don't feel like it, I have hairy legs that day, and I've decided to embrace the gray. I'm a silver-haired fox. I am silly and funny, and I wear jeans. I heard once that women in their 50s or older shouldn't wear jeans. I'm sorry, but do you know who shouldn't wear jeans? Whoever doesn't want to wear jeans. I'm gonna wear whatever I want. Whatever I want. Skinny jeans, bell bottoms, loud colors, and I'm going to get blingier with every decade. That's right. I am not going to let my spirit get old. I have loved, I have laughed, I have grieved, and I've done everything in between. And I accept that life is a roller coaster, and we have to learn how to hang on through the dips and curves. I'm a work in progress. I choose every day to be the very best version of me. Well, some days I'm not that successful, but then I just try again. And I have only just begun. So here is to loving our fabulous, perfectly imperfect, amazing selves. And here's to rising together, because the best is yet to come. So whatever you choose to do, whoever you choose to be, love yourself along the way. And always remember, bring your own tambourine to the party. Bye for now.
I love that, Yvonne. Bring your own tambourine to the party. That was wonderful. I love how you can combine your wonderful humor, your beautiful sense of humor, with these subjects that are so, there are catastrophes in so many people's lives when they have to deal with death and all the very horrendous things that happen to women, and you call them challenges, and we do call them challenges, but they just, sometimes they make you sad to the core, and sometimes you could barely breathe. I know from experience. And so I love that there is someone out there, and such a beautiful, wonderful person, Yvonne, and you are taking people who are going through these horrific challenges and making their lives better and easier, because you are bringing this light, the tambourine to the party. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, and I also love the notion of when looking forward, if you can.
Yeah, the best is yet to come,
yes,
she said.
Yes, the best is yet to come, and that includes death, right? That includes
part of the journey.
It being human, and I appreciate that, because it might make the horrendous feel a little less. It might bring that light.
Yes.
So I really do appreciate that. And I know that Paula has an exciting announcement for you all. Paula?
I do. I have a very exciting announcement about a 30-day challenge. And this has to do with the Women's Information Network and the Spice Nation's new partnership. So the day has come. You have the choice to never have another boss in your life, or to take praise for your work, which I'm sure that if you're in corporate America, you've had that happen to you, or to make money, somebody making money off your struggles. Today is the day that you can become your own boss and change the world around you. The 30-Day Challenge is a program that's designed to help you learn how to create your own business and a 6-figure income and beyond, and to gain financial independence. And you can get on that path in just 4 weeks. If you've spent the last couple of years or more than that in the same place doing the same thing, this could be your crossroads. You can either decide to continue the life that you've known and you've been living, or to take a new path toward a future so bright that it will illuminate everything in front of you. It's true, and this is so exciting, and we're inviting you, everyone listening to this, to participate. So in the upcoming month, then you are going to learn the fundamentals of how to build a 6-figure business. That's right, in 30 days, we will take you on a journey that you will never ever forget, I promise. In the first week, we will teach you how to build a personal brand and an irresistible offer that people will want to be part of. And in the second week, then we are going to focus on how to create content that builds trust and indirectly sells your offer to drive leads. In week 3, we will teach you exactly how to leverage both organic and paid ads to drive quality leads to your business. And finally, in the last week, the 4th week, we will teach you everything you need to know about how to use an effective sales funnel. And you may have heard about funnels, you may know about funnels, to maximize your leads and your conversions. So the change begins with who? That's right, it begins with you. With anyone who takes this 30-day challenge. A small step today is a huge leap tomorrow. The question is, are you ready? We are. We're ready to help you every step of the way, helping you at womensinformationnetwork.com. We'll see you there.
Sandra Crow has a master's degree and is the author of Since Strangling Isn't an Option. Isn't that hilarious? I love it. And I Didn't Sign Up for This, 7 Strategies for Dealing with Difficulty in Difficult Times. Spectacular. She's a professional speaker, trainer, coach, and facilitator. Spectacular. Sandra's focus is to impact communication skills, to create awareness of ineffective behaviors. I love that. And to move people and teams forward in their missions. She has many, many topics, including how to win in difficult interactions. She also talks about mindfulness, chaos to calm. She talks about diversity and moving from nerves to navigation. She's got many conversations, topics that she can speak on, which is wonderful for all of us to know. She speaks on different personality types, what to say in different scenarios. She's very, very well versed. Sandra has been seen and heard on NPR, CBS Morning News, To Tell the Truth, ABC7, and the Washington Post, including New York Times, LA Times, Cosmopolitan, well, this is getting long. Good job, Sandra. Good Housekeeping, Women's World, and other TV shows. Sandra has a passion. Definitely, we can tell she's got a passion for international culture. There we go. Having lived in West Africa and spending time in Israel, Europe, Mexico, and in Central and South America. Fantastic. Take it away, my friend.
In 2003, while speaking at an International World Bank conference in Warsaw, Poland, I met a woman who had witnessed her entire family being killed in the genocide in Rwanda in the 1990s. She told me that she didn't speak for 6 months after that experience. This is the potential impact that trauma can have on you. Today, I want to talk to you about trauma, its possible impact on you, the stages of trauma, what we go through, and most importantly, mention a few strategies that you can access yourself if you've had trauma or will have it at any point in your life to be aware of these possible strategies. So trauma affects us for different reasons in different ways. It's typically something that impacts us that we don't have control over. So it might be somebody telling you your parents are getting divorced, or it might be you had to leave a war-torn country immediately without notice, and you didn't have any control over that. It might have been a car accident. It might have been a bomb. It might have been just news of somebody's death in your family, and that felt like a bomb to you. Trauma happens in different ways. And while we all have different stages the similar stages that we go through when we deal with trauma, it's different ways that it shows up in terms of our behaviors and how it really ultimately impacts us. So in my life, a big trauma I had was in 2003 when I bought an old house and fixed it up. And I was really excited. I put a lot of time and energy and effort, and the last pieces were putting in new carpeting and had the place painted. So the day that I moved, the movers came late. They ended up stealing from me. They threw things in boxes. It was an awful moving experience. And by the time I got to the place and finally moved in late that night, 2:00 in the morning, I was frazzled. My nervous system was stressed. And so when I got in, I had not noticed the toxic smell that was in the house from the paint and from the new carpet, the smell of formaldehyde. The contractor had been there that day before, and he had closed all the windows and the doors, and it had become a toxic soup that I was now about to fall asleep in, or try to fall asleep in. And as I was finding my way to sleep, the smell was competing with my ability to fall asleep. And so I found myself having difficulty breathing, and I was cut off in my throat. And ultimately, because I didn't get up and leave, because I stayed, because I was just so tired, I just want to go to sleep, the smell impacted my system. It came in and it started to get inside my nervous system, and it overwhelmed me, so much so that I became incredibly sick, and it overwhelmed my body. And I became so sick that night that I could not stay in the house. So I'm back to my old place. And I go to my old place, and I get there and I spend the night, and then I come back the next day to the new house. And I was still really sensitive. And not only was I sensitive to the paint and the carpet, but I was also now sensitive to other things, sensitive to perfumes. I was sensitive to candles. I was sensitive to laundry detergents. I was like a superwoman for smell. I became sensitive to everything that you could possibly imagine. Things that you don't even normally smell, I could smell them. And so it became so difficult that I was actually in that, because that was so traumatized in the house. I was actually never able to live in the house. And so I had to give up my dream house. And not only that, but then I became so sensitive that I was actually not able to live in any house. In fact, I was not able to be inside anywhere. I ended up becoming homeless, living in my car, and not being able to be anywhere inside. I couldn't go into a restaurant. I couldn't go into a mall. I couldn't go into a store. I was relegated to my car and living moment to moment, which was in and of itself also very traumatic. So it's trauma on top of trauma. So the good news is, so that was a very, as you can imagine, a very difficult situation. But the good news is I was actually able to find some methodologies that helped me unravel that trauma that existed in my brain and in my body, and be able to get on the other side of it. And I want to share some of these discoveries with you, and also just share with you the stages that I went through and you might have gone through, that are typically ones that we find ourselves in trauma to identify it. So this comes from one of the therapies that I found out about, is called the instinctual trauma response. And so these stages come from how they discovered trauma happens in the stages of trauma, and how they also deal with it as well in their methodology and in their treatment. So the first stage is startle. And this is when something happens. Like in my case, it was like I was startled by the smell of the formaldehyde in the room. So for you, this might have been, you know, using the example of a car accident, it might have been when, you know, you realize you're about to hit something. That's the startle. If you know, or you get news about something, that's a startle. Now, sometimes you get the startle, you're kind of shocked by things, and then you can get over on the other side of it. It doesn't always turn into a trauma. It might just be a temporary shock. It doesn't always turn into trauma. When it turns into trauma is when you feel trapped in a situation. And this is the next stage. The next stage is fight, flight, or freeze. And so when you feel trapped in that situation and you cannot move, like I felt frozen in my situation because my tiredness was pulling me to the bed. I felt like I couldn't move. If you're in a car accident, you are frozen in that you are in the car, you cannot move. So you either fight, flight, or freeze. You go one of those three ways. And in many cases, it's freeze. Sometimes you are able to leave, in which case you may remediate the trauma itself. But when you're frozen, it makes it even harder. So from there, you go into an altered state of consciousness. And this is essentially when time kind of stands still, or you have an altered sense of time as well. So this is when you don't know where things are, how things are, sense of reality really shifts, and your brain is trying to keep up with what's currently happening in the moment. Now, if somebody is coming to help you, then you will go into what's called automatic obedience at that point. And that is like, if you using the example of a car accident, if you're there and an EMT comes to help you, you will automatically surrender to them. Because they're helping you, and that's a good scenario, and that's something you really want to do in that scenario. But if you've had a traumatic scenario, like you were kidnapped, for instance, you'll still go into the automatic obedience. This is how the Stockholm Syndrome happens. You'll still go into the automatic obedience. Even so. And this is because the reason this happens is because the trauma happens in the right brain, and where we make executive decisions is in our left brain. And so for that reason, the prefrontal cortex right here, which is where those executive decisions are made, it basically goes offline. So your ability to make decisions, your ability to think clearly shifts. And this is why we look to somebody else to make decisions for us. This is why we're in the hospital, we want to give power of attorney or somebody to make medical decisions for us to somebody else, because our ability to do that in that moment is very limited when we're in that scenario. Then all the way on the other side of this goes to self-repair. And so that's when we ultimately will repair it. So So those are the stages. Now, the self-repair doesn't always happen right away, and sometimes you need some help with that. And so these methodologies I'm going to go over pretty quickly, but I just want you to know about them, and you can investigate them yourself a little bit more to see what might be applicable for you. The first one I talked about was instinctual trauma response. And this was developed by a therapist and an artist, both. And it actually combines two things. One is a little bit of traditional therapy where you're talking through something, but more importantly, artistry, where you're actually drawing the trauma and you're drawing these stages that I just delineated. And so you'll go through each one like a little storyboard. And then the therapist that you're working with, she will actually film it for you on your camera, on your phone. And then at the end, she will say to you and to your brain, this is now over. So your right brain gets the message, it's over. You can move it to the left and no longer have it be a current threat, but a memory. So that's the first one. The second one is called EMDR, and that stands for eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. So the way EMDR works, it's a psychotherapy treatment, and it goes according to your eye patterns and how they connect with the brain. So you will typically see an EMDR therapist move their fingers like this. You can also see it on a light machine that goes back and forth. The idea is that your eyes are following a pattern that unravels the trauma pattern in the brain and unwinds it. And that's the portal to do that is through the eyes. And another if you will, therapy is called, it's called brain spotting. And instead of having the movement happen like this with EMDR, you're actually holding a spot and you're focusing on that one spot, because sometimes you need more time and focus on one particular spot where the trauma is held in the brain, and the brain spotting does that. And then the last one is called neurofeedback. And Bessel van der Kolk, in his book, The Body Knows the Score, talks about neurofeedback as a groundbreaking therapy for dealing with trauma. And one woman he cites went from basically sucking her thumb and cutting herself with tin cans in the corner to being able to completely reestablish her life with neurofeedback. So all of these therapies are examples, and I hope you will look to discover them more. They're all examples of what's possible for you in trauma. Trauma is not a sentence. It is an injury. It's an injury to the brain, but it's also a portal. It's a portal to a new experience of yourself in the outer in a way that wasn't possible before. It's an evolutionary path for you to be the best offer you can be to yourself and to the world. And so I hope that whatever you've experienced, whatever you have experienced, and whatever you will experience in the domain of trauma, that you see it as a possibility for yourself, and you see it as a new road and a new path towards ultimately being the best you that you can be. Many blessings and lots of love on your journey. Thank you.
Sandra, thank you so much for bringing such a topic to the platform here. You know, trauma is so, everybody experiences some form of trauma. And I really appreciate the highlight on it being a path.
A portal to the brain, she said. I love that.
Yeah.
And that trauma can be such an experience that then teaches you more, and you learn life lessons from them. Mm-hmm. We loved your presentation. Thank you so much. You are such a light in the world to help women understand trauma in a better way. Thank you. And our next presenter, Norma Hollis. She's an international authority on authentic leadership and self-awareness. And she's a real professional. I've known her for so many years. Norma is a coach, she's a consultant, she's a speaker, she's a trainer, she's the author of programs, services, and books that help people deepen their knowledge of self and help them transition in difficult times and help them follow their authentic life path and speak with authority. Norma's signature program is called the Authentic Voice System, and it adds depth, complexity, and content to what it means to be authentic. And it offers success roadmaps for individuals and for the organizations with which they work. Norma is the former owner of a speakers bureau years ago, and I remember when she was, and it was so successful. And she had a coaching company, and she continues to help people all over the world find, live, and share their authentic voice. We are so honored to have you with us. Norma, go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Norma Hollis, and I bet you have said to someone recently, or maybe someone has said to you, just be authentic, as if being authentic is the solution for whatever it was you were dealing with at the time. And as if all you have to do is wake up in the morning and be authentic, as if it's as easy as snapping your finger. Well, I assure you, it is not. I have studied what it means to be authentic for the last 30 years, actually the last 40 years. And I've developed them. I'm an authenticity expert. And I want to talk to you today about 3 mistakes that I want you to avoid to make sure you're stepping into your authenticity. There's nothing that brings more happiness and more joy and meaningfulness in your life than when you're living it with authenticity and truly being your authentic self. Well, number one thing to avoid is to avoid not knowing your values. Make sure you know what your values are, who you are, and what's important for you. You know, it's really values that drive our lives. If you think about the people who you are best friends with, don't you share the same values? Don't you enjoy doing the same things or similar things or talking about something similar from a similar perspective? And if you think about relationships that may not have worked in the past, I bet there's a values conflict there somewhere that caused the relationship to break up. That's just how important values are. And you know, when you know your values, you make decisions faster. You're able to discern whether or not the opportunity that's in front of you is something that is aligned with your value system or whether it is not. And if you want to be authentic, it's really important that you are aligned with your value system. You first have to know what it is. Then to make sure the things that you do, the behaviors that you express to the world are aligned with those values. Because actually your value system is one way that you communicate who you are. When you talk to people and you start to reveal some of yourself and you begin to identify people knowing you from whether you are someone who wants to help humanity maybe, or someone who wants to make $1 million or somewhere in between. There's no judgment on any of them. Whatever your values are, what your values are. But just acknowledge them and know them and live them and be them. But you can't do that unless you know what your values are. So what I suggest to you is just take some time, take a few days, a month even, and start making a list of the things that are important to you, the things that might be your values. And when you feel like you've written everything you can think of that's important, then go back and prioritize your list. And maybe find what are the top 5 things that are important to you, your top 5 values. And then examine how you're living them, or what you might want to just tweak in your life. Just make a small change in your life so that you can step into your values. If you find that you're not living your values, then you give that some thought, reflect on it, and see what modifications you might need to make in your life so that you are living your values. That's one way, an important way to be authentic. Another mistake to avoid is to go through life without being connected to your natural gifts and talents. All of us were born with a unique set of natural gifts and talents. There are 9 of them that I refer to. They're from Dr. Howard Gardner's Multiple Gifts of Intelligence. I like to call them the wisdom gifts. And what I suggest to people is that you're probably happiest if you are living your life doing one of the things that are in the top 3 of your gifts and talents. If you're not expressing yourself through your natural gifts and talents, then you're probably missing some of the joy that can be available to you in life. So let me just tell you what those 9 gifts and talents are. And think about which ones relate to you and which ones might be your top 3. First is verbal, people who like words. They like to talk, they speak, they like to write, they like to read, all things regarding words. There's visual, people who like color, people who is actually visual / spatial. So these are people who can work space together. They're fine artists. The artwork that you see, the pictures that you see, people who like colors, you see I have colors around me, I got a little visual in me. They're very vibrant in how they look at life. There's bodily kinesthetic, and that means people who like to move around. They're dancers, they're athletes, they like to put their body in motion and have energy going. That's how they learn, that's how they live their life, that's how their brain works through the motion. People who like to be in nature, people who like to be outside, and they love the sound of the wind, the ocean, they love the trees, the greenery, they like to hug trees, they may be landscapers, they work outside as much as possible, and they play outside a lot. There's mathematical logical, and that's people not only who might like math, but particularly who can see the big picture. They're problem solvers. It may not be as recognizable when they're very young, but as you get older and you do well in school and you are able to see relationships and the sequencings of things, that means you're mathematical logical. There's musical. Musical is kind of obvious. People who like to tap their feet, snap their fingers, dance is part of that, write music, play music, sing, those kind of things. And then there is interpersonal. Interpersonal are people who are very gregarious. They love people, love to be around people. They always don't like to be alone. They like to always be around people. And in contrast to that is intrapersonal, people who enjoy being alone. They learned by going in. A lot of monks and priests are in that, but not just that. A lot of speakers actually are very introverted and intrapersonal and go inside a lot. Writers oftentimes are intrapersonal. And then there's existential. And existential has to do with what I call the wooey. So people who maybe talk to animals or they feel aligned with the universe, they're your energy healers and people that have a little deeper understanding of the world and of life. So of those 9, which ones are you? Which ones are your top ones? You are most authentic when you're living your life in one of your top 3 gifts and talents. So identify which are your top 3 and ask yourself how they show up in your life, how you are integrating them, incorporating them in the things you do on a day-to-day basis, or at least on a week-to-week basis. So examine that. And when you can do that, you step more into your authenticity. If you're not living those top 3, then ask yourself, what can you tweak? What can you just shift a little bit in your life that will allow you to bring that into your life? You'll probably find that you have a lot more peace and contentment when you do that. Now, the third thing that would impact your authenticity and is a mistake that many people make, and actually it kind of comes on its own, and you kind of have to wake yourself up to realize it. And that is not being the person you truly are. Because so many of us grow up and live the life that somebody else designed for us or thought was best for us. And it happens very early in our preschool years. When we're in preschool, we get to the classroom and we're told, so good to see you. Where do you want to play today? You want to go to the jungle gym, or you want to play in the dramatic play corner? Do you want to do art or paint something? What would you like to do? And when you have to go to the bathroom, please go to the bathroom. Take care of yourself. You're a big boy, big girl now. But then you get to kindergarten and first grade and it's stand in line, raise your hand, hold it. You can't go to the bathroom yet. Don't talk. You can't choose what you want to do. You're going to do what I say you're going to do. And it's kind of a culture shock, and because you lost the freedom to be who you are. And you also may have lost that, and mommy told you you're singing too loud or dancing too much or beating that drum too much. So those are the things that take us away from our authenticity. And many people lose that very early in kindergarten and first grade, and they end up in cubbyholes all of their lives and never know how to get out of them. I used to own a speakers bureau, and I would meet a lot of people who would come to me after being in a work environment for 10 or 20 years. And they'd tell me, I'm so glad to be not working anymore because now I can be myself. I can do what I want to do with my life. Because when you're working environment, you're often having to do what the board tells you you have to do. And it may not be what you really want to do. And it might keep you from doing what is your purpose, what you were really sent here to do. People who are authentic generally have some perspective on what their purpose is. Many of us know we have purpose, and we may not quite know what it is. Well, the more you connect with your values, with your gifts and talents, with being the person you were born to be, the more you'll connect with your authenticity. If you can avoid those three mistakes, the mistake of not being clear on your values, just examine yourself and see what's important to you. Not knowing your gifts and talents, go through that list of 9 that I just gave you a few minutes ago and reiterate which ones are your top 3 and decide what you're going to do about them and how you're going to incorporate them more in your life. And take some time and just think about, am I really being me? Am I really clear on who I am? Am I happy doing what I'm doing? And if your answers are no to that, that you don't know who you are, that you're not happy and you want to go deeper into who you are, then do that. I encourage you. So I'd like to leave you with a gift. My gifts are at giftsfromnorma.com. And sometimes I have one, sometimes I have several, but that's where you can go to and you can refer to that site whenever you like, because I switch up the gifts from time to time. But you'll find something on there that will be of value for you. It'll get you on my list so I can send you some more information. You can also find me on LinkedIn, and I'd be happy to reach out to you if you reach out to me. I'm Norma Hollis, and I look forward to you, seeing you, meeting you, and I encourage you to avoid the mistakes and step into your authentic life. Take care.
Thank you so much, Norma. That was fabulous. We loved every minute of it. And I love the question that you asked us to ask. Am I really being me? Did you catch that, ladies? Am I really being me? And then she offered solutions. I love that she offered solutions about how to be authentic.
Yeah, I really adore the notion of checking in with yourself. Yes. And we need reminders like this to be able to do that. And she was really simple when she's talking about when Norma's saying, you know, am I really being me? Asking that question. Yeah. And she says if the answer is no, and no judgment there. If the answer is no, then we go back and we ask again and we look some more, because it's not always so evident. Sometimes we need time to keep asking
and
ourselves
even
that.
Ask other people who love us and say, you know, am I really being me? Because they might know you so well, and there's another person who has a perspective. I think all that she suggested, wise things. So thank you, Norma. We appreciate you. We love you.
Fantastic. We have our next speaker, which we are thrilled that she is here today. Stacey Ruth is a successful entrepreneur, a certified coach, minister, and author. She has been a top 50 entrepreneur in Atlanta. Spectacular. And Stacey twice earned the honor of being one of the top 100 IT agencies by Experiential Marketer. Amazing. All before the age of 40. I mean, come on, this is amazing. Stacey has thrived through personal challenges and the fallout of 9/11. Yes, and deep recessions. Her book, this is so exciting, Own Your Own Shift, will be available soon. Stacey, take it away.
Thank you. Who here has ever second-guessed themselves in an important decision? Or made a decision that didn't end very well, even though you just knew it was wrong, but you ignored your insight? Yeah, me too. As it turns out, we know more than we think. And I'm going to show you in the little time that we have, as best as possible, how you can make decisions faster and more accurately using your own deep inner wisdom. I'm going to share with you a time early in my career that I tapped into that inner wisdom very powerfully for what felt like the first time. And it absolutely changed my life forever. At the beginning of my career, I was living in constant stress. Can anyone relate? I worked around the clock. I fell out of bed at 5 a.m. in the morning, ate my breakfast in the car on the way to work, got there at 7, had lunch at my desk, worked till 7 or 8 at night, dragged myself home, fell into bed, did it over and over again, day in and day out. I even worked weekends, pulled all-nighters, and I did that for 5 years with no vacation, until a friend sternly suggested that I might ought to take a vacation. Thank goodness for friends, right? Well, I did. I went to Sedona, Arizona for a nice long week, and I slowed down. I slept in. I hiked in nature. And one of those hikes took me to the top of the Airport Mesa Vortex. If anyone has ever heard of it, you know that it is reputed to be an energy center. And it has a breathtaking view of the Red Rock Valley. I found myself at the top with a couple of strangers who were sitting in their own private bubbles of meditation. I'd never done that, but I took the hint and I joined them. What I felt for the first time in 5 years, and perhaps, if I'm really honest, for much of my 28 years at that point, was pure, uninterrupted silence. I was here now. In that place, time stopped for me. And then I heard a little voice inside my head, and it was inside my head. It formed a very quiet, neutral, clear, and powerful statement. And all it said was, it's time to go out on your own. What I interpreted that voice to mean was that it was time for me to leave my current job and start my own business. So that's what I did. I came down from the mountain, armed with a mission, and in less than 30 days, I had launched my first multi-million-dollar agency. In an instant, I had changed how I thought about myself entirely. Instead of seeing myself as a victim of my circumstances, just accepting whatever life handed me, I stepped into an active role of creating a life I truly wanted. And just like that, I stepped into my power. I believe all of us have this ability and have this inner voice, although you might not hear it in your head, that makes us unstoppable in achieving what we may have never thought was actually possible for us. But how do we begin? And what is it? How is it that we could make it possible to tap into it on demand? We can. Connecting with our inner wisdom on demand is a skill any of us can learn. Our cultural bias, though, it's to see logic and the scientific method that our conscious mind likes to lean on as the infallible solution. More subtly, we've come to believe that there is only one single right solution, and it's validated by those external facts and data we're always looking for. Most notably, it's always focused on avoiding failure. What we don't realize is that while our conscious mind, that 10% of our thought process, is working so feverishly on our solution, our unconscious mind, the 90% of our thought process, is also working on it, taking a very different approach. It doesn't exclude logic, but it adds intuition, creativity, and imagination. When we leverage the full power of our full thought process, using that 90% of our unconscious thinking, it improves our overall well-being. How does it do that? Well, research has shown us that it helps us achieve stability, both socially and emotionally. It limits the level of anger, frustration, or aggression that we experience, and we perform at higher levels with less exhaustion. But most importantly, we have more fulfilling personal and professional lives. Sounds amazing, right? Well, when I work with my clients on this intuition muscle building, the first and most common question I hear is, how can I trust my intuition? The truth is, intuition serves us faithfully. It's constantly providing guidance and offering up solutions. There are many practices that I teach to help access your intuition and strengthen the ability to access it on demand with reliable results. Some of my most common practices are creativity. Whether you're baking, telling stories, practicing the arts, or starting a business, it creates connection between the conscious and unconscious mind. The second one is to explore mindfulness and meditation. That's very popular right now, and it is the art of stilling the mind in order to hear ourselves at deeper levels. One I teach that's a little less common is to observe everything, or it's called high noticing. When we notice the texture of our clothes, the smell of our food, the sound of birds, when we're noticing our outer experience, we are also deepening the connection. And then listen to your body. Our bodies are powerful channels for our intuition if we will practice paying attention to them. And then pay attention to your dreams. A lot of people think that they aren't dreaming, or at least they don't remember them. But when you practice remembering your dreams, you also strengthen the connection between your conscious and unconscious mind. Are you sensing a thread? Well, find time to relax and be still too. That's the thing I didn't do until the airport vortex. We live in an overstimulated and distracted world. All the more reason to make stillness and being fully present a priority. Of course, the greatest stumbling block to intuition is our conscious mind, or at least our reliance on it. But instead of trying to figure out a solution using our conscious mind, try getting still and asking 5 magic questions that I like to ask my clients to use to get guidance that you crave. So ask your intuition. Question 1, what do I want? We live in a world where very few of us actually know what our purpose and our desires are. And then ask yourself the second question, how does this align with my values? Our values define us, but how many of us actually know what our values are or can articulate them? I've done this work. Mine are boldness, curiosity, and adventure. I measure everything that I do against my values. The third magic question is, what direction am I actually headed here? If you heard from my story, many of us are just going with the flow, and you can be very successful on the outside doing life that way. However, when you intentionally set your course using your inner wisdom, you will experience the real success we call fulfillment. The fourth question is, what obstacles exist for me here? Our unconscious mind will tell us there are always challenges in life. When we check in with our inner wisdom and look courageously at what could go wrong, we're better prepared to be flexible and adaptable. And then the fifth question, how am I owning this insight? Until we commit to taking real, timely, measurable action on an intuitive insight, it isn't a decision, it's just a dream. There are countless ways to build our intuitive muscle, and each of us is unique in what we are going to find most effective. I personally use a variety interchangeably, but if you're new to intentionally activating your intuitive connection, that might sound like a lot of work. I'm not suggesting that you try this all at once. Many of my clients spend months practicing, so don't beat yourself up if it takes time. But what I will tell you is when you trust the fire within, you will be truly unstoppable.
Thank you so, so much. That was beautiful. You know, I love connect with your inner wisdom. Connect with your inner wisdom. And each one of us need to do that. I love the 5 points that you gave. And I love, you know what I love? You obviously have inner wisdom because you radiate. You really do. Just seeing your face, you smile while you talk. You're obviously such a mentor for so many people, and blessed are your people with whom you work, your clients, because they're working with the best. You are the best, Stacey, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, Stacey, thank you very, very much for being here for the women of the world. And I really appreciated the 90% this 90% that we don't control, the non-conscious, the unconscious thinking, just being aware of that and trusting that is so helpful. And as you were speaking, I relaxed and I felt the chair under me and I felt the air on my face. And I'm so grateful for this present moment. So thank you very much, Stacy.
Thank you.
Yes.
Have a beautiful, happy International Women's Day.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so excited about our next speaker. Karen Palmer and I have been friends for so many years. When I first started the Women's Information Network, Karen was right by my side. She's a mom, much more than a mom. Well, I should say mom is magnificent. She made a wish way back in the day that sparked a kindness revolution. She's gone from homeless, yes, to becoming a global kindness leader and internationally known educator. She does so many things. She designs musical coloring books that are beautiful, many games and toys to help co-create a kinder world. As she walks into the room, it all gets kinder. Karen is the founder of Global Kindness Going Viral and the Puppy Love Revolution. So Karen combines ancient wisdom, modern science, and technology to raise the levels of compassion and gratitude and kindness, of course, and peace on earth. And that is where we just have so much in common. Karen is known as @Mindful Media Mom and Miss Kindness on all social media. You can find her really easily because she's very good at that. Karen's a spokesperson, a live stream and social media expert for many large organizations. She's a best-selling author and a co-producer of several popular online talk shows. She helps change agents, and I love that, change agents and peacemakers find their voice and share their messages and their gifts globally. Karen is also a professional recording artist of conscious music. Oh, we love you, and we're so excited to hear from you. Go right ahead, darling.
I'm so grateful to be here, and thank you so much for all the work that you do in the world to help us to really amplify the work. This is what I'm going to be talking about today, is the 5 C's and the 5 P's of mindful marketing. So people ask me all the time, how did you do this? How did you, create this viral message of kindness and help so many organizations get their message out? It's so important that the most important thing that people really focus on, and that's focus. Follow one course until successful. That is the most important thing. If you stay focused on your one intention, that one intention is to have sacred social media and to have a message that resonates with people so that people really can hear you. They can see you, and then you can validate and appreciate them. I don't consider followers. I consider them family. And so when somebody follows me, I always make sure that I acknowledge, and I'm so grateful for the time that they are committing to follow, to say they're going to follow me on social media. I think that the 5 C's are the most important way that we step into this role as women leaders that are going to be voices for so many who don't have a voice themselves. It's so important that we first bring our hands to our heart and we start from the space of our heart. So we remove, this is what you call heart and brain coherence. So you bring your hands to your heart. Wherever you put your hands is where your attention flows. So when you place your hands on your heart, and then you slow down your breath, breathing in to a count of 5 through your nose, and out very slowly. And add in your intention and your gratitude. So I'm thinking about how grateful I am for the opportunity to be with these two beautiful women, to feel supported and loved the way that the Women's Information Network and International Women's Day is always been for me. So I hold that as I begin, and I can come from that space, and I come gently back into this moment, and I think, oh, what are those 5 C's? How can I be of service? How can I help? How can I help other women find their authentic voice? How can I help teenage girls feel confident in walking in the shoes of some of the most amazing women that I've been so blessed to be able to learn from? And those 5 C's are so important. The first one is clarity. Clarity is so important because when you have a message, the most important thing you have is moments of people's attention. So you have to really, really tune in to what is my message and how can I make my message bigger than my fear of what others think of me. How can I make this message more important? So that's clarity to me. Clarity is going in and realizing how important you are and showing up in that vibration. This is what I call vibrational marketing, feel-good marketing. Oh, it's so much fun to play in this field of feel-good marketing. And that clarity, when I tell people, you know, I'm an angelic marketing strategist. I listen to God and the angels. I listen to higher energy and non-physical helpers to help me get the message across that needs to be served in this world. People really, really, they either get what you're saying or they don't get what you're saying. And the people who get what you're saying are your ideal market. They're your ideal audience. The people who don't get what you're saying, that's okay. You are educating and helping them to see things with a new perspective. And that's what's important. So clarity. Always be clear in what you are presenting. Consistency is very important. That's number 2. Have a consistent message. A message that, my message is kindness. So anybody thinks of the word kindness, I'm Miss Kindness. People think, I'm going to be putting together a program for kindness. I'd like to put a summit together for, you know, compassion. Who are they going to think of? They're going to think of me. And that's because I am consistently there as a message of what I live and breathe and speak. So consistency is such an important thing. Number 3 is connection. I love to teach people about the camera. Have something in your backdrop that you love, something that makes you so happy when you look behind you and you see kindness changes everything. You see the beautiful globe with the beautiful, beautiful doves. And have this be a moment where you are expressing yourself in a connected way with your audience, with whether it's sending an email, whether it's posting a social media post. Make sure that every person feels connected to what you bring and what you are offering, and help people to feel like you're offering them a cup of tea. You know, when they look at your social media post or they look at something that you've sent in your email, think of that as I'm sending a beautiful offering, something that is going to be so well received, and send that out, and that with that intention. As you send it out, send it with love, send it with so much appreciation for them being on your list, for them being in your email, for them being following you on social media. You know how many people in the world right now are so busy that they don't have time to even look at their social media right now. We have an opportunity, and if somebody's following us, we need to really acknowledge those people. You know, that's one of the most important things about, I believe, marketing and social media. And I call it mindful marketing and sacred social media. And I feel that when I teach people this, people really understand and they can hear it. They can really, really relate to it. And they know that what they're offering maybe isn't exactly doing that just yet, but that's okay. Don't be hard on yourself. Don't beat yourself up ever. Never beat yourself up. Always come back to your heart. Your heart will never beat you up. Your mind, unfortunately, can sometimes bring you into a lot of negative self-talk, but your heart will always, always speak the love and the kindness and the truth of who you are. And so keep staying in your heart. Number 4 is collaboration, my absolute favorite, queen of collaboration. Beautiful Paula is a perfect example, and she's taught me everything I know. I mean, she has been an incredible, incredible mentor and a gift and such a reflection of my own magnificence. And I'm so grateful for that, because this is what Women's Information Network and International Women's Day to me is all about. It's being a reflection to each other's magnificence and never seeing each other as competition, but always seeing, how can I support you? How can you support me? How can we together be that beauty and that love and that grace that we are? And that we already are. And how can we amplify that for each other? That's what collaboration is to me. That's it, collaboration. It's the key to happiness. It's the key to marketing success. It's people find that they have to look at their competition as something that they have to find some way to be better than them. But no, this is the new way of looking at marketing. The new way is to see the beauty, the reflection, the magnificence in whoever we consider a competition, and reach out to them and say, wow, you know, you're doing such beautiful work. Let's combine our audiences together. Let's see how we can really be supportive of one another. That's number 5, cooperation. When I started the Spirituality Gone Wild media channel with my partner, we wanted to create a place online where people could see and feel validated, where they could know that wherever they were on their journey, they were welcomed in the web of love. They were welcomed, and they are always welcome. And that's those 5 C's. So the 5 P's I wanted to go into are, this is when you're new and you don't know what you're doing as far as live streaming, because live streaming is a very different thing than using YouTube or Vimeo or creating pre-recorded messages. It's you have a moment, literally a moment, where if they don't have something playing the WIIFM radio station, they are changing your channel. And that's what's in it for me. So in the first 2 seconds that you have when somebody pops in and they are seeing what your show is, first of all, you want to make sure that you have a description that is very enticing and irresistible. And you want to make sure that people are, because that's what they're looking at. What's in it for me? Why do I need to listen to this lady? Why would I bother spending time with Mindful Media Mom? What could she possibly teach me? What is this Miss Kindness stuff got to be about? What is this all about? Most of the time, that's what people are asking themselves. What can that person do for me? And that's okay, because this is why we do live stream, is we want to be valuable. We want to offer content that gives golden nuggets, and I'm hoping this is giving golden nuggets to people. And that's my intention when I set to write this speech, to put together this presentation. My only intention is to help somebody who maybe doesn't believe in themselves right now really get in front of the camera and give it a shot, because I didn't believe in myself. I was terrified. And I had, I'm a survivor of domestic abuse myself. And so I was terrified, and I sat in silence for a long time. I sat behind the scenes in radio, doing radio for a long time. And finally, that beautiful, authentic self stepped forward and said, I'm here with you. I'll be with you. We can do this together. I'm hoping that you can see my authentic self today in yourself, and be able to reach out to Paula, or reach out in some way to, the Women's Information Network, follow us and learn from us, and become, a way for you to create this connection with the thought leaders, the people who have been carrying this torch. So we want to pass it to you. We want to pass it to you. We want you to have this torch, and we love you. And so practice. Number one is practice. Have fun with it. Don't question it. Get in front of the camera. Find somebody you totally love, and put that picture in front of the camera on your computer, so that you are talking to. I did it for my daughter. I put up my picture of my daughter, and then that was it. The next thing is patience. That's number two, is patience. So have patience with yourself. Be gentle and easy and understanding. Poise. Also, number three, have that poise, so that when you speak, you're speaking from that place of authority, that place of, oh, wow, I know what I'm talking about. This person who's watching me right now is going to get so much value from this. And make it practical. Give practical points. Make sure you are walking away feeling like, I gave so many golden nuggets there. That felt so good. And have passion. Number five, passion. Have that passion. Bring it into your own experience, so that everything you're saying is exciting and passionate. That's it.
Fantastic. I'm super excited to announce our next speaker, Angela Cote-Boucher. Super excited. Also, she is known as Major Mom. She used to have the keys to the nukes. Imagine that. But now she declutters and organizes homes with her amazing team of liberators located across America. Angela spent 14 years dedicated to serving our country in the U.S. Air Force as a satellite control commander. What? And missile combat crew commander. Jeez, in the presence of greatness. She attained the rank of major, and her husband nicknamed her Major Mom when they had their first child. After her son was born in 2005, she decided military life and motherhood were no longer compatible. So she left the military, and she went on to her next venture, creating Major Organizers, a residential organizing company. She has been building Major Organizers brand since November of 2006. She was featured on, get this, she was featured on the military episode of Shark Tank on February 5th of 2016, and began franchising her concept in 2017. Look at that, wow. Angela was born to create order out of chaos. She's on a mission to raise up army of liberators so she can restore order to the world, one household at a time. She sees that she's a part of a larger global family and longs for her business to grow so that she can give more to those in need, especially orphans. Take it away, Angela.
Hello, ladies. I am Major Mom, and I thank you for that great introduction. I want to dive right into my content today for everybody. And first, I want to admit to everyone that I do believe that Paula Fellingham is the original Major Mom of the planet. So, with that said, I've always salute her and love everything that we are doing together to promote the needs of women around the world. With that said, let me tell you about my passion of organizing homes and offices. It started when I was a little girl, as the intro may have led you to believe. And what I've learned along the way after 15 years in business and organizing over 2,000 households is I've learned a couple things. One thing I've learned is that there are major impacts to disorder on our lives, our homes, and everybody around us. Those major impacts are on our time, our money, our safety, and our health. Now, I won't go into those in depth because you can have me back another time, but let's quickly touch base on how it impacts our money. A lot of women around the world are guilty of duplicate purchases, buying something they already own. They know they have it somewhere in the house, but they can't find it. And this money spent buying duplicate purchases can be very devastating on any budget because duplicate purchases can range from another roll of Scotch tape that you couldn't find to another printer, another phone. So duplicate purchases can really impact our money. It can impact our time. Disordered impacts our time because one, we just talked about, we go out and buy things we already own. That's time spent doing that. We spend time cleaning and organizing stuff we don't even like, we don't want, and it's still for some reason on our kitchen counter 6 months later when we know we don't want it. So we spend a lot of time acquiring and accumulating stuff that we never need or use. Another major impact is on our safety and health. The incidence in American homes, I don't have the stats on other homes around the world, but in American homes, the incidence of safety accidents have gone skyrocket high due to everything being plugged in from Game Boys, gaming equipment, phones. Some of my clients leave their vacuum cleaners plugged in all week long, hoping to you finally use it. And so sometimes we just start plugging things in and there's tripping hazards all over our house, in addition to the clutter. Now, mind you, everyone who's listening, I'm not talking about the extreme hoarding situations. We don't work with hoarders at my company. We're talking about average human beings around the planet just accumulating too much. And so safety incidents are happening in the home. Now, health is impacted because, as you all know, the more clutter we have in our homes, the more stress our body feels. And stress causes depression and all kinds of other things. So you may right now be at home listening. You may be somewhere else thinking of your home or your car or your office right now and thinking, wow, those major impacts of disorder have impacted me. So if that's you, listen up because I've got some good news. The good news is that there's major roadblocks to getting organized, and everyone on the planet experiences these roadblocks. So let yourself off the hook if you're beating yourself up right now. I'll quickly list the roadblocks, but then we're going to talk about some simple steps. So just quickly, if I list off these roadblocks and it's you, maybe you need to reach out for help. So these are the major roadblocks that every woman in the planet experiences at one point or another in time, one season of life. Paralyzed by perfection. Procrastination due to lack of skill set, not due to laziness, but you don't actually know how to do it. So you're going to train yourself how to do it, read your books and figure out how to do it when maybe you're never going to figure out how to do it. So you procrastinate. Your system or space is set up incorrectly from the get-go. You did it how somebody else showed you to do it, but it doesn't work for you and the way your mind processes information. Sad news I have to share with you all today. Another roadblock is you may not have the organizing gene. You just may not have it. You may not be able to do it alone. That's wisdom to know you have another genius creating art, gardening, but you don't have that organizing genius that's working for you and your family. So another roadblock, overcommitted work, school, church, and home. You don't even have time to get organized because you're never home. And maybe you've designed your life that way because home life is so chaotic and cluttered. Another roadblock, life transitions. Get aging parents moving in with you, children moving back home, divorce, relocation, and God forbid when we all have to deal with death in families, and all kinds of life transitions just derail the most organized person. I admit it right now. Many relocations back to back derailed me. I had to reach out for help. Emotional ties to yourself is what we see on TV a lot. That's a major roadblock to getting organized. We're so emotionally tied to things. And we've talked about this before at the Women's Information Network, is ties to our skinny clothes, ties to books from college, all those books that are worth thousands and thousands of dollars. Emotional ties to our stuff can create a lot of clutter. And then family and friends are the last roadblock to getting organized. And that may seem very negative, but I will share with you that many women around the world have one woman in their life that says, you need to get rid of everything. Your house is a mess. And they come in with all this judgment about how you're living. And you think all your stuff is cool and you like it and you feel comfortable in your home. And then you have another family member who's telling you to keep everything that Grandma Bessie gave you, or, Grandpa Joe sent a semi full of stuff to you after he passed, and you're being guilted to keep it. Those are major roadblocks. And we all experience them at some point in our life here on planet Earth. But I'm going to leave you with these 3 very simple steps you can take to get your home or your car or your office back on track. Step number 1, stop the incoming. Stop buying stuff because it's on sale. Wherever you live in this world, don't just buy something because it's cheap. Buy it because you need it. So step 1, stop the incoming. Make a conscious decision today that you will not accumulate or bring anything to your home or business unless it is needed and will serve you within a relatively short amount of time. Let's say within the year, not if, we have the apocalypse. Let's stop bringing things in when we don't need them. 2, conquer the clutter in your home or your office, whatever it is the worst, by getting rid of everything you don't need, want, or love, or use. Need, want, love, or use. That seems pretty simple. So when you are done with today, go and look around your home, your closet, and just cherry pick stuff out of your home that you no longer need, want, use, or love. And the last step I'll leave you with today, when you have done stop the incoming and you've conquered the clutter in your home by getting rid of everything you don't need, use, want, or love, now you're going to organize. That's the order of which things are done. And you organize one room at a time, maybe one drawer if you have a lot of clutter, or one closet. Figure out what you can accomplish on your own or with help, and just do one at a time. Then you finish that drawer, that closet, that room. You have this amazing natural side effect of endorphin release, and you have this natural high of accomplishment and completion. So I always tell people, organize one room at a time using the Major Mom method. And you can find that on my website. We share that methodology with everyone, and I'm happy to share it with everyone today. If you go to majormom.biz and just read about the methodology, and I salute all of you for being passionate about creating orderly and peaceful homes. Thank you, ladies, for having me today.
Oh, well, I just forgot to say, there's so many parts of that I just absolutely love. But the thing that really stood out to me, and I'm so grateful that you brought this up, is that possibly you just need support. Like possibly you didn't get that genius, and the way that you acknowledge Angela, that there are other geniuses that you have. I'm so grateful because I did not get that genius of organizing. I really didn't, Paul. So for me, it's so wonderful to hear that and to just get help acknowledge that. So I thank you very much.
You know, I love that she went on to Shark Tank. And then she said, okay, I'm going to explode this out. And she's done it. These liberators. Don't you love that she has an army of liberators? But we love you. We honor you. We salute you. And thank you for your kind words about me, darling one. But thank you for the wonderful work you're doing in the world. Bye-bye, honey. I am so deeply honored to be able to call Marianne Williamson my friend. I have had the opportunity of having Marianne share her heart and beautiful messages at 5 of my different events. And one of the ones that was just a highlight for me was in 2016, we had the World Parliament on Spirituality. She was our keynote speaker, and she did such a magnificent job that I wanted to share that presentation with you today. And during this International Women's Day time, when she talks about womanhood. So I'd love to introduce this amazing, loving, kind, sweet woman, Marianne Williamson.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I am just delighted to be here with you, with my friend Paula Fellingham, and also the fact that she has created this particular gathering to talk about something so extremely important in the world today. So thank you for the honor of allowing me to speak into your listening and have this discussion with you. Please join with me. Let's take a moment. Take a deep breath and close our eyes. Take this moment to pray that our inner eye be opened, that we might see the light beyond all darkness, that we might see the truth beyond all illusion, that we might perceive the love beyond all fear. It is to the divine source, the creator of all things, that we devote this time together, that we devote our lives. And we pray that we might be vessels of the world that is possible, a world of peace, a world of love, of unity, brotherhood, harmony, and justice. May the Spirit of God work in us and through us, that such a kingdom might come to pass on earth as it is in heaven. And so it is. Amen. I really can't think of a more important moment in the history of the world, and very definitely in the history of this country, for us to be thinking about the subjects that we are called upon to consider at this particular conclave. What is love? What is truth? What is justice? And what is spirituality? We all talk about love. We want to love the people that we like. We want to love the people in our own inner circle. We certainly want to love our own children. But the love that will save the world is not always a convenient love. And the love that will save the world is not always love only of the people that we like. In fact, sometimes it's love of the people that we do not like. I'm reminded of a line from Martin Luther King where he said, "I'm very grateful God didn't tell me I have to like my enemies." There is an impersonal love for people just because they are human that we are called upon to embrace at this time. And we are called upon to be participatory with our love. And that means it's not enough to just say I love or even feel that I love. We must take a stand for our love. And that is a big one for people in the so-called spiritual and higher consciousness communities. I've been saying to my meditation friends recently, those of us who sit must also take a stand. Because it is the love for children on the other side of town that matters today, not just love for my own children. It is love for the children on the other side of the world that matters today, not just love for my own children. For truly and literally, as Martin Luther King and others have pointed out, we are bound in a web of mutuality. And we are all on this boat together. And if there's a hole in this boat,
and it takes this boat down, then all of us go down. And that's not just talk. That's not just metaphor, not today. Not today when there are the plethora of nuclear bombs that exist on the planet. Not today when so many rulers on our planet, so many leaders on our planet have clearly demonstrated a recklessness and a carelessness that should make any reasonable conscious person alarmed. It is not just talk when our entire external environment, the natural systems of the planet have been so stressed and are continuing to be so stressed that the conversation about their absolute implosion within 20 years is actually a legitimate subject. And so what is the conscious person to do today? Where are we to sit within our hearts? And most particularly, what is the God of our understanding asking us to be and asking us to do? You know, Buddha was born as Prince Siddhartha. His father was hoping he would be a great king, great warrior king like he was. And when Siddhartha was born, his father was told by a seer, your son will be either a great warrior king or your son will be a great holy man. And Siddhartha's father said, it's not on my agenda for my son to be a great holy man. I want my son to be a great warrior king like me. So the king built walls around the castle compound in hopes that if he just made sure that everything Siddhartha was exposed to was pleasurable, then he would never want to leave the compound. He would never see any life but the life that his father prescribed for him. And therefore, because everything was good for him, everything was pleasurable for him, he would remain within that environment and remain towing the line with what his father wanted for his life. Siddhartha grew up in that environment. He got married, he had a child. But something in his heart knew there was something more. And so one night he escaped. He climbed over the castle walls. And it was then that he saw suffering for the first time. And he learned what suffering looks like, what aging looks like, what death looks like. He came back to the compound, saw it more, because in the deepest, darkest night, all the dancers and the teachers and all of the people, the artists who kept him so pleased during the day, he saw them up close while they were sleeping, and he knew, wow, they're diseased too, some of them, and they're aging, and they're dying too. This is real life, and he went back this time to begin his journey to enlightenment. But his journey to enlightenment was not always easy, and he had to struggle with the demons of illusion. But ultimately, he did self-actualize. He did achieve enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. The suffering that Buddha saw is also mirrored in the suffering of the Israelites when they were in Egypt as slaves under the Pharaoh. But God heard their cries, and God sent Moses to deliver the Israelites. And then, just like Buddha, they had quite a journey. This time they took 40 years having to travel through the desert before they achieved deliverance to the promised land. And once again, that theme of suffering. Jesus suffered. He suffered on the cross. And yet that began a journey as well. Those pivotal 3 days symbolized by the 3 days between the crucifixion and the resurrection. So in all of those three, and this story is mirrored, this universal spiritual theme is mirrored in all the great religious and spiritual stories in the world. First, there is the suffering or the recognition of suffering, without which there is no path to God. There is no path to God in which you're not looking around you and seeing the human suffering, the suffering of people, the suffering of animals, the suffering of the planet that is going on today. Easy spirituality is not the pulse of this moment. Buddha saw suffering. The Israelites endured suffering. Jesus endured suffering, and thus the journey began. Because God is watching. And the journey ends in that place, ultimately, when the journey itself is sacred. It ends in that place of self-actualization, enlightenment, deliverance to the promised land, resurrection, self-actualization, mental health. It doesn't matter whether you call it in spiritual religious terms or you call it in secular psychotherapeutic terms. It has to do with the evolution of our consciousness beyond where we are now. That is what the spiritual life calls us to. God calls us When Buddha exited his father's kingdom, this was not an easy journey that he took. And his Four Noble Truths and his Eightfold Path, this is telling us how you must be now. You must be right with your speech. You must be right with your concentration. You must be right with your actions. You must be right with the world. And the same with the journey of the Israelites. Wasn't just some straight line from Egypt to the Promised Land. No, a lot of things happened in those 40 years, including once when God said to Moses, you come up here to Mount Sinai. I got some things I want to tell you, and I want you to take these 10 things, and I want you to tell the Israelites, because that is how I want them to behave. So there are eightfold paths. There are 10 commandments. And with Jesus as well. It's not just, just say you believe in Jesus and then I've done enough. It is love as I have loved. Love others as I have loved you. And when Jesus says love others as I have loved you, that means I have loved you when you've been right and I have loved you when you have been wrong. I have loved you when you've been your best and I have loved you when you are not your best. I am that which is merciful. I am that which is just. I am that which is brotherly. So this idea of all we have to do is say, my particular path, we're all so precious these days with my particular path. We need to stop with the false respect that is shown to so-called faith communities in which priests and ministers and rabbis and imams and muftis and whoever they are get up and talk about God with no acknowledgement and no service to the disadvantaged among us. That has got to end. And so the spiritual awakening of our time is one in which we are breaking free of the old boxes. And within those boxes, too many times, you and I were just expected to be nice. As though that's what love always looks like. Nice, be nice. I hear it all the time these days, here in the United States. We are in a time of turmoil. We are in a time of national tumult. We are. And the spiritual journey is not anti-intellectual. Spirituality, love, they don't make you complacent. They don't make you acquiescent. They don't make you brain dead. In fact, love is fierce. One of the things that is the great gifts when the idea of what the feminine is comes from the Eastern religions, where the fierce side of the feminine is far more obvious. Look at Tara. There are the different colors of Tara, and some of them are fierce. The goddess has a fierce aspect. The goddess is something much more than just, we're going to dance under the moon. We're going to wear cut velvet scarves. We're going to go to yoga and drink green juice. No. One of the common anthropological characteristics of any mammalian species that survives and thrives, in fact, is the fierce behavior of the adult female of that species when she senses there is a threat to her cubs. Look at how the lioness behaves. Look at how the adult female tiger behaves. Look at how the mama bear behaves. Don't mess with the cubs or she'll come after you. That is what the adult female species does in any species that is displaying a proactive intention to survive. And given how many children in America go hungry today, given that 1 in 4 American children are considered food insecure, given that 12,000 children on this planet starve every day, 1 every 4 seconds, even though, thank God, we do not at this point have a dearth of food, actually means that the human race is behaving, for all intents and purposes, as though we do not intend to survive. And why is that? Among other things, it's because the girls aren't standing up. Because the adult female of our species, and one of the things that is used as a block that makes it more difficult for many women to show up in our spiritual power, is that we are told too often that when we display any kind of fierce side to our feminine, we are told we're not, quote unquote, being nice. We have a cellular memory, I believe, of having been burned at the stake. Women who speak their own truth, who write their own lines. I actually was reading a study where it said that for a woman to feel confident enough to express her opinion, she must feel confident in 80% of her facts. But for a man to feel confident enough to speak his opinion, he needs to feel sure of 20% of his facts. Well, you know, many times, ladies and gentlemen, our gut knows what our head hasn't quite figured out. And spirituality is really very simple. And complexity, the Course in Miracles says, is of the ego. Truth is very simple. How is this for the babies? Not what does your doctrine say? Not what does your dogma say? Not what do your rules say? Not what does your institutionalized, dense, material religion say? What does your heart say? Is this or is this not good for the babies? Is this or is this not good for the children? Because if it's not, that means that it is not of the future. It is not of life trying to live through us and move forward. And when we display that fierceness, you know, when I was a child, I grew up at the time of the feminism of the 1970s. And I remember thinking that my mother's life was not important enough because my mother's life was dedicated to her children. And my mother's life was dedicated to her home, making her home a wonderful place and environment for her children and her husband, who she loved. Now, I looked at my mother's life, and I thought when I was a young woman and a girl that my mother's life was not important enough because I wanted to go out into the world and do something important. And then, you know, you go out into the world, and if you learn enough metaphysically, you realize there is nothing out there. It's all in your head. It's all just a projection of your thoughts. There is no out there. And the more I came to understand about life, and the more I came to understand about the goddess and what it means to be feminine, the more I realized that I was very wrong about my mother's life. My mother was right, because in a very deep, fundamental way, energetically and archetypally, it is the job of the feminine to take care of the children and take care of the home. It's just that we've evolved at this point to know that that means every one of this world's children and the earth itself is our home. And so that means, just like any of us who are parents know this, you love your children, but that doesn't mean you don't hold them accountable. My daughter was very aware when she was growing up, this is my house, and I was not afraid of the term because I said so. And that was to me, part of good parenting. Part of good parenting is that children know there are some limits here. And today, you know, we are living at a time in our country where there is so much turmoil and there is so much tumult because, you know, some people voted for President-elect Trump, and I think that they deserve a congratulation. In the United States, we have democratic elections. Until it's proven otherwise, we had a free and fair democratic election. This man won, and he is to be congratulated. And I think that we all do have a moral responsibility to psychologically and emotionally adjust ourselves to the realization that we do elect a president every 4 years, and that president is owed the respect for the office and some deference to that person's leadership. At the same time, let's be very clear. We elected a president. We did not elect a king. This country is not some top-down organization where you just tell your employees how to behave. This is a democracy, and a democracy is loud, and a democracy is messy, and a democracy is one in which you do not tell the citizens of the United States how to behave. You do not tell the citizens of the United States to apologize. You do not tell the citizens of the United States to be acquiescent or complacent or brain dead when we see things happening that do not align with our conscience. And that is true this week, and I hope it is true the week next week, and I hope it is true the week after that, because this country means nothing if it doesn't mean that the passion of the citizens aligned with the moral truth and integrity that we feel in our hearts is what we're going to stand on today and stand on tomorrow. You better believe it. For the sake of our country and for the sake of our children, this is what democracy is. And so when people say, you know, the reason democracy matters, ladies and gentlemen, is not just because of what it represents in terms of the political history of the world. It is important because of what it represents in terms of the spiritual history of the world. It is a container, the best container we've come up with yet on this planet, for the possibility of the self-actualization of the individual. And that's what the evolution of consciousness means, that people could grow to be all that we can be, that we can embody the Buddha minds, that we can embody the light of Moses, that we can embody the light of Jesus, that we too can stand in a miraculous field of infinite possibility. But let us remember, the infinite field of possibility that Buddha spoke of is infinite compassion. The infinite field of possibility that Moses stands within is that we defer to the will of God as we understand the will of God. And we seek to walk humbly before God and to do righteousness and to love mercy and to love justice and to love brotherhood in his name. And the phrase, God shall not be mocked, means he isn't. When you do that, life's going to work pretty well. And when you don't, things are going to get chaotic. Things are going to get desperate. And that is true not only in the life of an individual, but also in the life of a nation. And that is our function. That is our purpose on this earth. Not just to love Jesus, but to do as Jesus asked us to do, which is to love each other. And the reason that the United States is in trouble today, the reason the entire world is in trouble, is because if we are honest with ourselves, despite what all our religious leaders have been saying, and despite what all of our institutional spiritual communities have supposedly been saying, we have not made love the bottom line. We have not made brotherhood the bottom line. We have not made justice or mercy the bottom line. We have made money the bottom line in the last few decades on a level that is obscene. And the fact that things are falling apart should absolutely surprise no one. When you make short-term economic gain for a few people on the planet, your bottom line, then you mock the very notion of brotherhood. You mock the very notion of justice. You mock the very notion of a God of love. And so the spiritual uprising and awakening today cannot be separate from the concerns of the world. Buddha was concerned with real people who were suffering. Moses was concerned with real people who were suffering. Jesus was concerned with real people who were suffering. Buddha saw real people who were suffering, and he fed them, and he spoke about how infinite love and compassion was the answer to all of this suffering and aging and death. And Moses, the whole point of Moses delivering the Israelites is that they were suffering. This was about real people who were slaves. And when Jesus healed the sick, and he went around the countryside, and whether it was casting out demons or healing the sick or raising the dead, it was real human beings in front of him. How dare we speak of God and speak of spirituality, but ignore the suffering of human beings in our midst? And as Martin Luther King said, how did he say this? Any religion, I think that these are the exact words. Martin Luther King said, any religion that purports to care about the soul of a man, but does not address the economic conditions that condemn him and the social conditions that slam him, is a moribund religion awaiting burial. And that is what is happening today. We are breaking free of old boxes. We are breaking free of the old boxes in our minds. We are breaking free of the old boxes that would tell us, sit down, shut up. Oh, I get that so much. And as women, for us to really know, we're more likely to shut up when we're made to feel silly. You know, I see it on my Facebook, on my Twitter. Oh, Williamson, hush up. The last thing that's going to make me hush up is being told to hush up. Women have there's nothing wrong with our hearts. There's nothing wrong with your gut. Oh, and then today, oh my goodness. If a woman is disturbed, why are we disturbed today? I'll tell you why so many people are anxious and depressed today. You want to know why people are so anxious today? The entire world is not like some people have an anxiety disorder. The whole civilization has an anxiety disorder. Why are people so disturbed? Because these are disturbing times. And why are the women of America in such high numbers depressed? Because we know in our gut something is terribly wrong. And so for the same system that teaches us a mindset in which we are prone to make ourselves desensitized to the pain of others, then tells us that the upset, which is inevitable when we desensitize ourselves to the pain of others, is something that we should simply cover over. You know, like take a pill, give another few $1 billion to the psychotherapeutic psychopharmacological industrial complex, which would now have the disturbed and anxious women of our country who are disturbed and anxious because we know we got to do something, just numb us out, you know? Just numb us out. Make us think there's something wrong with us. You know, it's like the canaries in a coal mine. The canaries are there because if the canaries fall over, that means there's too much toxicity in the mine. What's happening in America today, and around the world actually, is that the canaries are falling over, and the owner of the coal mine is saying there's something wrong with the canaries. There's nothing wrong with the canaries. In fact, if you're looking at the state of the world today, and you're not depressed, what is wrong with you? If you're looking at our country today and you're not on some level alarmed, if you're not on some level really on alert, if you're on some level not really awake, I really ask you, where's your conscience as a citizen? Where is your conscience as a human being? Because we got some things to be worried about. Would we be better off if the abolitionists just hadn't been so upset? Would we be better off if the women suffragettes had just thought, no, I can take it, I can be calm? No. There is a term that author Paul Hawken uses about a kind of blessed unrest that is on the planet today. And so I feel that the spiritual among us are not faux calm. There is too much of that in the higher consciousness community in America today. This idea that there's a certain level of just peace that we're supposed to keep that ignores the suffering and the disturbances of the world. That, ladies and gentlemen, is not transcendence. That's just denial. There is nothing holy about complacency. There is absolutely no spiritual or religious path anywhere that I've ever read about or ever even heard about that gives any of us a pass on addressing the suffering of other sentient beings. Buddha did not address the suffering of other sentient beings. Moses did not address the suffering of other sentient beings. Jesus did not address the suffering of other sentient beings. And when he called us to love, that means that you do something about that love. It's the same with democracy. It's not spectator. It's not just having a conversation about how we believe in it. It's about standing guard. It's about knowing that the same ego mind that is inside all of us, that would be that which resists love and leads us away from love, is active in us collectively as well. And it leads not only to personal dysfunctions, but it leads to collective dysfunctions. And so just as we must be vigilant about our own spiritual path, where am I withholding love? Where am I not rising to the occasion? Where do I have to atone for my own mistakes, for my own sins? Where do I need to seek to be forgiving of others for theirs? We must do this as a collective as well. In our country, Abraham Lincoln, when he proclaimed in a proclamation in 1864, a national day of fasting and prayer, he said a nation must confess its sins just as an individual must. So collectively, we must own our shadow and seek to heal it. Collective dysfunctions, collective sins, like misogyny, like racism, like xenophobia, like homophobia, like anti-Semitism. These are the thought forms that give rise to the behavior that cause suffering. And therefore, just as our President Franklin Roosevelt said, we must do more than stop war. We must stop the beginning of all wars. And the beginning of war is in our head. But you are not, when you have a passionate disagreement with someone in a democracy, that does not mean you are at war with them. Just like in an intimate relationship, you got to be able to duke it out sometimes. You got to be able to tell your truth. Got to be able to passionately put it out there. In the Course in Miracles, it says that miracles happen when total communication is given and received. So we must speak to these things. Those of us who are spiritual seekers must not turn away from these conversations, because where there is racist thought, there is likely to be racist behavior. Where there is racist thought and racist speech, there is likely to be racist behavior. Where there is misogynist talk and misogynist thought, there is likely to be misogynist behavior. Where there is anti-Semitic or xenophobic or homophobic thought and speech, there is likely to be behavior. We must address these things on the causal level. And one of the reasons why so much is showing up in the United States today, that is what many of us say, no, that's not what this country is because too many of us, including too many of us in the so-called higher consciousness spiritual communities, have not taken a stand for what we are. if you are not standing for love, if you are not standing for justice, if you are not standing for brotherhood in areas where it is not convenient, if you are not addressing the issue as it pertains to our criminal justice system, if you are not addressing the issue as it pertains to to racial inequality in our criminal justice or in our prison system, if you are not addressing the issue in terms of the misogyny that is shown to women when they try to show up and be leaders in this country and are treated in ways that are such a double standard from how men are treated, if we are not standing up and we are not using our voices, not only are we not exercising the power and the passion of what it means to be a citizen in a free country, we are also not exercising the power and the duty that it means for those of us who take seriously that we are trying our best to do the will of God. And so I believe that even though this is a moment of great tumult, it is also a moment pregnant with possibilities. I remind you that the abolitionist movement in the United States today emerged from the Quakers. And many of the leaders of the suffragette movement were Quakers. And of course, Dr. Martin Luther King was a preacher. He was a Baptist preacher. It was the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. The point being that most of the great social justice movements in our country, and to a great extent in the world, look at Gandhi, who said that it was the spiritual revival in India that would be the key to its political deliverance. Many of the great social justice movements in this country and around the world have stemmed from those who base their political activism on spiritual conviction. Why? Because the Quakers, for instance, believe in an inner light within every man, woman, and child. And because of that inner light between every man, woman, and child, they believe that all of us are equal. And therefore, if they truly believe this, that means slavery is intolerable. And they are not going to just go tisk, tisk, tisk. They are going to do what it takes to take a stand for that belief. But there's a second part to that too, which is what made them so powerful. That's what made them convicted. And the Course in Miracles says, miracles arise from conviction. But it also meant that they had faith in the possibility of invoking the alternative. That's what spirituality gives us. That's why we should be the last people sitting out the great social and economic questions of our day. We should be the biggest grown-ups in the room. We should not be infantilized. We should not, in the name of our spiritual journey, be standing over on the periphery like we can't handle an adult conversation. If we're there when people have AIDS, we didn't turn our eyes away from AIDS. We didn't turn our eyes away from if someone is addicted and needs rehab or needs help. We don't turn our eyes away if somebody has cancer. Why should we turn our eyes away if somebody is suffering at an economic or a social or a criminal injustice that is absolutely unnecessary in a society that is based on love? And what's happening in the world today is that people who hate with conviction. There aren't that many of them, but boy, they hate with conviction. The problem is not just that there are people on this planet who hate with conviction. The problem is that too many of us who love are loving in a kind of wimpy, unconvicted way. It is time for love to be as convicted as hate is. And when Martin Luther King said about Mahatma Gandhi, he said he was the first person in the history of the world to take the love ethic of Jesus. Now, let's be very clear. It was the love ethic of Jesus in Martin Luther King's mind. Gandhi, it was not the love ethic of Jesus. To Gandhi, it was the love ethic at the heart of all the great religious and spiritual truths of the world. He said he was the first person to take that love ethic and move it beyond mere personal interaction to turn it into a broad-scale social force for good. In other words, as Gandhi said, love will heal not only personal relationships. Everybody here gets that. What mercy and love and forgiveness will do to heal our personal relationships, even our bodies. But what Gandhi said is that it will also heal our economic and our social and our political relationships as well. So those of us who believe that the power of love is the answer to every problem need to stop ignoring so many problems. We need to be leading the charge and asking ourselves, what would love do in answer to domestic policies? Can you imagine if every time they wanted to pass a bill in the United States Congress, there were enough of us asking, what is the loving way to be around this? What is the loving? What would truly build peace? What would truly build justice? What would truly build harmony? Because peace is not just the end of war. Peace is the presence of justice and brotherhood. Just as we've ended the allopathic paradigm, where you just, in your physical body gets sick, you just wait till there's a symptom and then you seek to address and to eradicate and to suppress the symptom. No, you got to deal with cause. You've got to proactively cultivate health. You've got to cultivate health with nutrition and with exercise and with lifestyle and so forth. Same with peace, ladies and gentlemen. If all we're doing is fighting war, there will be more war. We need to also cultivate peace, and that means cultivating justice and cultivating harmony and cultivating brotherhood, and that is not always easy, and it is not always convenient, and particularly if you're a woman, you won't always be applauded for it, and some people will tell you to be nice and sit down and shut up and hush up, but you know what? I hope that every woman really hears me about this. What are they going to do with us in this country? Throw tomatoes at us? What is that compared to what women go through in Afghanistan, what they go through in Pakistan, what they go through in Saudi Arabia, what they go through in Iran, and what they go through in Syria? We have to not only stand up for love and justice and our children and everyone's children, not only for our sake, but for the sake of women around the world who cannot say these things for themselves. And there is such bravery displayed by women all over the world. There is such courage displayed by women all over the world. Let American women now take our stand as the moral force on this planet that we can and we should be. And let those of us who are spiritual seekers stop acting as we are sometimes tempted to do, like children who love to talk about spirituality in nice little safe containers like rooms like this. No, we got to be out wherever we are led to be out. And if that means in the halls of Congress, in the White House, outside the White House, in the streets, wherever we are led to be, knowing that we are there not out of anger, but out of love. Because moral outrage is not born of anger. It is born of love. And when you see the tiger who's going at you because you're getting near her babies, or the bear who goes after you because you're getting near her babies, or the lioness who goes after you because you're getting near her babies, she is acting out of love. She is not strident. She's not angry. She's not someone who hasn't worked out her issues. She is acting on behalf of the life of her species, the continuance and the life of the future, and her children and her children's children and her children's children after her. And for those who don't like it, that's okay, because this is America. They don't have to. But just because you don't like it doesn't mean we're gonna shut up. That should be our creed. God bless you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much.
Wasn't that amazing?
It was amazing.
I love her energy.
Yes.
And her power. She's able to stand there and just touch people's hearts. I want to tell you that the entire audience was just on their feet. And you couldn't see it in the video, but they were just clapping for Sol. It was amazing.
Oh, I believe it.
And what a message. What a message. Every time she opens her mouth, she touches hearts and she changes lives. Thank you so much, Marianne.
Yes, thank you so very much.
We truly love you.
Spectacular. I am so happy to announce our next speaker, Maria Salazar. She is a certified lifestyle and health coach who graduated from the Institute of Integrative Nutrition in New York. Maria is spectacular. She is a body freedom coach. Yeah, she inspires women to break free from the obsession, yes, the obsession of physical perfection, eating disorders, depression, anxiety, as well as compulsive, and also when you're compensating, behaviors you do to compensate, right, are some of the issues that she helps people with, particularly women. She helps them to heal and to move forward through coaching and education. Spectacular. She will teach you the practices and routines based on a lifestyle that are sustainable for you, right? A formula for you. She focuses on your individuality, your personality, and your biochemistry, right? Beauty starts with the decision to be yourself. That is a direct quote, and I just adore it. I adore it. Her mantra is, be the best version of you. Thank you for that. She has enabled many women to live from a place of self-love, and she helps families create healthier eating habits. She's in Mexico, and in Mexico, she was awarded by the National Women's Chamber. She was awarded as the most influential wellness coach, wow, in 2019. And she's been on radio and television for years. I'm going to hand it on over, Maria. Take it away.
Thank you so much for this beautiful presentation. I am so honored to be with you, with all of you, women in the world, beautiful women in the world. And we are here all gathered because we want to create a beautiful momento, which I call a momento, so we can help each other through conscious and through these beautiful women that we are speaking today for you. And I would love to talk to you about beauty. Beauty. I know we all love this world because the word beauty, because we all love beauty. But for women, it's a very, very difficult moment we're living now, more than ever. We're so disconnected because many of us, many of us women, we have this limited belief that we are worthy if we look a certain way, if our weight is a certain number. So we are so obsessed by this, but we could start since we were very young in our houses, our families, and then or at school or some practice that we are being taught that if we don't weigh a certain amount, then we are unworthy. And we start feeling the disconnection since we're very little. And this disconnection starts growing and taking like life of its own. And then we don't no longer know our worth anymore. And we don't know, why are we so depressed? Why do we have anxiety? Why are we these women that we're feeling that we're broken, that we owe something to somebody or many people or our boyfriends? And we start living from a place of unworthiness. And this sometimes, not sometimes, many times, it's unconscious. We don't know that we have this connection, but it starts translating in many areas of our lives. And this is very, very, very sad because now, like I said, this starts from this very young age. And then if we don't stop this, women they start opting out of society. It has become that serious. They prefer not to show their faces in a gala or an event, or they have to speak, at a workshop. They feel so bad, so disconnected that they say, you know what, I'd rather not do this. I'm not ready. I prefer not to. The beauty and fashion industry is $1.3 trillion. And you think you're the one who's broken? No, we're not broken. The thing is, we are looking outside ourselves for solutions. So we want to lose weight. So we start searching for the perfect book, this new trend, because like I said, it's $1 trillion industry, which is never, the industry is not taking care of you. It's not caring for you. On the contrary, this industry is made for you to feel insecure, so then they can help you with your insecurities. It's really mad. Just every single year, 1,000 new books, diet books, come out. 1,000. Many diets from they're the ones who worked before, and they just rename this diet because it's a new trend, and you think this is the one who's going to help you lose those pounds, and then you're going to feel wonderful because that's the promise, right? The thing is, you're not really seeing the disconnection that this has with yourself, and then that's the big issue. It's the more you get into this vortex, it's like a black hole of pills, of diets, of no pain, no gain mindset, the more disconnected you are from you. And then what happens? Yes, you get this perfect body, and now you're size 0. And what happens? That once you're there, you're not happy. You don't feel the promise that, oh my God, now, yes, everyone is going to look at you. That's for sure. And everyone is going to have a saying on this. Oh my God, you look fabulous. What did you do? And of course, you're not going to dare say, I literally feel broke. I literally don't, I feel sad. I don't enjoy life. I have no pleasure. No, you're not going to say that. You're going to say, thank you. Yes, thanks a lot. The thing is, we have to stop with this nonsense. We need to, yes, I know you want to lose weight, and this can happen, but from a very different place, a place of connection, of physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual connection. That's where you're going to get, the bodies will be, the weight will be the consequence of you feeling fulfilled, feeling that you are worthy. And for that, you need to stop searching and looking outside the way we've been taught to do, and to start looking inside. Yes, it sounds very, maybe very holistic, or people say, oh, you sound, I don't know how to do that. You know, it sounds very easy. Well, it's like everything in life. If you want to earn money, you got to go to work every day. If you want to build muscle, you need to work on it every day. Well, the same goes for this. You need to work on you, on how to find your inner beauty. And it sounds so cliche, inner beauty. Of course, because we live in an industry of anti-aging, which is horrifying. It seems like aging, it's a sin, but it's not. In other cultures, aging is a sign of really beauty, wisdom. It's very different, but we need to stop doing the anti-aging thing and start connecting with ourselves. How do we do that? Like I said, of course, it sounds very cliche. Inner wisdom, inner beauty. Yes. And how do we do that? Well, by connecting every single day, just like you go to work, just like you do your things to earn something, well, to get inner peace and inner beauty every single day. I ask you, I invite you to take at least 10 minutes of your day, which is nothing, to connect with you through breathing, either meditation, breathing, yoga, prayer, mantras, whatever suits you, whatever would you like. But the secret, believe me, the secret for many, many, many years, and this is how I work with my patients, is go inwards. There are many, many ways that you can do that. Not everyone is cut out for meditation. Okay, I get it. Not everyone is cut out for yoga. Okay, I get it. One thing we can do, definitely, and we all have in common, and we must do this, otherwise we die, is breathing. And there are so many breathing techniques, ancient techniques, that will help you feel the connection within. I urge you to try and find a technique, a ritual that suits you, because your life definitely is going to change. And then, and only then, you will be having the body that you're really proud of, that you're looking for, but that will be the consequence. I hope these words will help you find the path, because I believe it's the only path, the inner path. So thank you so much for listening, and happy International Women's Day.
Maria, spectacular. You are such an inspiration. I feel like I know you just from that talk. I love this. And you know, I think I'm hoping that we are past the time of something being too holistic, like absolutely connecting and being present for who you are. I just absolutely, I just thank you so much for bringing that message to the women of the world today, for being here, and for sharing your mission. I really appreciate it.
Yes, I love it. And you know, inner beauty, inner wisdom, it absolutely shouldn't be cliches. And there have been many of our wonderful speakers who have talked about this inner wisdom and listening to your inner guide and your inner, and you talked about inner beauty. No one's talked about that, but you've said it so beautifully, this inner beauty, and that we need to take a moment and look at how many of our thoughts are thinking about our outer,
yes,
our bodies,
yes,
and
absolutely.
just say, where am I with that? And so I love that you brought up these thoughts that now hopefully women will be able to think about and just say, where am I with this? And how can I improve? How can I be better and happier no matter what I look like, you know, on the outside.
yes,
And so
yes.
many women feel like they're not enough. We know this, they're not
Yes.
enough. But they are, and you are, and I'm saying to the women of the world. So thank you so much for coming, for sharing your light and your beauty, both inside and out.
Yes,
We
thank
love you,
you.
Maria. All right.
Fantastic.
I love you.
Thank you.
Spectacular.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
And Maria is one of the many examples of how our speakers are such experts in their fields. And here is another one, Maja Lisa Adams. She's a personal public speaking and professional presentations instructor and coach. And she helps people get on TEDx. That's right. She divides her time between her personal consulting and current role as an adjunct faculty at BYU, Idaho. Her ideal clients are business owners who want to land, nail, and use their TEDx talks. Yes, I love this. Maja Lisa has given many presentations, especially in Silicon Valley, while working in the software industry. So this amazing woman, the one you're going to hear just in a couple of minutes, she's spoken in corporate, education, and civic and church callings, even occasionally speaking when she accompanies her parents to Finland. Why? Because her father was a United States ambassador there. She's magnificent, a dear, dear friend, Maja Lisa. I turn the time to you.
If you want to do great things, you need to learn to trust and be trustworthy. How do you have high trust? High trust comes from trusting freely and doing things that allow people to trust you. The motivation is good intentions. You're happy, you're affirming with people, you have the best intention, you love them. Do you know what causes mistrust? It's fear, it's comparison, it's judgment. So for example, women oftentimes are jealous of each other, and that makes us be fearful of one another. And when we're fearful of one another, then we have distrust or mistrust amongst us. When there's a distrust, then we're not as connected. But when women connect together and trust each other, we can do great things. So trust is a must. Let me give you a couple of examples. Clear back to when I was 16 years old, my local high school chose me and 2 other girls to attend something called Girls State. That every school gets to choose 3 to go, and you are divided into cities, into 2 political parties like we do have here in the United States, and you learn about your local government and your state government. Well, the highest ranking local official is the mayor of your city, and I ran for mayor. And it came down to this one girl and I in our city, and every time we voted, the vote was split, the same amount for her and the same amount for me. Second time, same thing. And by the time the third thing happened and no one had changed to one or the other, I finally said, you know what? You go ahead and be the mayor. I'm going to run for the state office, the highest ranking governor. I took a very low position in the city instead. And much to my surprise, she also ran for governor. She had never said anything when I said I was going to. She just took the assignment, and I really felt betrayed. I felt like she should have said, I'm going to run for governor too. And then we would have resolved it a different way. So I didn't trust her much. She and I and several other girls on our particular party ran for governor, and neither she nor I made it to the primary election. But the girl who did make it came to me and she said, I really like you. I like your energy. I trust you. Would you help me in my campaign? Would you manage my campaign? So I got to announce her. I got to publicize her. It was so much fun, and I had very high visibility because of it. She did not win governor, but she also had high visibility. And by the end of the time, she was chosen to go to Girls Nation, and I was chosen as the first alternate. Now, I could have been jealous that she got to go and I didn't get to go, but actually it was a great experience to have been so visible and so involved, and it taught me a lot about trust. To this day, I trust her impeccably, and we remain friends. When you're with her, she's very nurturing. Now, she's competitive, and she's a master at what she does, and she holds you to a very high standard. but she helps you get there if you're interested. She's always teaching, she's always modeling, she brings beauty, and she does things at a masterful level and is very happy to help someone. But she will also compete with you. We are competitive with each other, and that competition actually brings us up. But the competition is not in a deceitful way like it was with the other girl running for mayor. Even so, there are going to be people like this girl in your life who try to take advantage of you. Maybe someone has taken advantage of you physically, financially, spiritually, or in some other way, and you have low trust with them. And if you have to do some work with them, you do it very slowly and very carefully. But we should still learn to trust everyone and give that trust freely, because if we don't, then we become cynical. But when our trust is broken, there is a high fear, and that motivates us to move more slowly, and it takes longer to get things done because of that, which means it costs more to get something done. So when fear is high, trust is low, and it's very slow, and it costs a lot. Now, on the opposite end, you get there more quickly when you collaborate. Let me stop for a second and say, imagine, if you will, a pebble, and you drop it in the water and you look down. What happens? You get these concentric rings that ripple out. There is a ripple effect to trust. So the first is you say, I'm going to trust. I'm going to drop my trust pebble. And when I do, I trust myself. And the next level that comes out is my relationship. So that trust with the girl who's very nurturing and still in my life and very high trusting and loving and so forth, we can confide in each other. And I know my confidence is safe with her. And then the next level that comes out is for basically a team or an organization or a group of people. And in that there's collaboration. You work together instead of competing, work for the same goal in collaboration, come up with a new idea, a better idea. And collaboration is how you co-labor together. So there are positive ripple effects that happen if we offer and extend trust and we ourselves are trustworthy. So I want you to think for a moment, who is it in your life that has your back rock solid, just like my friend Karen does, and others like my friend Susan and another Susan and Marilyn and many other people in my life. They are just rock solid. I can trust them. Why do we trust them? I trust her because of Karen, because of her honesty, because of her example, because of her high integrity, because of the high caliber of work that she does, because she mentors me, she loves me, she affirms me. And that's how she is with everybody. Now, I want you to think of that person. Go ahead and take out a piece of paper and a pen, or open your phone or laptop and find a notes section and write down who that person is, who's your Karen, and what are 2 or 3 things that she does that give you that feeling of collaboration and working together and love instead of fear and high trust instead of distrust. Who is that? All right, do you have someone? And have you written 2 or 3 things about that? Remember, mine are honesty and integrity and just mentoring, love. Now, on the flip side, let's look at someone who we don't trust, like this girl who ran for mayor against me. And she was just silent and then entered in. I don't even know if she was going to do it or she thought, yeah, I should run too. I don't know, but I still don't trust her. But still, I was not negative with her, and I extended grace and trust to her. And so I would say, well, the reason I don't trust her, and I want you to be thinking who the person is and why you don't trust them as much, is she's dishonest. She withholds information. So those are 2 of the reasons. And so in order for me to now trust her, she would need to be trustworthy. She would need to be more open and honest and declare her intentions in order for me to have full trust with her again. Now, that being said, I can't control her, can I? All right, so who's the person that you distrust a little bit more now because of a couple of things that they do? Write down that person and write down 2 or 3 things that you wish they didn't do anymore, or that you wish that they would change so that you would have higher trust with them? Do you have that person? Have you written 2 or 3 things down? Great. So we now have an example of someone who we trust very much, and there's high trust and things get done quickly and they don't take much time at all. They don't cost much at all to do it. And it's motivated by collaboration and love and camaraderie. On the opposite side, we have people that we don't trust as much. And when we distrust, there's a disconnect. When we trust, there's great connection. So now we're looking at the person who we don't trust as much. And this person, you wish they do something different. Maybe your person doesn't come on time. They don't do what they say they're going to do, or they don't do it well. That would be hard to work with on a continual basis. Now, I do want to ask this question. I want you to think of that person who you don't have as much trust for and say, if you ask them the same question about me, what would they say? And that's what I want you to write down next. Let's say in this scenario where maybe it's the person who shows up late. Maybe I say things about that person when they show up late, and that hurts their feelings. Or maybe I criticize the work that they do. And so those are the things they might say about me. So I would need to write down, don't talk about people, or keep confidences, or honor the person, honor the absent, right? Or I might need to say, don't point them out. So write down the things that you think the other person who you don't trust as much would say about you, that they would trust you more if you did certain things. Go ahead and write down 2 or 3 things that you think they'd say about you. Great. Now, trust happens more quickly and costs less money when there are great feelings. In fact, feelings of love and camaraderie. And they take so much slower, they cost so much more, and they go so much slower when we are fearful, when we're jealous, when we think, I don't know if I can trust this person. They talk about other people, so they probably talk about me. They don't do what they say they're going to do. But guess what? I can't control that other girl that ran for mayor, and I can't control a work colleague who doesn't do the things at the same level that I would do. I can only change or focus on who? That's right, on myself. So let's take the example of maybe that person says about me, I wish she wouldn't make comments under her breath. So I would have to say, I should work on that. And how would I work on that? Well, one is just to hold my tongue. And if I had a hard time remembering, maybe I could come up with some sort of a method that would remind me, oh, stop, don't say anything, don't point them out. That hurts their feelings. That makes it worse, actually. And you can't keep them from not doing something well, or not doing the things they said, or not coming late, but you can control how you react to that.
Thank you so much, Maja Lisa. That was wonderful, and we believe everything you said. We appreciate you coming on with us in this beautiful, beautiful day of celebration for women. And I'd love to invite everyone who would like to give a TED Talk to contact this lady. She will help you get on those stages. All right.
Spectacular, yes, lovely. And I might give her a call myself.
All right.
Wonderful. I'm going to announce our next speaker. Mildred Mohammed is an award-winning global keynote speaker, which is phenomenal. She's an international expert for the U.S. Department of State and a certified consultant with the U.S. Department of Justice Office for Victims of Crime. I honor that. Mildred is a CNN contributor, domestic abuse survivor, certified domestic violence advocate. Wow. She's really made this is wonderful. And she's has an advisory board member. She is an advisory board member for the National Resource Center on Domestic Violence. She is also a sexual assault advocacy network advisor and the author of 9 books, 9, some of which were #1 Amazon bestsellers. Wonderful. Mildred is a former ETV talk show host, trainer, and educator. She has spent years traveling and speaking on global platforms. She's done a lot. This is amazing. She shares her experiences when she lived a life of terror, abuse, and heartache, all by promoting domestic violence awareness and prevention. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Mildred, for being here. On to you.
Greetings. Thank you for attending the International Women's Day Conference. I am your thought leader, Mildred Muhammad. There are many times that we go through this life and we find that trauma appears in different scenarios at different times. What I want to share with you is the topic about healing. And there's a question I would like to ask you. So you think you can't heal? Many people think that they can't. As women, we wear so many hats, and each one of those hats bears total responsibility for everything we choose to do. Everything that we do is a choice. You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be sad. You can choose to be healed, and you can choose to not heal at all. These are constant decisions that we make all the time. Past emotional trauma, and sometimes current trauma, bears a very significant sadness in our lives. And we have to learn how to get past the sadness to move forward in joy. There's a breathing exercise that I would like for you to do. It helps with anxiety. And what that is you take one deep breath, take in as much air as you can, hold it for 3 seconds, and blow it through your lips as if you were whistling. Inhale as much air as you can through your nose with your mouth closed, hold it for 3 seconds, and exhale as if you're blowing a whistle. This will help your spirit to calm down. It will also cause you to think better, because we make better decisions when we are calm. You cannot make a decision based in emotions, because you are destined to repeat it and regret it. So here's another exercise I'd like you to do. In any situation that you may come across, there are your emotions, the actual facts. They come together and they intertwine to where it causes you depression and anxiety, and your decision making may not be as well as you want it to be because your emotions are involved. So what I want you to do is separate the emotions from the actual facts. Now, as you pull apart anything, residue from one or the other is always present. So there's residue from the actual facts on your emotions, and there's residue from your emotions on the actual facts. Once you separate them, the actual facts will become really clear. Base your decisions in the actual facts. That way, when you do, you won't regret your decision. Easier said than done, I know, but your healing depends on it. Another method that you can use is journaling. The benefits of journaling are enormous. Journaling helps you to see deeper into your emotional state. Journaling will not judge you. You put all of your emotions, everything that you're feeling, into this journal on paper, downloading from your head down to your pen or your paper, helps to pull those layers like an onion. Consider your pain an onion. You want to get to the root of your pain. Every time you journal, you pull back one layer of your pain to handle the issues within that layer. Once that's done, you pull back the next layer. In each layer, you may find that you're crying, which is another healing method. Many people don't like to cry. They say men cry in the rain because they don't want anyone to know that they're crying, but crying is a healing mechanism. What you have to do is understand why every tear is falling from your eyes. Once you understand that process, then your healing gets better. Healing is not easy. It's a personal journal. It's a personal journey. How you move forward depends on how you heal. Don't allow anybody to make you feel you need to hurry up in your healing. Whether it's grief, you're upset, whatever the case may be. Some people say, you're still upset about that? Yes, I am. It's okay to say, yes, I am. And when I get to the other side, it'll be at my pace. Heal at your own pace. Don't allow anybody else's decision or anybody else's opinion to make you move faster than what your spirit is telling or warning you to do. Healing takes time. You can heal. I was a victim of domestic violence. I moved from being a victim to a survivor, and now I am a warrior on that issue. I understand trauma as well as healing. My ex-husband was John Allen Muhammad, the DC sniper. A lot of people don't know that I was the intended target. Imagine healing or going through that traumatic experience with 3 children, trying to heal not just myself, but my children too. We were bombarded with comments from the media, from our community, and I had to quiet the noise so that I can hear my own voice in how I needed to heal. You know what to do. You know this. With this pandemic, what has happened, it has caused us to stop and pay attention to who we are. We know what we don't like about ourselves, and we know what we do like about ourselves. So what we need to do, or what we should do, is take the time to rediscover who we are. Look at the patterns that are occurring in your life. If these patterns cause pain, you gotta get off of that loop. Get out of that loop. How do I do that? Self-discovery. What is the loop? Why does this keep occurring? What is it about myself that I don't understand these occurrences that are coming to me all the time? Help yourself to heal. That's why it's called self-care, self-development, self-healing. It's important because as you get older, you start to see things fall away and you start to think that wasn't as important as I thought it was, because it wasn't. You cannot judge past experiences with present information. That would not be good, because if you knew better, you would have done better. If you knew then what you know now, the decisions you made, you would not have made. But what you should do when you reflect back, because I have the 3 R's: reflect, release, relax. Reflect on what happened. Release the trauma, because there's nothing you can do to go back and change that. But there is things that you can do moving forward. And relax in your understanding of what happened. You can heal. No matter what anyone tells you. I did it, and so can you. Thank you again for attending the International Women's Day Conference. I am your WIN thought leader, Mildred Muhammad, and you have a wonderful time in this wonderful conference with the many different topics that you review. Have a great day. Thank you again.
Wow, Mildred, I just thank you for being here with us today. I really appreciate it. Wonderful that you brought your own experience and you really lead by example.
Doesn't she just exude love? She shines. She
Yes,
just
absolutely.
is such a beautiful example of a leader.
Yeah.
We're honored. Thank you
Honored.
so much, Mildred. And now we go on to our next presenter, Jackie Lappin. She is a leader in helping leaders. I love that. And authors and coaches and speakers and entrepreneurs connect with their next followers, whoever that is. And she does it in a magnificent way. She's an expert at helping them get booked. You all want to get booked. Every entrepreneur wants to. She provides the strategies, the guidelines, the leads through her Speakertunity. Isn't that wonderful? That's trademarked. Her programs, her tip sheets, her regional directories that are then you can, as a change maker, then you get booked for speaking engagements, for radio shows, for podcasts, for virtual summits, and for virtual networking across North America. So Speakertunity also offers a speaker one-sheet graphic design services and a turnkey success booking system. I don't know of anybody else who does this. Jackie's internationally acclaimed Conscious Media Relations radio and podcast tours. They've helped nearly 200 luminaries, leaders, and authors grow their businesses by introducing them to up to, are you ready, 9,000 radio shows and podcasts, including such clients as Don Miguel Ruiz and Joe Vitale and James Twyman, and it goes on and on and on. She is the best of the best. I've worked with her. I love her. And Jackie, take it away.
Hi, I'm Jackie Lappin, and I'm so thrilled to be here today as part of International Women's Day. And my kudos to Paula and Jen, who are putting this amazing event together. They've asked me to come here and talk today about growing your influence, credibility, and impact. 5 ways to get booked on client attracting platforms. Now, as a leader, you have an important message that the world is ready to hear. If you're confident in knowing that you have something to give and you want to serve, you need to be visible to grow your influence, your credibility, and your impact. The more visible you are, the more lives you will change, and the more your life will expand both in your personal fulfillment and in your bank account. But visibility doesn't happen by accident. You have to work at it. You must be speaking to your audiences where they are, at conferences, meetings, associations, and organizations that have live and virtual stages, along with podcasts and radio shows and virtual summits and even virtual networking, which is the new hot thing. And here's the kicker. In most cases, it won't cost you a thing to get on these platforms. Sure, there are engagements where you need to pay to get on stages. Yes, that's a growing trend. Or a podcast or radio show. And yep, that's a growing trend too. But mostly, these are opportunities that are free if you can just get someone to say yes. So I'm here to give you 5 ways to get booked on client attracting platforms. The first is sell yourself on the problem you solve. The way to get a decision maker to say yes is to not tell them about all your credentials, your achievements, and your program. It's to tell them exactly what you're going to do for their audience, how your message will provide a solution to the problem that the audience is suffering from. What will be the outcome after they hear you? What will it do to improve their lives? Once you've established this, you can provide your credentials, etc. But your proposal letters and speaker one sheet for speaking or pitch letters for radio shows and podcasts, and your conversations must focus on this first. That includes subject lines, headlines, and the first paragraph of each of the written documents. More on this shortly, but sell yourself on the problem you solve. Number 2, tell the story that got you here. Something else that will ensure your success and intrigue the decision maker is relating a powerful story of overcoming or transformation that enabled you to get her here and now help that audience. If you have come through some type of crucible or pain that forced you to find a new way and that you're using to guide people, this will be a compelling and dynamic incentive to secure you as a speaker. You can also include this in your materials if it reinforces why you're impactful for this audience. This is how you become relatable to them. This should also be one of the cornerstones of your presentation. Number 3, create the materials that will get you booked. So what are the materials that you'll need to induce a decision maker to say yes? Well, the first is, for speaking, you should develop a compelling proposal letter that first establishes what problem you solve. The second portion of the letter should include something on your results, your achievements or successes with your product or your program, or where you've spoken before with success. This is also a great place to also show a line on the triumph story to how you got here. Then follow up with all the credentials, the why you, and then ask them to book you. You want to keep it to 7 paragraphs or less. Next, if you can provide these as supporting documents, you want to have a professionally designed speaker one sheet that marks you as the pro you are and stipulates 3 different presentation options to provide variety, more chances to get booked. And then a video of you presenting previously. And that can be done today virtually. But keep in mind that when you are looking to provide these, you want to have more than one presentation, because if you have only one arrow in your quiver, it had better be a bullseye. And giving them 3 different options gives you more chances to get booked. Now, for radio and podcasts, you need a pitch letter that provides much of the same information as the speaker proposal, but it can be longer. Optionally, you can supplement this with an impressive professionally designed speaker one sheet or podcast introductory sheet. Now, that's really a new thing. And once you get booked, you'll need a complete media kit that will inform the host and the audience and provide the host the 20 questions to ask you. So first, it's send them the pitch. And second, you're going to need to give them a media kit after they book you. Now, for virtual summits, you can follow some of the same format, but the main distinction is that your proposal letter must address the theme of whatever summit you are submitting for and why your subject is so appropriate for that theme. Next, make sure that you have a really compelling free offer, or what they call a lead magnet, so that when you offer it from any of these platforms, you'll induce people into your programs, and a paid offer for those that allow you to present a paid offer and enroll from the platform. So you need a free offer for those opportunities that allow you to do that, and you want a paid offer from those opportunities that let you do that. Lastly, have a contemporary website with a horizontal framework, lots of graphics, and limited words, along with current photos of yourself. Old, outdated materials are a booking killer. Now, the next thing is you need to do your homework on where to find the right opportunities. Speaking opportunities are everywhere, and especially accessible now that so many are virtual. I recently heard that there are 9,000 per day in North America alone of speaking opportunities. And you can begin locally and really start attracting clients at meetings and venues and associations just close to your home, and then spread out to other chapters elsewhere. You can find these on Google and Meetup. You can connect with meeting planners and corporations on LinkedIn, and you can do a search for conferences in your space on Google. Don't forget to ask your friends and fellow speaker leaders what they know about or where they have spoken, because they're a great source for you. But do your homework for the right ones with your ideal target audience and get going. If you want to make this process easier and eliminate the research, we have thousands of leads already identified for you on one of our platforms at speakertunity.com, the speaker and leader research company, along with tools to help you get booked, such as a speaker and podcast sheets or an easy booking system. We'd love to see you on over there where we can make your life a little easier. Now, schedule time in your calendar to book yourself or to hire a coach or a virtual assistant or team member to book you. But here's the biggest determinant of your success. It's not whether you have a great product or service or a great signature speech and story, not even if you have all the materials ready and right. It's putting yourself out there. It's literally scheduling the time in your calendar weekly as if having a meeting with somebody else to do the research or to prepare and train someone else to do this research or outreach. You have to make the time in your calendar to make it happen or train somebody to do it. Because in today's world, there are almost no services or specialists that will do this for you. You must take the initiative and be responsible for your own amazing, vast, and abundant success. Yes, you can be the next super success with a steady flow of clients clamoring to come aboard with you. It's easier than you think. It's just a matter of you being visible.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Oh my goodness, you are the best. She is such a professional. I have spent hours with Jackie. She knows what she's talking about. She will get you out there and get you on radio shows and podcasts. And she told you about it. I told you about it in the introduction. But I would suggest that you reach out to Jackie, and thank you so much for being with us.
Fantastic.
Mhm.
Really appreciate the
she's
knowledge
fabulous.
and the experience.
And nobody else does this. I mean,
Yeah.
they really don't. I don't know of anybody who could get you on 9,000.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
Forget about
amazing.
it. I love it. I love it. All right. Well, next up, we have Natalie Forrest. She's America's leading expert in personal performance, an intuitive transformational mentor. She's the founder of Success Revolutions and Revolutionize Your Potential. Spectacular concepts there. This is an educational series training for individuals and corporations across the globe. Wonderful. In her unique way, Natalie, guided by intuition, research, and personalized attention, she engages leaders, corporate teams, and entrepreneurs to identify their success. How can they get to their success, right? Her engaging methods and techniques address human commitment, interesting, leadership, diversity, and change management, spectacular, particularly in businesses and personal situations leading to increased productivity. Yes, please, teamwork, retention, resulting in higher profitability, authentic fulfillment, and less stress. Wonderful. Natalie assists you in reconnecting with you and understanding your purpose, embracing your potential, and achieving your dreams. I love it. Throughout the unique process, the hidden power of patterns, yes, she has enabled thousands and thousands of people to create their mission in life, create the life they desire. And the goal for Dr. Natalie is that everyone can live the life they desire and be happy and successful with great relationships and as little stress as possible. What a beautiful picture that just painted. Mm-hmm. She is an international best-selling author with books such as Revolutionize Your Life Your Way and Be You. Take it away, my friend.
Hello and welcome and happy International Women's Day. Happy International Women's Days. Happy women. I'm excited to be here as part of this global celebration in honor of women, in honor of us. This is important. It's important to come together, to celebrate each other, and to support each other. I'm Dr. Natalie Forrest, and I am thrilled to be here with you. I know there are many, many amazing women speaking to you today, sharing with you today. And there are many, many amazing women out there taking it all in, being together while we're celebrating. And that's what it's all about. So I want to talk to you today about you being you, about how you are perfect, how there's nothing wrong with you, and how you are needed just the way you are. Just the way you are. You know, very often I hear women in particular talk about, well, I used to really enjoy this, but now I'm married and I have kids. I used to really do this, but I need to pay my bills, so I have this job. And if you noticed, my voice also went down when I just said that, because that's what I'm hearing. And yes, as women, oh, we have a lot of jobs. We have a lot of tasks. We wear many, many hats all the time. And sometimes we wear 2, 3, 4 on top of each other, right? Right? I mean, I can think of a bunch of hats I'm wearing right now. Right now, I'm speaking to you. So I'm a professional. I'm also a mom wondering if maybe there'll be a call from school and thinking about dinner tonight for the whole family. That's 3. And then I'm wondering if I paid all the bills or if I forgot one. And then I'm wondering, well, how can I help you? So now I'm a coach again. And then I'm wondering, oh my God, what's that down there on the floor? Did I not vacuum well? Now I'm the housewife. I'm wearing all those hats. And right now, I'm choosing to put all of them aside and just be one-on-one with you. I want to be one-on-one with you right now because you are needed. You are needed just the way you are. I know society tells us, oh, you have to change this. Oh no, this doesn't fit. You may have heard it from friends. You may have heard it from family members. You may have heard it when you were teeny tiny and you don't even remember hearing about it. That's our subconscious mind. That's why you and I probably need to talk about your subconscious mind, because I've been there. So we don't do certain things because it would be inappropriate or it doesn't fit. It's not right now, maybe later. And then 20, 30 years later, we're wondering what happened. And all those 20, 30 years, you're not fully happy. That's not why we're here. That's not why you're here. You're here because you're needed. Let me put it to you differently. We're all created in God's image. Do you think that God made mistakes? Or do you think that God made every single one of us with specific care, with specific love to fit a purpose? I do. So that means you are perfect. I'm not saying you're not evolving. I'm not saying there are not things you're going to learn. I learn every single day. Yet I understand that I am the way I am because that's how humanity needs me. And you are just the same. Humanity needs you just the way you are. To give an illustration, I think of life as a puzzle, okay? And you've probably done puzzles. So you know that every puzzle has a certain amount of pieces. It has an exact amount of pieces, doesn't have doubles, doesn't have triples. And if one piece is missing, can't ever finish the puzzle. So I see life as a puzzle. And all of us are the important pieces of the puzzle. The puzzle of the world, the puzzle of humanity, however you want to phrase it. We're all one piece in a big, big puzzle with millions and billions of pieces. So now if you know a puzzle, every piece is unique. There's no piece that is the exact same as another. Some have 2 connectors, others have 3, others are to be connected with. Some have straight lines, some have rounded lines. Every single piece is different. And it has a specific spot in that puzzle. It has a specific purpose. What happens if you cut off a piece of the puzzle piece? What happens if you try to smooth out that line a little bit? Well, 2 things can happen. You'll make it fit, but it looks awkward, or you've ruined the whole puzzle. So if we are thinking about ourselves as puzzle pieces, why would we smooth out an edge? Why would we cut something off? If we do that to ourselves, are we still fulfilling the purpose? Are we still fitting where we need to fit? And when I say fitting, I'm not saying we need to fit into society and do what everybody else does. No, I'm saying the exact opposite. Yeah, we do need to fit into society as the person who we are, with all of our edges, with all of our connectors, with all of our strengths, our weaknesses, our likes, our dislikes, our talents, our gifts, because there is nobody in the whole world who is exactly like you. Nobody. There's nobody like you. There's nobody like me. Might be good. But there's nobody like you. There's nobody like me. That means you are needed just the way you are. And it means that if you have been smoothing some edges, holding back some things, not practicing some of your talents, stop. Stop. You need to stop. And you need to bring it all back into you. All your talents, all your gifts, all your rough edges. You need all of them because that's the way you're made. That's what makes you unique. That's how you fit into the big puzzle of humanity and the world. That is why we need you, because there's nobody else like you. Nobody. And if there's nobody else like you, then you know we need you. We need you just the way you are. And if you have forgotten who you are, which many of us have because of all the pressures, then here, do this. 1, spend time with yourself, at least 15 to 30 minutes every day. 2, try to spend some of that time out in nature. Shinrin-yoku, where other things have shown us how important nature is to our soul and our heart and our well-being. And then 3, listen to yourself. Ask yourself questions. What do I like? What do I not like? All those questions, and listen to the answers without judgment. Because remember, you're perfect. Good. And then you begin to love yourself. You give yourself a big hug and you say, yes, I am needed. Because you are. And from there, you now step out in self-confidence and you show the world that you are here. And I cannot wait to see you and to feel your light, filling up the space that you are here to fill in this world. Thank you for that. Yes, I need you just the way you are, and humanity needs you just the way you are. Stop hiding, stop smoothing, stop cutting some of your edges off. You are perfect and we need you. Happy International Women's Day. I can't wait to see you on the Women's Information Network, on the Women of Excellence and Faith, or if you want to reach out to me, Dr. Natalie Forrest, natalieforrest.com. I can't wait to see your light. Happy International Women's Day.
Dr. Natalie, thank you very much. I feel so built up by your message. The world needs me. The world needs you. It needs all of us.
This is what she does. Natalie is such a light. And I love that she's so confident saying, be who you are. Be authentic. She and
Don't cut off your
Don't
edges
cut off your
anymore.
edges.
Yes.
Don't you love that?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Natalie, for being with us. We just really love you and appreciate you. And our next wonderful speaker is Audrey Dendy Hightower. Her story is inspiring to those who want to have a positive outlook, even when things don't look very positive. Her own story fuels her focus for redefining self-care and asking for help. Audrey's passion is professional coaching, and she's very, very good at it. I've known her for a while, and she is actually our director of the Women of Excellence, Women of Faith. So fabulous. So through the unique core energy approach, she partners with people and teaches them about the energy level awareness that they need to have and how they can use their awareness to improve how they show up in and out of the workplace. She is the founder of Audrey Unlimited, offering services that highlight her expertise and passions. She is a certified project manager professional and a certified professional coach and speaker. Audrey is currently the vice president at Morgan Stanley. So her career as an executive and project manager practitioner involves building processes and collaborating with teams and working on projects that deliver technology solutions. Audrey is a native New Yorker who now she resides in Pennsylvania. Her downtime, and you're going to like this, involves spending time with her family and being active in her church ministries and embracing her new role as a grandmother. I love that. Thank you so much for joining us. We are honored to have you, and it's your turn.
Hello, ladies. Welcome to the International Women's Day 2021. I am so excited to be amongst such an amazing group of women today, all of which have taken time to put together a special message just for you. My name is Audrey Dendy Hightower, and I am one of the thought leaders for the Women's Information Network. I am also the CEO and founder of You Unlimited. Today, I will talk to you about the self-care perspective. But first, let me tell you a little bit more about me. So I have been working on Wall Street for the past 30 years, working for technology projects in the financial industries. So what that means is I've been managing projects from the beginning to the end, and I've been managing people and developing processes and been exposed to an amazing group of smart and diverse people, which helped groom and form my career, which is what it is today. My passion has always been in self-care. So I have always been the kind of person that took the time to get the manicures and the pedicures and do my hair, because I always thought self-care was just paying attention to the outer self, making sure that you look good. But there was a period in my life that I went through when I wasn't really paying attention to the inner side of me. And so I didn't feel like my voice was being heard. I felt invisible. I would put up boundaries, so I thought, and I felt like people were just blowing past any boundaries that I had put up. So I wasn't feeling so great on the inside. Although I looked good, I was a hot mess, but I looked good while I was being a hot mess. So throughout this, my leadership style has always been that I would get to know a little bit more about those people who were on my staff and those who were reporting to me. I would go out of my way to get to know them on a real personal level because I felt that was important to the same person that shows up every day that's expected to deliver. So I discovered that through my coaching leadership style that I was able to help people improve how they show up in their life, how they show up in the workplace. So because of that, and that's always been who I am, I went on to get my coaching certification. So with my coaching skills and my self-care passion, married together with my project management skills, I took all of that and applied it to the most important project that I would ever work on, and that was me. So I developed this Project Me, which has 3 components to it. So the first component is a self-care perspective. So think of it as wearing glasses. And so when you're wearing glasses, you're seeing through the lens. And if it's a self-care lens, you can ask yourself, what can I do so that I will show up to be the best of me always? So if you look at life through those lenses, what can you do so that you can show up? Those answers may be very different, but I call that the self-care perspective. Always bring it back within to yourself. The second component of the Project Me is a leadership role. Yes, I said leadership role. So although you may not think you're a leader, you're like me, I'm not a leader, I don't lead anything, but you do. We are all leaders. I would always volunteer for different events when I want to do something different in my life, different groups. And although I would join what I'm thinking, I'm joining another group that's already formed and already established, somehow leadership roles would always find me and kind of tap me on the shoulder. So all of you ladies are leaders, and so in the leadership role, I kind of go through that and unpack that and understand the aspects in your personality and your character that other people already see, and then build upon that. The third component of Project Me, I call it your energy. So your energy walks into a room long before you do. So we know that we can sense other people's energy, but other people can sense our energy as well. So in this energy component, I will walk through things that you can do so that you are aware of your energy, and then 2, put together some strategies to help you increase and bump up your energy whenever you need to. So for today, we're going to focus on the self-care perspective and specifically around asking for help. Remember that question, what can I do so that I show up to be the best me? The answer to that question may be, I could ask for help. So I know when we think about asking for help, we think about, oh, will that mean that it's going to make me appear to be weak? Does it mean that I look like I'm out of control? Does it look like I don't know what I'm doing because I have to ask for help? Well, after today, you will look at asking for help in a totally different way. Because maybe you've taken on more than you need to. Maybe you don't quite need you don't quite have all the information you need in order to complete the task at hand. So those are 2 good reasons to ask for help. So 3 benefits of asking for help are, 1, asking for help is a catalyst to progress. So think of it this way. Many hands make light work. That's an expression that I like to use. So when you're asking for help, it shows that you are being resourceful. So when someone asks you for help, what feelings come up? For me, it would be, oh, well, that means they need me. That means that I have something to offer. And that means that I have value. Those are just the 3 things. And it kind of makes you feel good. Someone's asking you for help. It's like a little bit of an ego booster. think of it this way. When you ask other people for help, they may have similar emotions and feelings. So then when you're asking them for help, not only are you able to be a catalyst to progress, but you're also able to empower others to join you on your journey. The second benefit of asking for help is that you are using what's already in place. We do not have to reinvent the wheel. We can leverage those that have gone before us and have already broken down the ground. They've toiled the soil. They've done whatever needs to be done. They've put a nice pavement for you so that you can just come in and you can just walk on it. They've done this to make it easier for you so you don't have to redo it over again. So leverage those that have gone before you. That's one of the reasons why they have done it. I know a lot of times when I've done some research or I found myself in a position where I've put together templates or things that I have used that I can reuse and other people can reuse, I am more than happy to share what I've done because it makes that other person's work a whole lot easier. And that other people want to do the same for you. So leverage the work that those have gone before you. A third benefit of asking for help is that it is a sign of strength. And so we are strong. As women, we take on a lot. We are called on to wear many different hats and different roles at different times of the day and night. So in order for us to maintain our strength, we need to ask for help because we can't do it all ourselves. And when we do that, it gives us the self-awareness that we know our limitations. We know and we are clear about where our boundaries are and that we're not going to go past our boundaries. So that in and of itself is powerful. So those are the three benefits of asking for help. It's a catalyst to progress. You can use what other people have already done in place. And then it is a sign of strength. And asking for help is part of the self-care perspective because when you ask for help, you are not overloading yourself. You are reducing the stress because you have taken some of the stress off of yourself. And then you discover that you are not alone. There isn't anything that we do that we are alone when you realize that there is power in your network of women, of men, your community, the people that you can tap into that will be more than happy to help you along your journey, whatever that is. So hopefully after now, you will look at self-care in a different way and especially asking for help. So you'll be willing to ask for help. That is my message that I have for you ladies today. So if to know more about You Unlimited, you can go to www.youunlimited.com, and that's only one U because there's only one you. Thank you so much for listening to my message, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference, and happy International Women's Day 2021. Bye-bye.
I love that. There's only one you. You Unlimited. And I love that you talk about self-care. I love that you talk about the things that women really, really care about. And look at you. You are just beautiful. Thank you so, so much for joining us and for being such a light on our International Women's Day.
Yes. All right, wonderful. Our next speaker is Stacy Harmer. She is a certified holistic health coach and graduated from the Institute of Integrative Nutrition. She's a raw food chef, which I love raw food, so that's exciting, and an emotional release facilitator. She has a bachelor's degree of science and a master's degree from Brigham Young University in family science and education. Wonderful. She loves learning and teaching and has taught all levels from preschool to college. Stacy is a wife, a mother of 8 children, and has 3 granddaughters. She is passionate about helping others find joy and live vibrant lives. She is the founder a Vibrant Living Academy. Wonderful. And it's a community of women focused on healing their bodies, hearts, minds, and souls, discovering their purpose and passion, and really sharing their unique gifts with the world. She's also the co-creator of Vibrant Living Holistic Health Coach Certification Program. Wow, that's a mouthful. And several other transformational programs. She is a speaker, a trainer, and an author of the book, 7 Steps to Vibrant Living. You deserve to find your joy now. Stacy loves spending time with her family, traveling, being in nature, reading great books, playing the piano, and doing anything creative. She loves to connect with the hearts and with the souls of others. Her path, which is a long one, of healing has changed her life, and she loves to help others transform their lives by implementing the tools and techniques that she shares with us. Thank you so very much for being here. The stage is yours.
Hello, my beautiful sisters of the Win. Thank you for hopping on and listening to this presentation. I'm so excited to spend a few minutes with you. My name is Stacy Harmer, and I am the founder of Vibrant Living Academy, a community of women where we focus on healing our hearts, bodies, minds, and spirits, and discover our purpose and passion and share our gifts with the world. I'm also the author of the 7 Steps to Vibrant Living book. So my presentation today is From Purpose to Prosperity. I'm so excited to take a few minutes to talk to you about this idea. First, our purpose. What is our purpose? Clarity is power. Clarity is power. Getting clear on discovering, creating our purpose. I believe that we were created for a purpose, just like an architect, before he builds a building, has a blueprint to follow, that we were created for a specific purpose, and that we have those gifts from God to accomplish that purpose. So understanding what is our purpose, what do we do? What are we doing in our life? What is our purpose and why? That's the why behind the what is really the secret sauce. It's the juice. It's the emotion that gets us to why we're doing what we're doing. I personally went through a really challenging life experience when I unexpectedly lost my beloved 5-year-old daughter. There she is right there, a little picture. And boy, did I go through so many difficult things. We were blindsided, but definitely depression and years of healing from that traumatic experience. But it was the journey out. My purpose now is to help women who are suffering, whether it be from depression or despair or from death or disease, disappointment, divorce, or betrayal, whatever the problem is, but take their problems and propel them to their purpose. Because it's a journey. It's a journey, and we learn from that. And our purpose often is linked to the difficult challenges that we go through. So my why is, I know what it feels like to be in the pit, but my journey is to help others go from the pit to the promised land. And so really identifying what is your purpose. Let me give you a few ideas to how to find your purpose. What is your zone of genius? Zone of genius is something that comes so easily and naturally to you that others might think, wow, how does she do that? But you don't think it's a big deal because it just is. It comes to you. It's a gift. It's kind of like the free space that we get when we play bingo. On the bingo card, right? There's all these numbers and we try to get the numbers with the letters. But right smack in the center, there's a free space. That's just given to us. When we get the bingo card, we put the token there. We already have one of the spaces. That's kind of what I feel like our zone of genius is. God has just given us this free space. What is yours? Identify what you do that comes so easy and naturally to you, that you love to do, that you could do all day long because it fills you up. That is your zone of genius. That is your free space. Okay, another thing is what does light you up? What do you talk about that people like to listen because you have so much energy and emotion about it? That's really a clue towards what your purpose is. Also, look at your personality. Take a look at the elements of your personality, your life experiences. Take a look at what you've gone through. I know God never wastes a hurt or a trial or a challenge or experience. That it can always be turned into a beauty from ashes. Okay, it can always turn into something beautiful. So what are your life experiences, and specifically, what are the deep challenges you have gone through? What has your family life experience been? What has been your education or training? All of those things, as we write those out, can help identify what our purpose is, what we're meant to do, and always connect it to the why, that juice, that emotion. And a real quick way to understand your why, start writing all the things you could do in your life. As soon as you are moved to tears, and it hits a chord in you, you know you have hit the nail on the head, because it speaks to you, your emotion is tied to it, and now your message will be powerful. Okay, purpose to prosperity. What's prosperity? Well, prosperity is great abundance of all good, prosperity in many things, in relationships, in our financial situations. There's different areas of prosperity, but there's 2 secrets of prosperity I want to share with you. And the 2 secrets are: 1, connecting to the source of all prosperity. For me, that's God, the source of prosperity, being able to connect with him. And how do you do that? How do you have that connection? It might be whatever your higher power is. How do you do that? I have quiet time, meditation, journaling, getting out of nature. Like, ask yourself, how do I connect to that source? It's not this, I don't connect to the stream of income, the job, or the client, or whatever that is. We connect to the source, because that's the source of our abundance. And then the second secret is to be able to receive. Open up to receive abundance. And in my book, I share different ways to raise your vibration, that vibration in our body that energetically connects to what we were able to receive. Okay, so we need to open ourselves up like a sponge and receive. So there's lots of tools, and I'll share with you at the end how you can get my book free and dive into some of those ideas to raise your vibration. But okay, so just an example of a sponge. Sponge soaking up water, if it doesn't give back out, it like is stagnant. It gets stinky. It's that whole idea of giving, of receiving and giving back out that gets the law of the flow of prosperity. So let me share with you really quickly the 4 areas of success, from purpose to prosperity and in our lives. The first one is self-actualization. I'm sure you're familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The self-actualization is the top. At first, the other needs are like physiological, just our basic needs. And then safety, making sure we have property and a home and are safe. And then it's love and belonging, having relationships, having family connections. The next area on that little triangle is esteem, self-worth, value, recognition. And then we get into self-actualization, really doing what we were meant to do. And when we get into that space, it is so delicious. It feels so good. We could do it all day. We feel like we are doing what we were meant to do. That is really fulfilling the measure of our creation. Understanding our purpose, okay, and living it. Also, the other area is the profound service that we give. That's an area of success. Once again, I said that sponge, we soak it in, but we let it out. And if we are soaking things in and maybe just consuming and not giving it back, or not creating, just like the sponge, we get stinky. Think of the Sea of Galilee that brings water in, and then it has an outflow, and it's a beautiful live sea, living things, versus the Dead Sea, where it brings in but no outflow, nothing living inside. So profound service. We are meant and created for a purpose to give back, to bring people along their journey, use our life experiences to help them along the way. Third area is fun, having fun in the process. Always check in. Is this fun? Am I enjoying the journey? Because if I'm not, guess what? We're kind of shutting down. We can shift things so we can have fun and enjoy the journey. That raises our vibration and it will attract those higher level things into us. And the fourth area is the financial abundance, the from purpose to prosperity, to be able to receive that financial abundance. And how do we do that? Like I mentioned, we connect with our higher power. We learn how to receive and give back. And that financial abundance is that equal exchange of energy. It doesn't feel good when you're giving and giving and don't have an equal exchange of energy in some ways. And so that is a really important vibrationally, because then it propels you to give more and to be in a better place. And we can have all of those areas of success as we go from purpose to prosperity. Thank you for tuning in here for a few minutes. And I'd like to invite you to go to stacyharmer.com, my website, /book. And I'm offering you a free gift. It is my book that I saw on Amazon for $14.99. 7 Steps to Vibrant Living. You deserve to find joy now. Okay, where I share different ways to raise your vibration in your body, your heart, your mind, and spirit. Discovering your purpose and passion and sharing those gifts with the world and making that influence and impact. So thank you so much for joining me today, and love you, and so excited that you're a part of the win and that I'm a part of the win, and we can be a part of this global movement to bring light and love and knowledge and happiness to the world. Take care, my friends. Bye-bye.
Stacy, thank you for your message and for your energy and for vibrant living. It's absolutely wonderful.
I love it. And I hope you took notes, everyone who's watching, because she gave you so many wonderful, wonderful solutions. And isn't she beautiful? All the women today have been so beautiful, inside and out. We have had this is the end of this section of our celebration. And I'm so, so, so grateful for all these women who gave you such food for thought, such words of wisdom, and shared their love and their messages with you. Wasn't it wonderful?
Really wonderful. I'm super not only inspired to be a woman and to be alive right now, but also for the future state of women. And we are moving and we are growing, and
we are rising.
We are rising.
And our motto has been perfect.
Yes.
It's been a theme all the way through the day. Women rising. And we honor you for joining us. We thank you. We hope you'll participate with us on womensinformationnetwork.com and Women of Excellence, womenoffaith.org. Thank you, and God bless you.